Futures pretty flat here this morning so far as we come off yet another impressive performance on Thursday. It is social media stocks all to the downside so far this morning, putting pressure on the overall tech sector and the NASDAQ because of, this report from Snapchat. We'll get into it coming up here, but all of them, including Meta, to the downside in a big way in the pre-market. Overall, though, pretty good day yesterday for all three U.S. markets and a pretty good week shaping up as well. The S&P and the NASDAQ on track right now for a 3.5% gain and a 5.3% gain so far for the NASDAQ on the week. So looking pretty good. Growth stocks, though, overall have led this charge back to the upside with the dollar finally coming off ever so slightly from this recent run up. We had obviously the ECB coming out with a half-point hike. That sent the dollar sharply lower once again yesterday. We're lower again this morning. We'll have a look at some of the currencies coming up here as well. Individually, as I said, Snapchat shares leading the way to the downside so far. GME on watch as well after the 4-for-1 split comes into effect today. AXP as well. American Express having a nice move here in the pre-market off of a better than expected report. It's Friday, July 22nd, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there's a look at how things are shaping up so far. The NASDAQ to the downside ever so slightly, 0.3 right now, about 0.25% for the Dow. Basically flat there for the S&P at this point. All quiet after a pretty good day yesterday. 0.8 to the downside for crude oil, 2% for both Ethereum and Bitcoin. Back in positive territory. I just realized you can't really see down there. 2.74 for Ethereum. Trust me when I say. Twitter out with earnings here as well, blaming Elon for their troubles and blaming poor ad sales environment for their troubles as well. But Twitter pretty active here, guys. Good morning. It's Friday.
Yes, sir. It's Friday. It's going to be a wild one. Obviously, the every single one of these ad-based social media companies is certainly going to be under pressure today. Come on, you can't blame your issues on Elon. Like, this is all about advertising slowdown for Twitter and obviously for Snapchat as well, which is going to be a mover. But let's not sleep on Tesla was super strong yesterday. It's already broken through that high from yesterday. So you get distracted by some of these social media names, and it's like Tesla, which was, that was the one to be in yesterday. And it looks like, again, showing all kinds of strength. It's the one leading the market. Market's basically flat, but 1.7% for Tesla one more time. GameStop is disappointing. Less than 500,000 shares with the pre-market volume. It's on the radar, but yeah, it felt like the run up into the split maybe was where all the juice was. So unfortunately, maybe there's something there at 40, which is what the previous 160 level, because it was a 4-to-1 split. But GameStop, a bit disappointing for now. AMC should be in play, though. It's at a good price.
Snapchat down 32%. Welcome, guys. Yeah, the sticky note's out. We're already long Snapchat right here at 11.11, so not 7.11, 11.11. As we go to the downside on Snapchat, we'll take the long and see where we go from here. But look, a great opportunity today to buy some Meta, I feel like, on this move down by Snapchat. It's going to be a little scary for that report. Obviously, buying ahead when you're talking about revenues and sales and advertising, not a great little move there. There we go. We'll take out a piece right there on Snapchat at 18. But yeah, it's going to be a good one. The sticky note's locked and loaded. GameStop, I like it at 40. Let's see if we can break that high on the split-adjusted price today. Meta, GameStop, Shopify, Rivian, I like off this Tesla move. And what a great move it's been for Tesla again today, up to that 827 mark. NASDAQ down 0.3, S&P basically flat. So yeah, we're getting locked and loaded already here. We just took 7 cents on a little bit of a baby long here for Snapchat. We're still going to hold, obviously. We're only out of 5% of it, but let's see what happens here today, Brendan. It should be another good one on a Friday off of a fantastic week so far.
Yeah, a couple of positive notes for Rivian yesterday on the Amazon deal. If you missed it late in the day, they came out and said they're actually going to be on track to send Amazon 10,000 of those vans by the end of this year. So, yeah, good call there for Rivian. Let's get into everything else we'll have a look at this morning, including Tesla, obviously a monster yesterday. This was the story when I sat down this morning. Social media stocks leaning on the overall market a little bit on this Snapchat report, but as we saw, they're pretty flat. But this worth a note as well. Yeah, Tesla was a monster yesterday. JP Morgan out this morning raising their price target on Tesla. I mean, let's be honest, it's 410 from 385, but heading in the right direction, I guess.
Nah, like the thing about targets like that is it's not, when you're that far away from the price, it doesn't really make a difference. Like that's just, all they're doing is updating whatever mechanism or they have for calculating the current, the fair value based on earnings. That's all they're doing. They're updating that after you get the report. So it's pretty much, I think it's a bit of a nothing burger, but hey, why not? If you look at the amount that they did it by, coincidentally, you look at the breakout from yesterday, and then look at where we just broke out there at 820, and it's like, okay, well, all they are is 50% of where it's really trading. So if you just sort of double up their estimates, and that's where Tesla's going. It's 820 break. Wow, I don't think I've ever taken a breakout trade in Tesla in the pre-market. But the way that held in the afternoon, refusing to break the 820 level, was probably a bit of a sign for us here today. I don't know if it'll be able to repeat where Tesla is the one thing dragging the market up. If we end up having like a weak start to the day on a Friday, I feel like if we have a weak start to today, it's going to drag almost everything down. Yesterday, you actually saw Tesla hold the market up when the market was looking weak, and then when we eventually broke out, it just absolutely took off. I'm not sure it could repeat the favor. If we end up staying red today, I think it's going to be hard for Tesla to join that party. But 820, that's going to be a big level. I mean, if we don't hold that and then we get one of those 1% down days, then Tesla has room back to 800, which is an obvious support level for Tesla. Just an absolute boomer of a trade. It was killer. You had to accept the fact that it was going up. I initially wanted to short 800. When it got to that price, there was no way. There's no way you wanted that short when it got there. So I reversed and only went to the long side, thankfully, because that saves your net. Sometimes the trade you avoid is even better than the one you make.
Yeah, we only traded. It's kind of embarrassing. We probably should have traded Tesla a lot more yesterday than we wind up doing it, but it's still positive stock, and you don't need to trade it a million times to make a lot of money. We had that $11 winner one time on the 800 break, and now today you're seeing it up to 830. We also traded Rivian yesterday. I like this 34 level. We traded that yesterday off the break of 33.50. That was really great in the morning. There it is right there, the 33.50 break. Boom. That gave us about $1 up to 35 there, and then it faded out the rest of the day, and then sort of just, it bounced around 33.50, so maybe 34 is getting a little excited, but we did get that bump up today from Tesla again, and if you're going to look at a daily chart here for Rivian, I mean, it's just one of those levels that I really like, and we're going to wait to see what happens here, so let's zoom in a little bit more. Here it is right here, just breaking above. We showed this to you yesterday when we were talking about 33.50. We're getting through a lot of this garbage, obviously that bottom of 18, wow. So a great move back upside for Rivian. We're trying to break out. Let's see if we can hold this 34, or better off 33.50 here. So I really like Rivian into today. We'll see where it goes. I mean, I may not be able to get any longs. I am sitting down here near 34 flat in case this market really wants to come back to the downside and give us that trade. Because the thing is, I said this yesterday, although Rivian doesn't report until August 11th, I believe, still going to have some big moves off the open. So let's just wait to see. You can sometimes get prices that you never thought. Let's see what it did on yesterday's open. Yesterday's open, yeah, you dip down. Like, look at that, 32.60. And then about 10 minutes later, you're taking that 33.50 level. So it dips down $1, then takes the level we want, then goes up $1. So Rivian yesterday in the first half hour had a $2 range for a $30 stock. So not that that's that huge, but we do have to be ready for that as day traders because every penny means everything. So we'll wait to see where we go with Rivian. But I really like that as a long in the EV space today, along with Tesla. I think you just keep playing that long and you dip by. You do not short a name like Tesla today, guys.
Crypto on its way back to the upside as well after a brief interruption this week, thanks to Elon as well. I think everything's being blamed on Elon this week. Tesla, obviously, in their earnings report, selling 75% of their holdings, so we did get a bit of a move to the downside for BTC. We're right back to almost 24,000 here this morning, however, benefiting all of the crypto-related stocks once again today as well.
Oh, yeah, the crypto names have been pretty strong. Coinbase is the one I'm actually going to watch today. because it's getting to some interesting prices. Now, I'll pop the daily up first. So coin got all the way to, almost to that $80 level. If you look at the bottom of the channel it's been in, it has still yet to break out. Like, things got out of hand when it went 130 and got more than cut in half, putting in a 40 bottom. And then 40 bottom to 80. 80 is your double top that it's putting in right now. 77 current high. There was a wick, just in the middle of the day, was able to sort of break that 78 and get a little bit into the 79 level. 80 is the monster level. 77 is the lower high that it looks like we're going to be playing off of here at the open. If we break 80, fair enough, you could have a breakout. I want to be initially taking a resistance level that big as a fade. So if we get in front of that 80 level, I'll be looking to fade it with a possible pop through that 80 even, guys. So Coinbase got to be on watch. I mean, what an unbelievable rally. Like, this is... we're just talking about last week. You were at $50 on Coinbase. So to me, it feels like, I know Ether had a great run and everything. It feels a little bit too far, too fast. That's why we get to that 80, and I want to start fading off of that level. Good support down there at 70 to 71. I just kind of feel we have a better chance to get that short and the way the market's been going the last couple of days.
Neil having mouse issues, I guess, here.
Yeah.
I see these guys. There we go. Let's see if that works here. Can he right-click? He can now right-click his mouse. So thanks for that one. Okay, let's just keep going along here. Why am I long Snapchat? I mean, we talked about that a little bit. We will get to Snapchat very, very soon. It looks like it's going to take down $11 right now. It's just we're long at 11.11. It's not like a big trade here or anything like that. I wanted to see what it was going to do at 11, but if it breaks it, then we can get out for a 10-cent hit. We did take a little bit of a take right there. Here comes in right now to that 11 mark, so watch out. Snapchat coming back in right now. I don't even have an offer to get out of this. It's not a big position. I might just let it break 11. But thing is, though, like I think we all want to go short on this, don't we? So, yeah, so 1098, I mean, it's going to break.
It's SSR, though. That's the problem.
It's going to break right now, yeah. So there it is. So we'll just, you know what? I don't know. What do we want to do? Do we want to get out here? Let's just offer 11s, I guess, and get this out. There it is. So we'll get out of the majority of those at 11 there on that break. So we just sat there and offered and got some out. So we'll take a 10-cent hit there on that. But I'm just debating, like, do we actually want to go short this name?
I shorted 99, but here's the thing about Snapchat, and we always sort of talk about this. If the stock fails to break down, like if you end up getting a wick off bottom here, like the first thing you want to do is not be caught short the bottom. So I really don't want to give it too much room. If it doesn't fall from here, and we support this, it's gone down to 1096 on a break. 1096 on an 11 break when it's down 32%. If this ends up being a hard bottom, I would rather get stopped out of a great short for like 5 cents, 10 cents, something like really, really tight, than be caught at that low and then watch it rally. If it doesn't break the low, there's only one place for it to go. It's one thing I always sort of talk about here, but I always believe it. And so one of those, I'm willing to get this trade in. I just don't want to be holding it too far against me. I've seen these wick off bottoms on a stock down this much, and then if it does not actually follow through from this point on, you end up squeezing. Now, Snapchat doesn't have as big of a short interest as some other names that we've traded in the past in this particular spot, but that doesn't mean that it couldn't go. Down 33% is 33%. As a matter of fact, the bid is I'm just getting out right there. The bid was 300,000 on the New York book back at 11 just now, and I just punched right out. So I'm in, I'm out. I'm not even worrying about it at that particular point. Just saw that it goes back above 11. You get a gigantic bid. I took the shot. I actually added to the positions to get a 97 price, but then I can just get out and take the 5-cent hit right away and let this thing settle down. At this point, it was a shot to see if it would completely capitulate. I can always get back in anytime I want. I'm also in a Twitter short, by the way. Like, I'm in a Twitter short, so if Snap does capitulate, you're probably going to see Twitter fall as well. But the reality is, I've seen this story a few too many times. There's so much liquidity in this stock, you're not going to have any trouble getting back into it. But I took that one and hammered it and was not willing to have it be the ultimate bottom. And if we never see lower than 1095, I want to be long at the open. If there's no print between now and 9:30 lower than that 95, there's going to be a long to be had.
So, yeah, I'm not trading. You know, I don't think, unless you're trading like some serious shares here right now, I mean, it's just bouncing around $11. I'm not, like, I'm going to hold this short now until we take out that 11.10 on the upside. Like, I'm not trading anything that's that serious right now. I mean, I'm down. You like what I'm down right now. You can probably buy 2 Starbucks coffees. So I mean, I'm down literally $11 here. Like I didn't do anything on this trade. We got some out there at 11.20 or 11.19 or whatever it was, and then the rest out at that 11 break. And now we're short here right now with this trade. So I don't know. You know, I mean, let's just be honest here. It's not doing anything at this 11 level. So I'm going to wait for it. I mean, it breaks 11, goes down 3 cents, and comes back up. There's absolutely nothing to be scared about here with Snapchat whatsoever. So I'm just going to sit in this. We do have it here as a sell imbalance. But remember, like my call is, and I see what you guys are saying on the chat there about get into this one, don't get into that one. Maybe Snapchat's not a long today. Maybe it is. Don't long it, don't short it. And that's the problem, right? There's a lot of different opinions. And I just feel like it's only 6% short float, so that's not an issue like Neil mentioned. But Snapchat is coming down 14.5 million shares today. I just see that number, 32%, and I think like that's way too far. I don't think it's that bad, man. We had daily active users actually beating this time around. So I don't, you know, it seems like it's too far, and I feel that some value, you know, buyers may come in and want to gobble this one up. Obviously, this NYB here doesn't mean anything because it's a pre-market trade, so that's not even an active order. But you do have it here on the book right now for 700,000 shares to sell at the open. So that's, you know, if that gets going there a little bit, then it probably will tank this a little bit down into that 11.75 or something. Sorry, 10.75, something like that. But I just can't see this. Like, is Snapchat going to be down 40% today? Or do you think it's going to be more likely it's down 25% today, right? And so that's sort of where we are. If you look at it now, does it have 8% more to the downside, or can it recover 8% back up? So that's kind of, you know, what I'm thinking, that you could get a nice little recovery back up to the upside here on Snapchat. But realistically, when you're looking at a daily chart, man, Evan Spiegel came out right here and warned about all this stuff happening already. So it's like Snapchat was doing fine. I mean, not fine. I mean, it was pretty bad. I mean, it's been a bad run there. But again, a little bit of a warning there. Then you come with the news today, and here we go again, right? This is why I'm not getting out on that break back above 11. It's really not doing anything. If the move's going to happen, let's sit here and take some trades on it. But you know, this is going to be a tale of the open. I mean, the open's going to come. There's going to be tons of liquidity, like Neil said, tons of volume, and then we can trade it from there. But with that being said, I'm short here at 97, and I do have a bid at 90. So if this comes back into 90, then we can get some out, and then we'll just start to get some out on the way back again. So yeah, it's really small here today, not moving that much. I'm not scared of this Snapchat trade. If it takes 11.11, then maybe we'll reverse it to the long. But even then, I feel like I'm just throwing money around here, and you don't really need to. So it's only 8:47. I mean, we still have a long way to go before this Snapchat makes up its mind. Here we go. So down to 92. See, this is why I didn't get out, right? Here, let's see if we get a, see? And then right there, it was at 91, and I'm waiting at 90. So let's see. Maybe it doesn't take out some of these bottoms, and 11 is going to be a good hold. So we'll see right now on Snapchat. Hopefully we can get something out at 90 here and go from there, Brendan. But it's going to be a fun one, needless to say.
Ugly daily chart, wow, for Snap. Let's get into a few other things. This first, Micron, this just came out, Morgan Stanley cutting to underweight on MU and adjusting their price target accordingly for MU. So some of the chip stocks I noticed a little bit weaker than the overall market to kick things off this morning. We'll talk about that coming up. Michael Noss is here, chartered market technician with Trade Ideas, to give us an update on where we are overall. Good to see you as always, Michael. It's been a interesting week in the sense that it felt different as the dollar, I was saying, was coming off. You know, we saw some of the growth stocks come back to life and really lead this rally over the past, 4, 5, 6 days, depending on what you're looking at. But you're going to give us a reason as to why we should be cautious with this.
Yeah, so, well, first of all, good commentary on the dollar. I really think, I'm just bringing up the dollar here this morning, but I really think that might be the most important chart in the market right now. It seems to have an insane inverse correlation with the market. So UUP is the ticker, easiest to look at if you don't have futures access to look at the ETF. That's just the dollar index. But yeah, last week I was here and I kind of gave a reason, that statistical reason, that I thought that we could be bouncing and it could be a long. And I highlight that in the first slide here, where basically I just talked about how we had 2 gap downs based off news in a row, and then those rallied higher. And then I ran some statistics and said, okay, in the past, what did that mean, right? We talk about all the time about how it's not the news that comes out, it's the market's reaction to the news. So in that case, I think it was CPI, and then we had some other inflation news that came out bad. We had the 2 gap downs and the 2 rallies. So I myself took the trade because I think I found that there was about a 75% chance we were going to be higher this week. And, just to pat myself on the back a little bit, it was a pretty amazing week for that. But as we go into the next slide, I kind of want to zoom out a bit and be a little bit of a Captain Buzzkill here, where I need to remind everybody that we are in a downtrend. And the reason that I kind of felt that I would come out and do this now, normally I like to give swing ideas and come with some cool scan or something that I built, but I think people might be getting a little bit too excited. So what I did is I just drew a line on the swing highs and the swing lows, just to remind everybody that not only are we still in a downtrend, that we have bounced when we've been in this downtrend many times before. So like I always do, we always work on past data. That's kind of a criticism technicians get, but I always say, if you can give me future data, I would love it. But until then, we'll start working on past data. And the next slide down here is the 2008 financial crisis. And the reason that I wanted to bring this chart and show this chart is to show that when you are in a bear market, all of the bounces that you get are generally pretty substantial, right? So you can see we've had in the 2008 crash, we had a lot of 7% bounces. We had a lot of 12% bounces. We had some 25% bounces. If we go down to the next chart, this is the tech bubble. So 2000 to 2002, these bounces were even crazier. You're talking like 48, 28, 50% bounces. And again, I'm just doing this to highlight that, yes, we are in a bear market rally, but we need to understand that it is just a bear market rally until we get some sort of change in trend, right? So we, take your longs, but understand that we are still counter trend trading. So again, I'm going to be a bit of a buzzkill on that. This is what's going on right now. This is me. I just measured out the other rallies that we've had so far in this bear market. We had 13% in March. We had another 13% or so. These are obviously rounded in May. And if we do another 13% on this one, that leads us to about 403 on the SPY, which is really, really close, especially with today's little gap action there. So what I need to do is I need to find out, is there an opportunity here to take a short? And then the next slide shows something really interesting I've noticed. This is just really zoomed in over the past 6 days or so. Again, you can see that bottoming candle that I marked as 1. It was the candle after that I came on here and said, hey, we're reacting well to this bad news. Maybe we should look for a little bit of a bounce. And you can see we've put in higher low after higher low after higher low. So the last 6 days in a row, the SPY has not been able to take out the low of the day before it. So as I always do, I went back 10 years and I ran the statistics on that and said, okay, what happens when we are below the 200-day moving average and we have this unusual event of these higher lows in the market? 60% chance that we're down in a week's time. And, we're down way more than we're up on that 40% chance. So for me, I'm going to look to buy some puts on any weakness in the overall SPY that will expire next week. And I'll let you guys know how it goes.
Yeah, it looks like a familiar trend anyways on the daily time frame if you zoom out a little bit and get a better picture of where we're at. However, if you look at a daily time frame of individual stocks or even the SPY in general, was that a higher low that we just put in on the daily time frame? And here's a question that I've had over the past couple of days, many times from viewers, and that is, what does it take for that to be a higher low?
Well, from a purely technical point of view, it's going to be a higher high, right? So a trend is simply, in a downtrend, you're making lower lows and lower highs, and in an uptrend, you're making higher highs and higher lows. So let me just bring up my chart of the SPY here, but a technical higher high, we're talking about 420. So For me, if I can see a break and a hold above 420 for a couple days, then I'll start to change my tune. But until then, I'm just going to be cautious. I'm still long a bunch of stuff from last Friday's session we did here, but I'm just going to be very, very quick to take profits and just kind of understand the entire context of bear market rallies and kind of how they happen.
Very important to understand that, but also take advantage of short-term moves because they've been amazing and opportunities have been amazing over the past couple of weeks. Great stuff. Michael Noss, Chartered Market Technician with Trade Ideas. Appreciate the time as always.
Thank you very much. Have a good weekend.
As always, thank you, Michael. And this is what everyone's always concerned about: bear market rallies. Are we hitting a bottom? Where are we going to reverse to? We're at a very interesting point. If you look at so many charts, you're going to see. Like on the daily, like you get to like a 10% retracement back in the SPY, and you hit in the 50 period, you're breaking on some. There's so many names that are resting right on it, even like a small cap. I'm going to talk about Tough Built right now. Tough Built just ran $1.20 from bottom to top in the last hour or so after having a pretty impressive rally to end the day yesterday. So another strong move here for Tough Built. But on the daily, it got right into this 50, into resistance here at about 630 to 650 area. And now it's starting to chew it up. I'm going to anticipate this is going to pull right back in. Wow, this is actually more sensitive now. Anyways, this is actually pulling. If it pulls back in here, I'm looking at this $5.90 to $6 here for consolidation. If we consolidate there off of yesterday's high, I think we can take out the top. It does feel like it needs to retrace a little bit before it can make that breakout. But TBLT, I mean, forget about the market at the 50 period. I mean, you're getting beat down small caps that have been down there so long that suddenly the major moving averages catch back up, you get a little bit of a bounce, and now they're trying to break out. Up 10% here today, had a strong day yesterday. I'm looking for this $5.90 to $6, yesterday's highs. We can bounce off that. I think we can take that top.
So we lost, first of all, we made 8 cents on a little bit of Snapchat, then lost 11 on the rest, and then just took out some more here at 88s, 87s, as we are now short. So we will, hopefully, by the time this market opens up, we will be positive here on Snapchat today. But we are short that name right now as that's coming in. And then there we go. We just take another profit spot here again on Twitter as it comes back in, and we get a 60 bid there. We're short 78 right now, a small trade there, and then a much bigger average in up here at 38.95. So we'll see. Well, not much bigger, but a little bit bigger. We'll see if this can continue to go to the downside here for Twitter. So we'll see, man. But right now we are now, well, I mean, depends. It's going to be, it's literally, my net is just fluctuating between positive and negative right now as the Snapchat goes up and down 2 or 3 pennies. So, you know, that's how sensitive right now we are to what Snapchat's doing. And then, of course, Twitter, we've already taken that profit, but we'll wait to see if that can come back down. So right now, short two social media stocks and looking to get long Meta if we dip into that 170, but we will get to that in a little bit. But right now, surprised to see Snapchat on the right side? Not. What's up, Brendan?
Yeah, a number of downgrades, a number of price target cuts. There it is, Snapchat. We put Goldman Sachs on there, but there's 4 or 5 all negative. AT&T on here, earnings yesterday for them. There's that Micron note I mentioned. Morgan Stanley to the downside for Micron. Danaher, top of the upgrade list today, up in the pre-market as well.
Yeah, Danaher crushed it yesterday. They had a huge earnings beat. But right before the open, I think we were talking about that. That 75 level, when it broke, it got a big move in there. Micron, I just talked about the 50 on the daily. Yeah, well, Micron just rejected that one yesterday right at those highs. So you get the downgrade here today. And this is what I mean about, like, you're going to have a lot of setups where you're getting to resistance levels. And to me, until it breaks it, you know, you reject a level like that, I'm going to favor the short side of the trade. So if we see 64, you know, where you're back on that daily chart, those highs, yeah, do I want to short 64 if I get it? Yeah, I'll probably short 64. But for now, I got to think about what was the previous floor the last couple of days. 61.80 on any pop, I want to take the short. If this breaks 60 even, you have some room to the downside. But if I don't like breakouts, sometimes I'm not going to love the breakdown as well. So I'm going to hold off. It has to travel $1 from here downside into a break of that level, which I think is asking a little bit too much. Then you're paying down and you're too far away from your risk level, which to me is this 61.80 to 62 is my first resistance on Micron. I like Micron to the short side today. I know it ended the day with a long trade because it was just this little consolidation breaking 63. But again, that failed that high on the daily chart. So as long as that happened, now we're gapping lower. I'm going to be fading Micron here in front of 62. I might like the company, but the chart's telling me there's a shortable trade in there to that 62 level.
So I turned, thanks to who that was there, Nikhil. Thank you so much. Yeah, we turned around. I do think it's going to be a bearish day today, so we'll put the bull into a bear, and there it is on Snapchat again. Just touched, what, 85 and stopped. So I'm waiting at 82. Hopefully we can get a nice move down here on Snapchat and finish off that move for sure. I wanted to say something else, and I can't remember what it is, so we'll have to go back to Brendan right now at Snapchat, done 19 million shares. There's a lot, there's a lot to look at here. Oh, I think it was just that if you're going to be buying any chip names, man, just go with AMD and NVIDIA. Some of the moves that these names can have when you get them right. We have bottoms, but like look at AMD here. It's such a monster. These are high performance chips, right? And that bottom of $75. I don't know. The bottom's 70, but even if you take 80 and you were like, you know what, 80 was the bottom and you averaged into it, sure, you did have to hold it about 10% against you, but now it's 10% in the money right here. So I think that these are going to be the good names to trade moving forward. I'm not sure about today, like I said, if the NASDAQ's going to be down and AMD is going to be down. We will talk about some key levels here, but forget about, Micron's a great trading name. The same thing is true for Micron off the bottom too, right? That bottom was 70 to 90 there on AMD, and when and if this ever loads, you're going to see a very similar bottom when you go 52 up to 62, right? So it's still a nice little 20% bump off the bottom here for Micron and NVIDIA, but look at this, down 4 and a bit percent today. If there's going to be something that you're going to be short, it is going to be Micron. What a nasty move to the downside off of that 62. I still think you can get going on this name, but I trade more AMD and NVIDIA, so I think we'll look at that. But for today, it'll be social media stocks early and hopefully often on the board for me.
All right, let's bring in Arun here, get a check of the overall market as we head into a flat Friday so far. Arun, what are you looking at?
Well, this market's done a lot. I think it deserves a break at this point. So here it is, flirting around with 4,000. We kind of cracked it yesterday. Now coming back from underneath again. It still looks like yesterday's breakout trend to the upside is still in play. So we're going to respect the same levels that we would have used if the 80 broke. So if with 80 being the top end yesterday and finally breaking, 45 becomes your new support level. And given that the trend is intact, if it comes down to 80, mid 80s, preferably low 80s into the 70s, there's your chance to pick up some longs on a dip. So you're back to the buying the dip situation until the trend breaks. And this has been quite the trend here since we did that U-turn on after the 18th we sold off, and the 19th of the morning we just did a U-turn and straight up. It's just continued that move. So here we are kind of just waiting for this. You really can't do a whole lot with it when it's at 4,000. There really isn't much left. You're going to need some trading to be done north of 4,000 to find out what the new levels are. But if it does dip, it provides an opportunity for potential buy pickups on the way down. So all the way down to 45, there could be a chance there. You just gotta, I would do it in pieces, if anything. The first batch would be get some on the way down and then see if it slows down, and at what point it slows down, then you can start pricing in against that 45 as your support. But for now, I would just kind of stay away from this. As it's flirting with the 4,000, you really can't do a whole lot. If it dips, it gives you an option. If it takes off, you're gonna have to let this thing trade a little bit more and then give you a new level to work with.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. Have a great weekend. Let's jump into everything else you need to know. Heading towards the open here this morning. That's a link to the watch list, guys. Make sure you pick that up every day. Before we come on, we send it out to you for free. You can use the link, the QR code also available there. Snapchat, obviously top of the list this morning, hurting the entire social media group, including Meta. We'll discuss a little bit here as well. But first off, it's worth mentioning, a few positives in this report, even though the forecast was terrible. They missed on the revenue side of things, but daily active user number was up on a quarter-over-quarter and year-over-year basis for Snapchat, but here we are, down 33%. They also announced it's not huge, 500 million share buyback.
It was a pretty easy trade breaking through that 11 mark, to be honest with you. If we just had held that and traded that, then we'd be fine and there would be no problems. As my shoelace just came undone. Yeah, so down 31% here. I still think it's too much, but we got to play the momentum a little bit right now. And I put down here too a repurchase program. Let's not forget about that. 500 million. It's not huge, but it's still fine. At least it's a repurchase program there. And daily active users rose, right? But their loss there widened. So they did miss. Obviously, it's down 31%. And they did talk about a lot of headwinds in advertising, and that's been a big slowdown right now. So we were looking at. That's a pre-market high of 1170. I mean, that's not going to come into play right now as we're down to 1090. So we'll wait on that play, right? So that's probably not going to happen. And now that we've broken back down in 11, maybe a 12 is a decent level to short. But I don't mind this long here. I am short right now on this play. And like I said, we're actually going to wind up hopefully be up on this name as we did take a long there and a little bit of an out, then got out and went short. That's the purple tick into the short. And then here's some profit taking spots for me here on Snapchat. So I think the story is going to remain the same. We're just going to wait for it to open up, see what happens. I'm going to push long if we could take this 1111 area here out. So that's sort of where we first went long. It's 1110. If that comes through off the open, then we will push long and then ride this hopefully up to something like 1150, 1140, and then we can reassess. It's going to be a wild ride here this morning. I mean, Snapchat, to say that is like down 33%. Remember the other thing too is traders that might have been short already because of some of this talk that they had warning of this exact thing, a slowdown in advertising. If they're still short, well, into earnings, guess what? You win. You're up 33%, and now just in one day up 33%. If you've been short from 22, I mean, you've got a double basically on. So that's going to be a great trade, and I just wonder if there's going to be some profit taking early here on Snapchat. So that's sort of what I was waiting for in this move back to the upside. So that's why I'm now out of half of this trade on the short. You can see there's 5 outs here, and I am getting a little nervous looking at the momentum to the upside right now. We might have flushed the bottom there. Like I said, I'd love to still be in the short when and if this market opens up. Not if, it is going to open up, but if it opens up around here at $11, I still like the short. I'd rather be in this for the flush than look for that bottom and then bang that to the upside, because I really think that down 33% is just going to be too much for Snapchat, and I feel like the long is eventually going to be the trade that you want, but I do understand everybody's concern about going long here, about going short on Snapchat into this move. So there it is. See, it just takes 11 and just dancing around. So I just remember what I said about 20 minutes ago, and that is that it's going to dance around here at 11. We need this market to open up, so let's take profit when profit is there, and let's worry about the downside if and when that does come. So here we go. Looks like we're going to try to take out this 1110 right now, which is fine, man. I mean, I'm up more now, obviously, than I was holding that long against me back down through 11. So, hey, it's just like it's going to be a little bit of a whipsaw action here on Snapchat. Really glad that we're able to get some of this out. Like I said, it'll be a couple cups of coffee here in the morning, and we'll hope to make a little bit more than that once this opens up.
Yeah, what I remember is Robinhood. There's a few other ones like this where you gap down 50% or 15% to and above. Call it 30s, 40s. There's been a few stocks that have done this on earnings. And essentially what's happened almost every single time, now I can't think of a situation, there might have been 1 or 2 times this has not happened. But if you are down that number, you try to take out the last level of resistance. And on the daily chart, Snapchat is below, and it goes right below that all-time low, or that low from like $12 or whatever it ends up being. You try to take out a fresh low. In this case, it happens to be 11. You don't hold below that price, and then it's a squeeze at the open. So that pattern is played out over and over again. And what I remember about it was that in the case of Robinhood, it was like a shutdown central trade. I'm telling you, we've seen a couple of these situations where you're 10% move to the upside at the open. We've seen halts at the open to the upside on a stock which had absolutely god-awful earnings. So sometimes it just comes down to, if everybody's piled into the short and profit taking comes into it, then the only other place to go is to the upside. And in which you just had there, it was a breakdown. Yeah, I could have held on to the short trade, and I would have made 5 or 10 cents on it. But ultimately, every time I've seen this, if it regains that previous low and rejects breaking weekly to that downside, it's been a bit of a screaming buy. So I think I'm playing this into about at least 10 to 11.25, if not 11.50. and then go from there. $12 is an obvious level of resistance. If the stock gets to $12, I'm willing to fade it. But as I said, if we reclaim that level with a weak break to the downside, I was going to look for a long trade. If it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. And that's a new mantra of mine after losing on situations where we just short a stock because everything about the report was bad. I don't think the buyback means much of anything, to be quite frankly honest with you guys. They didn't guide whatsoever. The last time they missed, they revised their guidance last time and then missed that. And then it was an absolute gong show. It was like a 30% to the downside day. In this case, they don't even guide forward. So look, it's Snapchat. I get it. I understand it. The report isn't good, and it's not necessarily good for the ad space. But now this is just a simple case of if it's not breaking that bottom, shorts are going to cover when they're in the money this far.
A case in point, have a look at Meta's chart today, I should say. Down 5.4% right now, trying to push the lows as well. Similar move here. Aftermarket, obviously not as big, but yeah, Meta in trouble here on the advertising front as well.
Look, this is the thing. We're going to get Meta and we're going to get Alphabet. And what's interesting about Meta is how strong it had previously been. Like it was breaking out since the name change, I guess, right? It was breaking out of this 172.73, which was huge resistance before. And it looked like it was just screaming going into earnings. And then suddenly it gets dragged into this whole mess. Now, if it gets into this channel, 72 down to 66, I think there's going to be a long opportunity. I think there's going to be some buyers in there. And we do, if memory serves, when we had this happen the last time with Snapchat, everyone thought it was going to be doom and gloom for everybody in the ad space. I'm not saying things turned out well, but at least in the next couple of days, there were some buys to be had in terms of catching some bids. Now, I like Meta here, but the support has to be, it's got to either bounce, just straight up reject any move lower than 72, or I want to see it off of these lows at that 68 level. That's a pretty wide range. So it's got to be like right in front of it or at that 72 or take something in that 68 range. I don't want to be diddling in the middle. You take a 70 long and it gets a little bit too tricky. So I do like Meta for some opportunities to a dip buy. Where I'd want to short the stock, I'm not sure we even see 78 to 80. If we get a really strong day, I guess that's going to be a possibility. And then you throw Google in there. So you throw Alphabet in there a little bit as well. This chart wants to load up. You throw Alphabet into this one as well. This is not going to be split adjusted, but I think that 110 level can be a bit of a support there for Alphabet. I'm going to favor Meta in this particular case for the trade, just given the last couple of sessions. But we need to see 66s for me to 68s for me to really love any kind of a long there in Meta.
AXP, guys, not on the board, but I just noticed it's on the watch list today, but I just noticed this. Just broke the high. So AXP out this morning, 6% to the upside here. Better than expected for American Express. Not a typical day trading stock, but decent report, decent move here so far this morning.
It's going to go ahead and cancel my dip buy order on American Express. I don't think we'll see. We're not going to be using 150 as support today because you can forget about it. There was a point when it was pulling back off 160, and that actually seemed like it was realistic. Like you could have had a break of 55, and then you're into that 150 area, grabbing 51s and 52s. But the spend is still there. Like we keep talking about on stocks that are actually trying to break out. You take the channel, you break the channel, you find support in front of that 50 period in front of 150. Now that's a look for me. There's still room to the upside. On the chart anyways, whether you can actually get there today, up 5%. I'm a little bit dubious. 55, just because it's midway between, could be a bit of a thing there for AXP. I just keep one thing in mind. For this kind of stock, it doesn't do a lot of volume. Usually you want to wait till the open to be able to get into a trade where you're going to actually find some liquidity on this. And if we find that liquidity at 155, then you're set up for a decent trade. You can take like 50s to 60s, so 55 half to 56 with a risk down to 55 even, and then play a strong stock on a dip. But I would have a stop at 55. If it goes below that price, I'd be thinking back to where I liked it this morning, which is to say, I don't understand why it would trade anywhere close to where it was yesterday. I mean, people have been looking for signs of the strong consumer. I think you find it at least here with American Express having a fantastic report. This market has been about relative strength and weakness the last little bit. So here's your relative strength. Let's not make it too complicated.
Look, I've been talking about American Express for a long time. I think it's the best credit card to get into. The banks foreshadowed a strong consumer as far as credit card spend and whatnot is going to go. And then we just have a note here that rose to record levels, their Amex cards, right? And I also was talking about the return of travel becoming pretty key for this market again, right? So, you know, as more people travel, as businesses start kicking around again on the upside there, you know, more people using those Amex Black cards, and I just think that it's a big loyalty program. It's a nice little move back up here to the upside. You can see that 150 break is pretty epic. I mean, that happens obviously overnight there, and you're unable to get it, but it's a nice 150 break. Anything back down to 150 is definite long. I have my bids at 154.25, so we'll see if that can come back in here. Here's 155, so we'll go a little bit lower to 154 and then just see if it holds. So that's what I'm going to be doing on American Express. Dip buying today. That bottom right there is 153 right there, so there could be something to come in for that. That little bottom is 154, so we'll wait to see here what's going to happen on American Express, but I don't blame anybody that's trying to get a longer a little bit earlier than that level. So far so good, man. Yeah, thanks Mike there about AXP since that breakdown. Yeah, we have been calling that, but you got to wait. I mean, I said it the other day about earnings, right? You got to wait for earnings to come through, because if it's the other way, then you're retesting some of these bottoms. So I think you have a green light to buy American Express right now. Let me see here quickly. AXP. Let's just see what their dividend is. It's probably 2 to 3%. Nah, it's only 1.4%. So only 1.4% dividend here on American Express. But that forward PE of 13 is real low. Obviously, the cash on hand is enormous, $33 per share. So American Express isn't going anywhere. This is not a company that's at risk of, you know, even really retesting these lows. I don't think, you know, you get the number that you want today from AXP, and it is a nice upside move, 5.5%. As we've seen these banks go, you can go a lot more. I mean, I didn't think Citigroup was going to go 12% that day, so let's wait to see what does happen. Shopify, we may not get to that name, but it's at a very nice level as well of $40. It's not going to look good on our chart here, but trust me when I tell you, I'm not even going to load it up. We had that. Our charts, unfortunately, don't adjust for splits, so you'll have to see right here. Here's $40 on the bottom, and maybe I can make this a little bit better. This is $40, so it goes all the way back, obviously, to May, where you have this $40 level. So I was just thinking that if the market, you just play it two ways, right? It's on the sticky note here. All I wrote down was shop 40, because if the market rips today, then 40 is going to be a great bottom. It's at 39 already, so you're already through that. What you're going to want to do is take 40 to the long side if the market starts to get going, or we look to maybe dip buy, which is what I put on there at that 38. I'm actually willing to buy some down here at 38. If you see yesterday's chart, you know, we did. Where's 38? It's right into here, into this. Again, it doesn't look like anything. It's where we closed yesterday was $39. So I just dropped it down into some of this consolidation in the afternoon, which is like $37.50 or so. So if Shopify comes down to 38, I think it's worth a try. Give it about that dollar of room down to 37. So we'll see about Shopify. I mean, I don't want to go long on these names that have been real, like, you know, firestorms here. So Shopify is going to be a little bit of a risk if the market tanks, and you got to look out below on this name. But for right now, we're bidding 38. We'll see if it can hold out for that level. But again, it's going to be a lot of this is market dependent. And as you can see, look, so far this morning, this is about as choppy of a morning as you can see. Considering Snapchat's down 32%, Meta's down what, 4% now, or a little bit more than that? Let's just check out Meta quickly here. Meta down 5% now. So, you know, considering Meta down, Google down, a lot of these ad-based systems down today. Twitter up, which is kind of funny. That's starting to go higher.
I just took out Twitter 39 break.
Yeah, that sucks, man. Twitter to the upside right there. Well, I'm waiting for, I don't have very many shares, so I'm going to wait for 40. But Twitter is the only name which today, obviously, they come out with their report, and they just start to go to the upside there. So, yeah, that's... it sucks, man, because it looks like both. I don't know if you're in anything else, but like it looks like I'll go 0 for 2 here on the morning time.
They're going the same way,
so
Snap's going up.
Yeah, so... All right, Brennan, it looks like some of these names are just going to have to wait for the market to open up here.
Yeah, let's get to GME here, guys. A lot of people wondering what to do with this thing now. We are sliding a little bit. It's worth noting in the pre-market. Yeah, our charts aren't going to look like much for GME now after the split, but down in the pre-market, you get to pay 37 today for GME.
The thing is, we can do the math at least. So, I mean, The chart's still valid because anyone's looking at a split adjusted chart, like you're gonna be fine. But I'm gonna look back at this week's support here, about 145 or so. The level I'm kind of working with is about 37 to 37.5 for support. $40, yes. 160 was a rejection yesterday. We talked about that in the afternoon. So that works out to $40. Love 40. I'd fade in front of it. I'd take a break if it broke 40. I'm just not sure it's going to get there right now. Right now, you're looking for where it might be able to dip to if it's going to catch a bid. And I think that's down around that $37 price range. The 50 periods or the 200 period moving average is going to be lower than that, about 35.5 if things get really, really frisky, which, as a matter of fact, it looks like it's doing. So the whole sell the news event has ended up happening. I'll just go ahead and cancel this order. If it gets too far away from a price, I don't necessarily want an order just sitting out there. Like, it's one thing sitting within a pocket of a range in case you get a pop to get into a position. It's another thing for it to have to run like $3 for me to get a fill. Well, if that happens at 9:30, well, I'll have to. You'd be evaluating it really quick because that's a pretty big snap to the upside. So watch out for this 37. Looks like it's going to be in play right now. There's not a lot of liquidity here, and that's a disappointment. I expected the volume to already be well over 1 million shares on GameStop. I expected to see tighter spreads. Instead, it's just trading pretty much the exact way that it was when it was at $160, which is that's a disappointment. It's nothing burger. The volume has to come in en masse at the open for me to like this. If I'm going to catch a bid here, maybe it's going to have to be on a real capitulation to 35. 40 might be a foregone conclusion that that's just not happening today after it rejected yesterday.
Yeah, I wrote down $40. I mean, I think 40 is going to be a good level there for GME. I mean, it's probably going to be a great level for the short now that we're down $3. I mean, you got to go up 10% from here. Obviously, it's not down 75% today, GME. It really sucks that our charts don't do that, but that is what that is. Hopefully soon I will bring that up and see if there's something they can do about it over there with our engineers and stuff like that. But okay, so $40 right here. You can see this is an e-signal chart. So $40 right into there. You know, could be something for concern. I feel like they want to. It could pop through that today. So I already do have a bid to go long through $40. I feel like there's a chance to get there. I mean, when I made this comment on the sticky note, we were up to 39, and then since then, it's really come back in here down to $37. So if Snapchat's going to work, great. If GameStop's going to work, I like it through $40. I think the break could happen. This might be the day that some of the apes and whatnot we're waiting for. By the way, we're now in the money on Snapchat, and it looks like it'll be a green stock for us today, even before the market opens. But there it is, $40.25 now. There it is. Yes, let's go Snapchat right now. So I like the $40 break. I told you that we would take the long here on Snapchat on the break through 11, and here it is. So we just took some out again right there at 11, right at VWAP at 11,817. I think we can go longer. This is the biggest position I've had on Snapchat all day, and it's going to be the long just against this bottom of 1085. If it comes back down and breaks it, fine. You know, this has just been a very, very choppy open. We went short, then we got out. We went long, then we got out. Now we're back long again. So let's just see. We just took out some profit. This is how I'm going to trade this name probably today, just by scalping out, taking key price levels, and going with them. So obviously, there's not going to be more key level than 11, and then that bottom of the day of 1085. So let's see. There's a lot of room to the upside. I really like this 1140. My next offer, I do have a small offer for 5% at 1125, but I think we can pop through this 1140 level, and you guys can thank me later or tell me how much of an idiot I am for going long. So let's wait to see here. But so far, so good today, man. We held out on this break for Twitter. I feel like that's going to be a good move holding out. We are waiting for 40s to get in more shares here, but today's just going to be one of those days. And if we don't get to Rivian, that's another name that I do like down here on the 34 bottoms. It's starting to continue its move to the upside. As you can see, Tesla still banging at that 830, man. So that's the high of the day, 830 on the knot. You know, it's going to take that out for sure, I would say, off the open. I don't know if you want to play breakouts on the open. That has been pretty dangerous, especially into earnings names. And even though Tesla was earning yesterday, their report, I still consider this an earnings play because it's rocking here, over 1 million shares, up that 2%, well against the market here. 830 looking like a pretty juicy long for Tesla, as is that 34 on Rivian. So, hey, I'm excited. I'm all jacked up. We'll see if we can once again go perfect this week. And it all going to start with a few early trades here. And Snapchat would be nice if it holds above this 11.
Let's talk about crypto. Here's a look at Bitcoin in real time. This is an hourly chart. Nice looking chart here, back to the upside on the hourly time frame, trying to get back to 24,000. Same story for Coinbase, up 3% here, not 24,000 obviously, but trending in the right direction once again for these crypto names.
Yeah, so someone in the chat just said have a look at Mara. I like Coinbase today, and I sort of went over that $80 level and the 76 level of the lower high it's trying to put in here for a bit of a channel, both to short in front of maybe that 76 or that 80, but then it gives you a channel long 76 to 80 in Snapchat, not Snapchat. I got Snapchat on the brain because it's going to be the one today. But Mara, this had a failed break earlier this week, and I had the breakout, and this is what it gave you at that 14. It gave you to 14.20. I then tried the reload into the long, and then that was okay. It got you like 40 or 50 cents, but this was my out, right? So this is me getting out at 75 on the reload and then paying down and losing 40 pennies or so, like maybe 30 cents. So it was just a pretty unsuccessful long, and then now we're trying to break back out, and that break was right at that 14 level. 14.20 looks like the big one for Mara. When you have a look at the daily chart, it's in the air up here. So this is very different from what Coinbase looks like, where Coinbase has some overhead resistance, I think, if it goes a few bucks. Mara doesn't. So if Bitcoin starts breaking back out at that 24,000, I don't see how that's an invalid long. I just prefer Coinbase today. That's the one I was watching and have actually done some diligence on. But yeah, Mara, that's pretty juicy. I just remember I had this break a couple of days ago, right? And like it barely paid me anything. And then when I tried reloading it on the dip, I ended up red on the stock because of the reload. So I'm kind of skittish playing. It's not skittish playing Mara. It's just I remember when I made money on Mara, and it had nothing to do with breakout style trades. Like usually I was fading the stock to actually make some money on it, and I don't really see any shorts that I like. So I'm going to just trade Coinbase today.
I'm trying to negotiate with Cheyenne to come back on the bell, so hopefully I can get that to pop off right here. The bell is only 4 minutes away, so Cheyenne, if you're watching, I'm also chatting with her right now, so hopefully she'll be able to come back out and ring that bell for you. With Thursdays with Tony was not yesterday, nor was Tuesdays with Tony, but Fridays with Tony also won't be happening. But hopefully he'll be on the bell very, very soon. Thanks to Michael Noss from Trade Ideas, was a fantastic guest with us earlier. I really like the fact that he brought up this name, UUP. I guess it's on the Amex. Good guess there, because this is that dollar trust. So I was always looking, and it's not. It's an equity. I'm not going to trade it, but if you wanted to look at something here that follows what that U.S. dollar is doing, of course, he brought this to our attention. This is the U.S. dollar index here, but it's a bullish ETF. So I don't know. I'll have to do some research to see if it's levered or whatever, but it doesn't look like it is. This is the move that's been happening here in the U.S. dollar. It has come back a little bit now, so I feel like this is a great little tool to look at. If this is starting to go to the upside, that means stronger. I mean, I'm guessing this is what it means without doing some work, a stronger U.S. dollar. So stronger U.S. dollar hasn't been great for these tech names. So you could see a little bit of a pullback the last couple days, and we've seen what the NASDAQ has done in those couple days as well. So I feel like every single day, like I said here, 21 years, learning something every single day. And I've been watching it on investing.com, just the dollar index itself, the Dixie, but DXY. But now that we found this UUP, I want to thank Michael Noss from Trade Ideas for this one, because and again, I don't want to like say this is the grail or anything like that, but I have noticed over the last little while that that's what's been going on here. The NASDAQ's going up as the U.S. dollar pulling back in, which makes a lot of sense because, as you know, Brendan, we had Microsoft and a few of these other big names, a lot of them, Meta, everything, warning of U.S. dollar strength hitting earnings. So, all right, man, we only have 2 minutes. We got to go over to Brendan quickly and then back over here.
Yeah, speaking of blockchain, guys, let's have a look at SDIG. Remember, this one popped up beginning of the week, 2, 3, 4 days in a row now, back to the upside, 26%. Again, got to watch Bitcoin. We're getting into a pretty significant area here, though. 450 up to 5 was the sticking point on the way down for this thing on the daily chart. But impressive so far, very strong for SDIG in the pre-market.
SDIG, and 125 on Amazon's happened. I was just saying to Sean, like breakouts at 928. I can't remember the last time those were usually good, but we said in 125 would be a thing yesterday in the afternoon show, so there's no way I was going to avoid it. In Amazon, remember the split was 20-1, so that's that $2,500 level on Amazon, which was its last level of resistance. Sometimes it's not a bad thing that it's not split adjusted, because you can see right here, this is 2,500 getting rejected before they had the split. So long on Amazon at 1250. There's a big level on Affirm I want to quickly go over on the daily. It's up at $31 on the daily chart. Huge monster level. I'm going to be shorting in front of it. If it breaks at 31, the market's that strong. Congratulations to the market. It will burn me short in Affirm if we get through 31. But that would have to be a reversal above that price. It's too significant not to.
I can't be the people's trader if I don't give the people what they want. We got our 2 best bell ringers on the bell today, as Cheyenne has come through. So thank you, Cheyenne, for that one. There you go, guys. Trading got you on our mind as well, so I'm here for you. Cheyenne's going to be here ringing the bell in about 30 seconds with Tony to start this big day for us. Snapchat bouncing around. We already have that played down to 1085. If that does break, Snapchat on the way down quickly before we go over to the bell. Let's just see. Snapchat is still a sell here on the inbound. Shopify switched over. No, that's still a sell, but that's what's going on right now. With only 20 seconds to go, we're very excited. We introduced her yesterday, Cheyenne from Day Trade the World. So let's go over there with only 10 seconds left. Cheyenne and Tony getting ready to ring the bell. So here we go with only 8. Don't hit the bell too hard this time, guys. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's do this.
Oh my goodness.
All right, they're always battling. Everyone's battling on the bell, but I like it.
one-upsmanship.
As long as it's not Randy, we good there, but you guys are welcome there. So let's get going now to the upside here. Snapchat on my mind. It's obviously the only position that I have right now. We're watching Snap, Rivian, Shopify, all of them.
Yeah, Snap, look, obviously it's trying to hold that $11 even area. Tesla just rejected that top. Looks like it's pulling back. So obviously I have to watch Amazon, as I'm going to have a relatively tight stop on any breakout trade. Micron just put me short, but this is Tesla. Rejected that high of the day there, right at 8:30. So you could be headed down before we get any kind of a bounce. GameStop just cratered as well. So I was looking at $35. It just cratered to 36 and it's trying to make a bounce here off that 36 level. 35 for sure. That's the level I would want to defend here in GameStop.
Okay, so I really like, Amazon is dancing around there. I don't actually even mind that play. I actually like the long there off that level, so we'll see what happens. I know you're in it, so we'll leave that alone for now. Apple up to 155. Let's go Snapchat, bouncing around $11 still. I don't even know if it's opened yet. I don't know. I don't see the New York
it is
book
now. I think it just
yet.
opened.
Maybe it just opened up, but not worried about that. I already have my play for Snapchat. You want to take out the bottom, bro, take it out. Okay, here comes Apple right now, up to the upside again. Bad wicks from yesterday, but here we go. 156 there on Apple. Looks like it wants to go as well. Maybe this market's going to be real strong today, which would be real good if that is the case, but Apple through 156. Wow, you can't stop this stock, that's for sure. Apple looks like it wants to go. I'm taking the long break of 156, but here the market coming back down. Watch out for that 156 long break on Apple.
Yeah, I just got wicked out of Snap there. But it looks like it's heading to low anyway, so I'm not going to re-engage. I was able to get half it up, but I held half that position, even though it made a bit of a bounce. So it's going to be an L for me there. I thought 35 on GameStop. It just bounced $1.50 off 36.20. And sometimes it has to do this. Like, it has to break down before you get an absolute jailbreak rally to the upside. And I do want to find a long here, thinking you should have had some momentum in this stock. Now, I'm going to look at 37 on a potential dip. Micron, I talked about getting into this one, so I'll quickly go over. It goes right to that 62 and rejects. So I got the short at 61.75. The wick off top at 9.30 that you end up getting is right here at 62.10. So that's going to be my new out for this name. I'll get to Coinbase in a second. Affirm does not make a move to the upside. It only goes to the downside as the market puts in a hard reverse. Hard reverse. Amazon just failed its breakout. Tesla got down to 820. Micron's working in the money. It looks like it's going to be the shorts that play out here. So I only got one. I want Affirm to be one of the other ones. I might have to play it off the 30 level in a weak market.
All right, we're going to try along on Apple here as that's come in. Yeah, we got out of Snapchat as well, so that's going to be a flush down the toilet for both of us here today. That's okay. We take the shot on that, and like I said, I'm going to go like 0 for 3 on earnings. I think IBM, Tesla, Tesla was a big one, so that's fine. Okay, Apple back down here to 155. Look, if this market's going to give up the ghost today, then obviously we're not going to be long Apple. So, but looking at some levels from yesterday, I like that 155.50. So it's a starter position. It sucks about all these wicks, man. I got to do something about these. Today they're even worse. Like, oh, we didn't have any of these yesterday, but we do today. What is this level? 154.75. Maybe that's a good little bottom pick there. There we go. So I did push back long into Snap here on that 85 break. I want to give this to some of these bottoms again there. Maybe a 1070 or so break back down. Let's give Snapchat that opportunity to do that back in. But here goes Apple again. We did buy this name, and okay, hopefully Snapchat can go back up. We do have a bigger position on right now, so if it wants to go up, we could take this to the high side right now for Snapchat, make a little bit of money back. But there goes Apple. Let's switch it over to Apple right now. Take a piece out. Like, we gotta, if this market doesn't know what it wants to do, then let's take profit when it gives it to us. Snapchat up to 90s now and starting to go again. So we'll try to hold on as much as we can to this name, but I'm pretty happy with that bottom pick there. But the problem is it's not really the bottom. The bottom was that 1060 level. So we got to be very, very careful with that. And here comes Apple, right back down. So Apple does go into the 60s there, puts us in the money 20 cents and then fades out one more time. So yeah, right now we're going to have to hold on to some of these longs. But what is working is us waiting and being patient for Twitter. We're now in Twitter. It's starting to turn out to a winner for us. Let's see if it can hold that $40 level. What say you, Brendan?
Big orders there, guys, at the open for Twitter. I just noticed back to session highs anyways, testing some levels from yesterday, but ton of volume so far on Twitter off earnings.
Tough built off that support level at $6 we were talking about. I took some out already, but Meta is the bigger move. Let's talk about this for a second here. It just bounced $3 into this 175 area in the midst of what I still see is the market pulling back and rejecting some of those highs. So, I don't know if this can last forever, but Meta looking like it wants to test resistance up at 176. I want to go over to Tesla because Tesla is starting to break down a little bit here, guys. It did a wick. It did a break. If you took the 830 break, it did a huge wick and is now fading to the downside. So I like 800 as an obvious support area, but it looks like you're going to get a chance.
Whoa.
If you like the short, you might want to take some profit on, though, because right now the market is whipsaw action. It feels like the shorts are going to be good. I talked about TBLT. It just bounced off 6. I'm going to take some more out in front of 620. I think we can probably barcode in this range before taking a run at that high of the day. And then Micron, I haven't taken anything out to the short side. I'm on the bid, 61.50s. I'll go 61 evens and then down towards 60.5. But the only short that I liked starting to come into play was those longs that ended up getting burned earlier on, guys. It is what it is. You got to be able to take the hit to move on to the next. And we'll get over to a couple of other names in a second. But GameStop is still holding up. So forget about what the market is doing for a name like this. It has rejected this level 37.60 a couple of times. If it can break out from here, I think we could see that 40. We've seen GameStop do this before. I'm looking for a clean 38 break with a 37.50 stop on GameStop, and let's see if that can get to that 40. Yeah,
I love that 40 level there. I actually should go over to GameStop now as we're back in this. I mean, Snapchat's just been all over the place right now. Okay, so Apple, what a big win right now for Twitter, though, at least. Twitter is going to be a good one for us here. We talked about waiting, and I said just be patient, man. We waited for that 40 level, and now look, now we're getting 17s, 16s, a big winner, 40 cents in the money now for Twitter. We are 8 cents in the money, but we are still down on Snapchat today, so we'll have to wait for that one. We did just pick up some Apple down here, so, this is going to be an interesting play for me, I feel like, on Apple down to that 154.75 that we talked about right there, 154.75. So let's see if that can hold out. There goes Snapchat. Not really. It's just at 70, but we'll take some more pieces out here on this name, up to 73, 74, 75. Let's go Snapchat on a 56 long here. Maybe we might have the bottom, maybe we do not, but Snapchat working, Twitter working, Apple trying to work. So this is going to be a good day for us if this market can just turn up a little bit. What up, Bren?
Another notable earnings name, Mattel out, guys. Downside this morning. Another one warning about currency issues and lower margins due to currency issues. So downside here for MAT to start.
All right.
So just got to do a firm for the first time there. GameStop also broke that 38 level. A firm coming into that 30. I like 31s on a firm. We already talked about that one, but I'm going to play off 30 here for a tight stop as the market initially pushed to the downside. It's only risking 25 cents. I know that's not a lot on a firm given the way it can move, but this is not the level that I thought was the dig-in level. So that's why I'm going to give it a relatively tighter stop. Tesla's making a bit of a bounce, dragging the market with it. Watch that 830. If it fails that level twice, you can see some of these names start to come back into the downside, dragging the market with it.
All right, so nice little out on Apple. Let's go, Apple. Hit the like button if you can. We are now 40 cents in the money on Apple as that's starting to go back up to the upside. Tick, 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 tick. Boom. As we get going to the downside there, as some of these stocks can go into the gates of hell. But thank you for watching, man. Over 9,000 people watching today, and we are rocking right here. Apple long, Snapchat long. Snapchat, I mean, look, we got out of half of this in that 70 area. It is going to fade back down. We're going to get out if it breaks 50. We tried for that long. I just thought that, hey, now we're down 35%. Ugh, how low does Snapchat want to go? It is going to be the only red name for me here so far today is going to be Snapchat because so far Twitter working out, although it has popped back up. We did take a nice fill there. We got to watch out for Snapchat. Let's just check back in on Rivian. Like, I think I just mass canceled a lot of my bids. Oh, no, I mass canceled Rivian. So we got to go back over to this name and have a quick look because I did like this down to 34. And unfortunately, we should be long. I did talk about that and didn't do much about it. So we'll punch the long right now off that 34. 33.50 maybe as a bottom here for Rivian. But we'll go long now into Rivian. I like it because I like Tesla. I know Tesla's coming down. So we'll look at that in a minute.
It's coming back up. No, it's at 829.
It is at 829 now. Okay, so 33.50 there on Rivian. We'll see if that can hold. Let's go long. We broke out on that daily yesterday for Rivian. So if it can hold out, let's hold out hope for that one. As yeah, we're rocking now. Snapchat trying to go back up. Look at this market starting to go. We wanted Meta at that bottom. But unfortunately, we missed that one. 175 now. Amazon probably starting to head back up to the upside as well. Yeah, do you still have this? 120.
Whoa, that's late messaging.
125.30 now for Amazon.
Sorry, Tesla broke the high of the day just there. It took a second. Like I was pretty sure I got the fill. You might have even heard me say, did I get that? Did I get that? But Tesla just took out the high of the day. I got out of Amazon on the pullback. GameStop's going to the upside as well. But Tesla, look at that V shape. Look, if you're going to do this and wipe out some of the shorts, I've seen this story on Tesla before, I'm going to favor the long and probably at least 2 or 3 times here on the way to potentially 850 when it makes that kind of a power move. Like Tesla, we've seen this story where you wipe out those bottoms, break a few backs, and then you just want to be like rinse and repeat every single direction, every single way on the way to like maybe an 850 area. I'll go to the daily chart in a second, but I do have to get over to GameStop. I'll flush down the toilet Micron in a second whenever because the shorts are... Affirm is in the money, but the short stunk on Micron. I'll tell you that much, just because I know I'm done on it. 38 to 38.50 on GameStop, and it is pulling back. So every 50 cents on the way to 40, I want to be covering some of this trade. 40, I think, is a monster level on its own. I'd probably fade that before I took the break at a 40 even dollar trade. And the only short that's working, I got to take some profit on here because it's probably only a matter of time before a reversal comes in here on Affirm through that $30 level. So I'm going to take a little bit of a ring of the register there. Tough Built, I was able to get some more shares out on the long as it did get up to 625, but it's barcoding kind of like I expected. I'll add to it beneath 6 with a 575 stop on TBLT.
Okay, so another ring the register there on Apple as we got some out at 7. Oh, no, we didn't. I thought we did. We offered 79, but missed it, it looks like. So, yeah, Apple, another name that we like, obviously, here today for that long side. Twitter, we did average into that. A break a little higher than 40, and we'll get out of this one. I just thought, like, their earnings were what they were there. You had Snapchat on the downside today, so we did test a short here in Twitter, which was fine. But now we'll take the hit. So we're going to be short here. This will be a 40-cent hit. Like we'd take 40 cents there, right? But now giving it up to $40, it seems like the prudent thing to do now. So let's do that. We're short at 39.60. Could be wrong here. Could be right. Well, we're still going to hold out on that one. Rivian still dancing around as well. We wanted to look at Shopify. Remember, hit the like button, guys, if you can today. $39 now for Shopify. So there's that bottom. We said that 38.50 that we liked. That's basically where it goes to, and then stop. So 38.50 right now for Shopify. That would have been a great little long there. And then our Snapchat looks like it wants to take 50 again. So man, we've tried. We battled this stock back and forth today, and unfortunately, it looks like Snapchat just keeps on wanting to hover around these lows. So 50, they'll probably take that out. What a disaster Snapchat is one more time. We thought that there might be some push and pull on this name, but nah. Yeah, it's just one way here.
Yeah, and the mistake I probably made was like I had 2 trades on Snapchat. By the way, 835 incoming on Tesla. I think that's going to be one of those. The breaks were really good yesterday. They basically every price, and I'm just going to take the break to be able to add to the position if I can't get on a dip. At no point did I liked this level at 11. We played it short, got out right away, and then I got the long, got out. No reversal for me, and that's obviously a mistake in Snapchat. It did take out the low. I said if it doesn't take the low, only one place to go. It did take the low, and I didn't get the reverse. That's a mistake 10 times out of 10 here. Affirm, I did think at some point would catch up to this market if we continue that push. So I'm not averaging into this one off of 30. If it breaks the top, I'm still thinking 31 is a little bit of a thing there. Brendo?
CCL guys, I just noticed trying to get back to the upside here a little bit after what happened yesterday. Another couple of analyst price target cuts on this, but CCL up 1.2, trying to get through day highs right now.
We did like CCL.
It broke 10, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean.
No, it didn't break 10.
You know, we liked it around that 10. I liked it better at 8.50, obviously, on that one as we continue to watch. Like,
was Tesla.
My eyes are kind of everywhere right now. Rivian's going to be a good one so far. We'll hit the siren for it. Let's get this upside a little bit more. 34.50, 34.60 for Rivian would be a good one. But I feel like, yeah, definitely we should be over there on Twitter, on
Tesla's
Tesla, because it's rocking.
Unbelievable. And the crazy thing is, I'm not going to pretend that there was anything about 820 that I was in love with.
Boom.
820 was the and look, man. Like let's be real about this for a second. If you watch the afternoon show, 820 was the resistance level.
Yep.
This is idiotic. And right now Tesla is going to be my best stock today. But this is absolutely idiotic that I said I liked 800 on a dip buy, but I didn't like the previous high. I like the previous high for dip buys all the time. What that's a missed opportunity on Tesla. But I got the 835 break. So we took the high of the day break. Now the shares I have left, like I'm out of all of the high of the day break. The shares I have now are simply that 835. I think we can be headed to 50, but I want to keep taking multiple swings at this. That includes even dollar level breaks. That includes dip buys, just whatever we can do to play this trend over here that we're seeing in Tesla. I'll go back to GameStop because, look, man, I thought it'd be more exciting than this. It's still working above that 38, but there's just no excitement for this thing today. And I think when the market is super strong, maybe people don't care about the meme stocks when you have better things going to the upside. Brennan.
Alcoa, guys, another earnings name from yesterday, up on a beat yesterday, but back to the upside again today in a big way. AA up 7%.
All right. Man. Don't tell me this is what the market's going to do. I mean, I think we might just be into Tesla today. Like look at this. The NASDAQ right now, just barcode. It doesn't want to do anything today. So we'll see. Hopefully it does do something and we're able to take a little bit of profit on this market at some point. But Apple just dancing around back down here to 155. I'm going to give this to this 154.75. The market is now starting to go back inside right now. So obviously our Twitter has come back, which has been a great trade. No, it hasn't been a great trade, but I like it off that 40. Let's see if it can hold. This is Apple right here into that level, so we'll see tomorrow. Well, darn it. We'll see if it can hold this level of 154.75, which is where we came through yesterday. So that's not a horrible little area there. 154.50, the ultimate out if it does come back in for me on that name. So yeah, looking to do some damage here on Tesla. Good trade. And then on Apple as well, we'll average in if we can get that 154.75 spot.
So I do plan on. I might get back into a firm here if the market. And by the way, we should show you the overall market, like what's actually going on. This is the ES. You keep breaking the high and then rejecting it. It's a similar thing happening on the NASDAQ. So if you sort of take a step back and calm ourselves a little bit, it's like we have not really picked a direction. Yes, we broke into the upside and gone green, but every time we get through a new high in the overall market, we then pull right back in. And that's why I say to myself, I'm not going to rush into a firm just because the market took a little bit of a dip. It needs to hold beneath that 30 price. Otherwise, I wait for 31. Like I wait for that top from yesterday just to be patient with it. I'll maintain my stop on GameStop. I'm going to trail Tesla because I do intend on taking, like the way I want to trade this is not to just make one trade. So when I hold on to a piece of this, I'm very likely not wanting it going through that 830, but I will take a dip buy as long as we can continue this trend here. I was looking at a level 2. I don't really think we got down to 30 just there, or 31s. I kind of feel like 32 was the bottom end of that move. But Tesla, still relatively strong, still a big time boomer. I don't know if we've talked about the chip names here, but AMD, resisting the high of the day. So that's one of the things that's keeping us to the downside. NVIDIA, as well, if you look at the chip, the stronger of the chip names, I should say, NVIDIA as well, rejecting the high and then pulling back in. This is why we're not breaking out overall in the NASDAQ. If we get to the top and then reject, You got two of the big chip names, which try to get through the high of the day and are now pulling back in. That's where it feels like the shorts are.
All right, yeah. So we've still held on to this. I mean, I'm trying to turn Snapchat into a winning trade. Not that that necessarily matters. Not every trade needs to be a winner, but this one so far is. We're in the money about 10 cents here on Snapchat on a bigger shares because we are playing off that 1050 bottom. So hopefully we can, make a little bit of money in here on Snapchat today, but so far not really at all. A good little reload. We didn't reload, but a good little hold there on Apple down at that 155. We talked about where we like that name for that hold. And then, by the way, there it is again, man. We are smoking on Rivian. We get that 33.50. It's just a small 30-cent trade right there as we take advantage of some of that Tesla strength there that I know Neil was on. So that's going to be a good trade there for us on Rivian as that continues to make moves to the upside. But you know what, man? As much as I sit here and I'm like, I really like this Apple trade, like it keeps going up, coming back down. Let's take another piece out in the 50s or in the 40s if we can. And then we'll put another offer in the 60s for us here on Apple. Remember, we are prop trading. We have to be flat at the end of every single day. So that's what I'm doing. We are now back to positive on the day here as we take out some more trades there on Apple back up to that 155.50. So far, so good here today as we have 3 winning trades on for you right now. 39.70 though on Twitter. Where did that just stop? 39.50. So, okay, I guess we'll have to put a bid there. Put a bid down here at 39.50 just to get out of a piece on Twitter. I don't have any other bids. I mean, I have a lot of low bids here on Twitter. 39.08, 39.18. Let's see. Hopefully they can come in. I'm going to cancel some of those. But a 50 bid and then a 25 bid. And then we'll see about testing. That's where 25 is the 50 period. Then we'll see about testing VWAP down here at 39. But so far, so good. And yeah, there goes Apple just dancing around one more time for us. So yeah, we actually got that Apple fill. So there it is. A nice little trade there as we go positive on the day here.
Yeah, we got to love it. I mean, the long's really starting to come into play. I don't have any shorts. I should have had a short in Peloton. The same trade we looked at yesterday in Peloton, it was just only working today. So shout out to anybody that had that. I saw a couple people were looking at Peloton. I don't have it today. This was the level in the fade that we liked yesterday, but that was definitely short. Now we're back to the highs on Tesla. GameStop's starting to go back into the upside. Brendo, you got something for us?
I just saw some of the gold names trying to make a move back to the upside as well. Gold itself rallying today, guys. Here's GDX up 2% so far on a Friday.
Oh my gosh, we'll just keep, I mean, WTF to a lot of these stocks here today. As look at the market, man. You are just exploding to the upside, and we got a great trade on for Apple here. This is $1 in the money. We've got 30 cents in the money on Rivian. And Snapchat, we just took another piece out. I mean, I got to show you like this. This is where we're buying. We're still keep getting out. We really left this alone for right now, but there goes Snapchat again to the upside. Starting to go, man. Let's go. Run, young man, run for Snapchat. We missed that top, but now we're over it. It just went up to the 80s. We got to take some out if it does that one more time, of course. There it is, bang, out on the 80s right there for Snapchat. This name is definitely turning around. We're having some fun here today. Hit that like button. If you're not having fun, you're in the wrong spot. Let's go.
Yeah, you better be hitting. I mean, Tesla's about to hit 840, guys. We're going to get to that 850 price. Seems inevitable. But watch out for the chip names. AMD getting real close to green on the session and that high of the day. You have yesterday's top well within range if we make that breakout. It's about 90, 60, 90, 70, it looks like, for the breakout. I think you can start making some higher lows here. Continue to make higher lows. Look for 90 support on AMD. NVIDIA, I'll check in on a quick second. I'm not going to, like I said, no reload on a firm. That's headed to 31. It's at 30.25. Pretty much almost all the way there. But I want to see, all I need to see is AMD bounce off this 90 area. And I want the long Tesla now through 840. I did miss a reload. That was on me. It did go down to 831. It was pointed out to me in the chat that was a real wick. I must have missed it when looking at the level 2. So I did miss the dip buy. I only have the 835s in there. Brendo, what do you got for us, buddy?
Etsy popping up. Nice day for ETSY so far. Piper Sandler initiating coverage with a neutral rating, but 5% straight higher for Etsy today.
Yeah.
I almost don't want to look at Meta because I'm almost certain that Meta is going to be absolutely going ridiculous right now. That was a huge rug pull just there on AMD. I almost said AMC. Watch out for AMC, $17. But AMD, I just got long in front of 90. Now it is threatening that low of the day. If it takes out the low, I got to be able to get out. The chips have been relatively weak. There's no ignoring it. The right click is like super sensitive on this thing. This mouse, like I got a new mouse and it's kind of bugging me here. Because if I even brush the thing or breathe on it, the right click engages. Either way, I'm going to put my stop in there at 89.50 on AMD. AMC, which I was just talking about, got to this 17 or just below 17 and then a hard rejection. Look at that right turn. This is what the market's doing. We get to the high and we pull back harshly. If you hold support, the longs have been pretty good and you sort of stay with the trend. I don't really have any shorts that I'm making in these plays though, and that's kind of the problem. I don't really have a short end of the range where something I'm fading off the highs. I mean, Pinterest would have made sense as a sympathy play, usually a name that I like. I know Peloton if I had gotten into it, but pins I liked at 20. That's the level I wanted on Pinterest, and now you're looking at 1950. So I might just have to think about this, like 1950 instead of 20 bucks, what I was doing with a firm. Just take the level it's giving you, not the level that you want, and that would have worked out. AMD just crashed through my stops. We'll take the hit. I think it's 50 or 60 pennies there. I thought we had a chance to break back out in the market, but once again, we make a fresh high, and then we pull the rug. But remember what happened last time? Like 5 minutes ago, I said the same thing. And then 3 minutes later, we're at the high of the day again. So, I mean, this market hasn't really given up the ghost. I'll take the dip in Tesla because it was worth it to do it every single time yesterday. So it's good until it's not, as far as I'm concerned. If I had gotten this the first time through, I played at 840 here. I would have gotten 840, but I did not get that first dip. And that is still a wick off top. That is a weaker move. The last move than obviously the initial move because you have a $10 pullback. So I think it's a different set of circumstances catching this dip as opposed to catching this dip. Got to be a little bit more conservative. I'll take some out in the 35 to 38 range for sure, just given the way that we just sort of dumped back in there. But I'm not going to abandon the dip buy in Tesla. It's the wrong name to be afraid of the long, given what we had happen yesterday. I still have just only this and tough built are all that we have left. The way we're whipsawing in the market, I kind of want to just adhere to my stops, get in, get out. The only thing I'm kind of sticking with is Tesla. Tough build, it just hasn't broken 575, and it hasn't loaded me back in on the bid. So there's really nothing to do there. Brendo?
You mentioned Peloton there. A couple of contrasting moves here for Peloton this morning. Oppenheimer initiates at outperform, and then Piper Sandler with a neutral rating and a price target cut. So, yeah, Peloton, not great today, down 7.5 right now.
Oh, I didn't know they had a price target.
Yeah, you got to watch those names, man. I mean, those names are going to be sour for a while. Look at GameStop. Obviously, we can cancel our 40 break. That's not going to be happening anytime soon as you take down not the low of the day because that's 36 down here, but you're right back into a 37 level. You could probably buy this if you really liked it. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with buying it down here and giving it down to 36 bucks because you do have that upside move of 38 back to VWAP and just dancing around. I just don't think that traders really know what they want to do here with GameStop. So, that's where that risk is here on GameStop. To the downside, I don't feel as much risk. I think it's more risk, honestly, if you short this. But you still have this $38 mark there. So worst case scenario, it's like $1 either way right now. Just pick your poison with it and figure out what you want to do because I like the name. It's just a matter of, can you get the right prices in for GameStop? So that's the big thing there because you don't want to get stopped out. As we're getting ready and talk about getting stopped out, we're not stopped out here, but we did take another out, obviously, on Apple. That did rip all the way, man. It got to 156.30. Wow, there on Apple. Oh, that's what got filled. I was like, what got filled that I didn't notice? Because something I was like, you see like a little bit of back and forth there was Rivian. So Rivian did come down. We do get that 60 bid there, or 60 change bid. So let's see what happens now with Rivian.
We are dropping here.
Yeah, our average price is $83 cents now on Rivian. So the only short that I have is Twitter, which is 10 cents in the money. But Rivian right now, watch out for that bottom of 33.50. Here it comes. We can get a piece out at 34. We should probably do that for a nice little victory.
And there was Peloton was one, but Li Auto's this is the one. I got to cell phone this one for sure. The one day I'm not short Li Auto in this range, and that's the day it's going to go. That's how it works, people. If you like, and I said this, as long as we're below that, we're below that 36. You just got to be in it in the morning for the risk to reward. And then, you take your stop outs here, risk 30, 40 cents each time. And every day I was doing it till it stopped me out. And then this is the one day I'm not actually in the 36 break. This is what we talked about. If it has a positive expectancy, you just put on the trade. Just do it. Because now I'm not in this one, and am I chasing it down here with the whipsaw market we've had? Do I really want to short the low the way it's been behaving here? No, now I have to wait for this thing to potentially pop. And the same thing happened to Affirm. I wasn't really quick enough. It goes back below that 30 level, rejects it, and just not fast enough to be able to get back in. I like 31. We're not going to get 31. I'm only in Tesla, and this is just like yesterday in some fashion. Like Tesla's up 2% and still holding above VWAP. We've been able to play this range, 830 to 840, but there hasn't been anything more, and the market is showing some serious signs of weakness. We keep wicking up top and bottom. We haven't broken the open range bottom on either the NASDAQ or the ES. So as far as I'm concerned, we're still, it doesn't feel like it. We're still in kind of a sideways market where the top has been breached 3 or 4 times, but the bottom of the open range has not been breached. It doesn't feel like that, but that's exactly what we're seeing over here. I'm only in a long at this point. I don't want to chase too many shorts here, but they are going to come into play. At some point, you have to give up the ghost. Even Coinbase, it doesn't really break the high to get anywhere near the level I wanted to short, but this is looking relatively weak. It just turned red and is trying to hold red. I think this can be faded at about 76. If the market does another one of those, pops to the upside, this, Li Auto, Affirm, those are the 3 names I got to want to short these pops. But for now, I'm just kind of focused on Tesla. And then TBLT, yeah, it's just holding support. Give me a break. Where am I bidding? Yeah, I'm bidding 80. I'm bidding 85. That's why I'm not getting filled. Like, if you want to play in front of a level like this, don't put your bid at 85. Get like 86 or 87. You'll actually be able to get filled. Because what happens is it goes to like that price, and everyone's like, ooh, 85 is support. We just start shaving in front of that price, and you can't actually get in. So if I had been in this, I could have been taking 20-cent scalps. That's what happens when you're following too many things and not following the level 2 of TBLT. Because look at how many times it would have given you that trade to just scalp out 20 cents, which I totally would have done. So now I'm going to be on 87. We break through 75, 80 range, and I got to get out of this. Tesla now back to flat on that last re-entry. Yeah, if Tesla goes, just like yesterday, if Tesla goes, we're probably turning into a red day, unfortunately. Tesla was able to hold the market up yesterday at this particular point. It was the same scenario. If we don't do it here, then you're going to only want to be thinking about your shorts.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get some short here into Amazon against that 125.50 or so. Let's see if we can get something in on Amazon. I mean, this has been a weak name today. I mean, it's just barcoding right here, but that's why I want to try to get this top of this 124.50. I'm going to cancel some of my lower bids here because I'm not really focused as much on this as I should be. Rivian right there, it looks like it is going to, where's my stop on Rivian? It should already be there for 33.50, but we're getting it a little bit lower than 33.50, but still it's right here, looking like it wants to stop us out here. Rivian, as you mentioned, Tesla trying to go the other way. So we did not get stopped out there, but it came pretty close. So we'll take a piece out there at 60, again, just to like ease some of the pain if and when this winds up breaking for us here on Rivian. We are going to give it down to that 33.40 area. And again, we just give it a little bit lower than where it was before. So 33.40, that's that bottom. If we're going to use 33.50 as our out, then that's what we're going to do right now. We don't have, I mean, it's going to be a losing trade, but you know, we took a long there and got some out. Then we averaged back in, and you can see where that's going right now. There goes Shopify. These were some of the bids that I was like thinking about canceling that for some reason I didn't right now. So here we go. What just happened there? Snapchat, Apple, Rivian, Twitter to the downside right now. But yeah, everything trying to go. Yeah, so we just got into that. So we just got into that Shopify on the downside here against that 38. But yeah, the market, this is that free fall Friday that I think everybody was looking for. And it looks like it's happening right now. That was pretty good. Happening now on the free fall Friday and happening now on the big screen with Brendan. Let's go, bud.
Right on cue, 10 a.m. Let's have a look at, a deteriorating board here. Back to the downside we go. 0.3 for the S&P. The Dow just went red as well. You can see the Russell is trying to hold up a little bit better than most, but it is the NASDAQ here, 0.75, 0.71 for the composite and the 100 leading the way right now to the downside. GameStop, yeah, back and forth we go. It's a bit of a theme so far this morning. We were discussing in the pre-market. Nothing to see here for GME so far. Similar for, I just brought up PayPal because I saw there was an alert at 84 and then right back through the range to day lows, guys, for PayPal. Back over to you.
Yeah, crazy. And look, after I'm out of Tesla, I'm only going to be in that tough build. So I had shorts that just didn't work out for me. It wasn't that bad. At least I was able to take something on a firm and then wasn't able to get back in. So that wasn't really all that bad. I just hate the fact I couldn't get into it. GameStop, remember the break 38? It got to 38.50. It stopped at 37.50. This is still a nothing bird, but that's a bit of a wick off top. So you have some resistance now at 38.50 that you can play off of. Li Auto, which is, I mean, Li Auto's obviously a gong show, right? Now, all of a sudden, if I'm not going to be able to get, I'm not going to be able to get 35, 36s. Playing off of 35 is pretty much all we got left until we get up to that 36 level. So I'll make that play. You got to begrudgingly move on to the next trade. The trend, when you look back at this, you're going to say you break that on the daily chart, and there's at least room to 33, if not to 31, if things are an absolute disaster. I just got a small cap in there, SDIG, SDIG. Remember that one? This one was breaking out earlier in the day. Sometimes a rising tide lifts all ships. I don't know what the opposite of that is, but 325 at about 7 o'clock when retail came in, they supported the stock at 325. So I've been sitting in front of 340 for a dip buy. That was the breakout price, and we'll add in front of 325 with about a 320 stop on SDIG. That's headed to the downside. Like I begrudgingly was like, yeah, let's just get into Li Auto off 35. That's all there is left. And the market is going to try to bounce here. Watch out for 4,000 on the ES. If the the ES fails at 4,000, then you're going to start to see some lower lows here get put in. Tesla's back above 830. I need to see back above 4,000. I need to see something stronger than a $5 pullback for me to be convinced that we haven't gone free fall Friday. We broke that little trend that we were doing, which was only making higher highs and holding the support. And that's something that didn't really happen yesterday. Very, very different start to the day here. It's been all Tesla for me, and then everything else has been either flat or losses. Let's see if we can put Li into the win column. But if you're looking at these other EV names, NIO as well. Like it's not like it's just Li Auto. NIO pulled back like $1 here. If you're fading on NIO, remember $20 is a huge level, so I would use that as resistance if you're shorting this name instead of Li. About the same thing, 35 for Li, $20 for NIO. Market just starting to collapse here. Pratt will probably be happy though.
Yeah, no comment. Okay. We're reloaded. They're on Snapchat as we go long at 10:50 again, out at some 10:66s there. So let's just, keep doing this on Snapchat. If it's going to, now here we go. I'm just going to put an offer at 62 and take some more out right now. So we're just trying to scalp this off some of those bottoms. Like, I feel like it's going to, the thesis isn't really working out on Snapchat. Like, I really felt that this name would start to go back up to the upside. It really hasn't done that. It's just been doing nothing down here in between 1070 and 1050. So we'll take advantage, and then when it does go to the upside like that, that's where we'll start to empty out some of our clip there on Snapchat. But here it comes. I mean, I really feel like it's going to break. So no more averaging in anymore. We've done it 3 times here. That was our first trade, but another twice. I'm not going to do it again. If it wants to go great, do that. But we do have a nice little reload as well, and a banger there. Welcome to the show, guys, on this one for Apple. Good trade, obviously, because we're in the money on it, but who knows for how long. We just tried to get some out at 47 there, where this 50 period was, but that didn't come into play. So let's just put it one more time in the mid-30s. Let's cancel our 47, and then that way, if it rips, and we were going to have that one. But look what else is happening right now, right in front of your eyes. Twitter with a nice move to the downside. Let's take advantage of that, put some... Like, look, I bid 43s, and then what happens is, boom, just goes back up to the upside. But we'll take that 43 out right there for Twitter, for 40-cent winner one more time. So that was pretty... but we need to get going to the upside on this market. We have Snapchat, we have Twitter. I might just take another piece out here on Twitter now that I see this. Well, we actually have a couple outs already, but we're at that 50 period. We are waiting for 39.20 on there. Remember, it's earnings, so it is going to be a little volatile today. We'll take a few more outs if we get low 40s on this one, but so far so good, man. The only new position alert for me is going to be Amazon. Today's actually a pretty good day, guys, but Amazon will be the new trade here for me on this short. We have VWAP here at 124.70. We'll take an average. We'll take one more piece if that can come through, but then we're going to get out if it takes down 125. Even though there's this nonsense up here, I don't really want to get involved with it. So, because it's going to break 125, then I'm going to say, oh, let's hold for 125.50, and then the next thing you know, I'm going to be in a world of mess. So we'll wait for that. If it does take down, I mean, here we go. We're going to average in right now. I think I'm at 75. There it is. So I don't think I am. We just got run over. So here we go. This could be the bad one for me today on the Amazon short. that's it. We're done. We're going to take our positions closer to 125 and then hold on to this one. So Amazon short right now. We're only short at 124.50, so it'll be a 50-cent hit, but let's see if it can make that move back in for us on Amazon as Snapchat right back into the 60s, probably a good level. And then look what else is happening right now. The bangs don't stop as Twitter, downside, downside, downside. There we go. Will we get that 39 base here on Twitter for another one for us? What's up, Bren?
This PGY, guys, was a former SPAC, now a fintech after de-SPACing. Low float, back to the upside again today in a big way, 76% after what happened 2 days ago for PGY.
Yeah, big thank you, Brendan. I was actually about to try to talk about that one there, PGY making a power move to the upside. I see you guys talking about it in the chat. To be sure, watch out for 10, just psychologically. 10 and 12, like you have these breakouts at 6, so even dollars and double ups tend to be obvious profit-taking style areas. I'm gonna have to pay for shorts just because anything moves like this, and I want the optionality of being able to do it. There was a bit of a wick off bottom in Lee Auto just there, so I took some out in front of the quarters, 34.75. So we'll ring the register on Lee. Look, if you're going to be late, sometimes you just have to play the trend regardless, and just sort of lick your wounds and say, okay, I missed the short up there. I'll have to take what I can get. And that was at 35 level. Tough build SDIG are the small caps that were in. I want to go back to Tesla for a second because it's managed to hold. I wish it was 820 because that would be a little more obvious for buying the dip. But it's managed to hold 825 here a couple of times. So this is giving some support to the market. We haven't been able to get back to 4,000 on the S&P 500, and the NASDAQ is still trending lower. But at least Tesla is trying to do a little bit of work in holding us up here. Just one other one from the afternoon. Bed Bath & Beyond, remember, Sean, you had that one to the breakout. It was Elliott Capital. Elliott Capital disclosing, I think, a 6% stake.
It wasn't Elliott.
Not Elliott, sorry, no. Elliott's a different one. It was an activist investor disclosing a stake. This is also rejected, a bit of a double top, but also a double bottom on Bed Bath & Beyond, down 5%. And when you pop it up here, double top, yesterday's high. If we make another click, like if the market bounces or this name in particular bounces, you are really set up for a good break through this high of the day. First things first, it actually has to hold some support there. But Bed Bath & Beyond, worth mentioning, it was a big mover. But that PGY is going absolutely nuts. I think it has a chance at that $10, and I need to see if I can pay for some shorts.
Yeah, so pay for shorts, what we mean by that is that we have the ability to get locates. So our broker, which is a tier 1 broker here at Day Trade the World, will give us shorts, but we got to pay for them. So we're going to locate them first, make sure they're available, and then Neil will we'll just let you know for everybody at Day Trade the World how much it is per share or whatever. We don't have a problem, obviously, doing that. Okay, so I don't know, man. I mean, I'm in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 positions right now. The short's going to be Amazon and Twitter. The Twitter shorts really paid off for us, man. We just got some out there at 22s, so that's going to be a good out. We're actually looking to do that one more time. I'm actually going to wait a little bit lower, like 39s. Let's see if we can break this, 39.10 or so right there, Brendan. Hopefully this market can come back down, but let's go over to Brendan and see what he's up to.
More earnings, guys. CSX Corporation reported aftermarket yesterday. Decent report, decent forecast for them to the upside here for the freight shipping company, CSX.
Remember we saw them on the imbalances all the time at the close, and I was like, oh, there's the rails, and there it is again. So a nice little one there. Ever since I got those Blue Jay tickets, now I keep getting emails. Mark your calendars for this homestand coming through right now.
That's how it works.
But they do. You were saying that you're not impressed with their ticket department there. Remember when we tried to go with us? Oh, your guy was on vacation.
So basically, anyways, they're outside of my ticket rep at the Blue Jays. Everything else about it is horrible. If I get a hold of him, the guy is absolute cash money, but everybody else is pretty terrible. AXP, American Express. Yeah, you better believe it's holding 155. So 155, pretty big level. Obviously, we talked about this. It's rejecting 160 time and time again. If it breaks 55s, I like the longs in front of 150, 151. I just paid for those PGYs, about 35 cents a share. And if it breaks, if it doesn't break $10, PGY, if it doesn't break $10, it's still going to be worth it here, I think, because if this pulls back, I think you're looking at 7 to 750. And if it goes even higher than 10, like the eyes light up because there's air up there. Last time it rejected, it gave an $8 pullback into 550. That was a pretty significant move. There's an even more parabolic break here. So if it does flush, it's going to be logically a big one, I would tend to think. And it is a big time risk of halting, by the way. Like that goes without saying on PGY.
All right, so 50-cent hit there. So we will go downside there as the bubble pops there on Amazon. But someone just said, I think it was Rolling Records. What's up, my man? Yeah, Apple, huge. Yeah, boom, 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 boom. Now Apple, now $1 in the money there for Apple. And also another big one that's been working out for us off this bottom. These are our biggest positions of the day. These Snapchat bottom takes, right? And I think that's something that you have to have the ability to do here, especially if you're going to be on a prop floor, is be able to sort of like move on from the next and like understand where the risk to reward is here, what you're doing, what you're looking at, and then try to trading it accordingly. So that's exactly what we do here on Snapchat. Take that risk, shove it, and now let's go. There it is. What about Snapchat? What about Shopify? My bad. There we go to Canada now, and we'll go, oh, Canada, because we have Shopify on board right now. In the money a little, not a lot. So we want the lot, not the little. So hopefully this can go back up to that upside, and then we'll see where we go from here on Shopify. But so far, so good. Off that bottom, we are 30 cents in the money now on Shopify. Is it 30 cents? No, at 50, it would be 30 cents in the money. So let's put an offer there in the sort of midway, see if we can get a little bit of a breakout there on Shopify back to the upside. Breaking that 50 level would be pretty sweet. So let's see if we can get that in now for Shopify. Here it comes. Give it to me. Did we get that? No, we did not. Almost. Shopify right there. We'll see if we can get it in the mid 40s. A good little trade here, long 28. There it is. Yes, sir. Let's go bang. Again, contractual. We got to do that. We'll also spin the money very soon. But Apple's $1 in the money. Shopify now 20 cents, whatever. We take a piece out for that. Snapchat bouncing, but again, just getting it out. Look at the 50 period coming down. So we got to watch out for that. And then, yeah, Twitter is making a little bit of a move back. So really, we're red on two stocks today. It's going to be, it's going to be Snapchat as well. But Amazon right there taking out those highs. And then Rivian did not hold these bottoms. So that's all good. It is back upside now, as I'm sure Tesla probably going upside as well.
Yeah, Tesla is. It looks like we're not getting to $10 right now on this PGY. It's sort of settling in 60s to 70s. That's not really tight enough for me. I'm going to let it matriculate up at that price. I think it gets back to it at some point. I want that 10. I want a 10 break. I want a 10 fail break for a short style trade. Tesla, we took the stop out at 830. We've now reestablished that 830 level. Looks like only 825 we're able to get to. The trend unbroken for now on Tesla. And I only want to be in the long side unless we're breaking that support at 820. I think a break of that level would indicate that we're going to be heading southbound. It was such a big one yesterday for Tesla. But I think longs in front of 825 are going to be back in play. That SDIG, I didn't get the reload. Yeah, I didn't actually end up getting those 325s on the way back up to VWAP, where I'm obviously going to want to take some shares out there. SDIG trying to make some moves. Tough build still just about flat. If you're going back to those chip names, NVIDIA caught a bid at 173. And relatively strong at the open. Meta, which is the only one of these digital advertising, I guess, beaten up names is what I'll call them here, that actually held the low at the open. So it holds this 172. Now, I like 168, not 172. But if you go back to what 172 was on the 15-minute, that was a huge, huge breakout the other day. It was a resistance level going, I always zoom back. If you liked it for a short and it's a breakout from a long, then you should like it for support. So 172 on Meta, this is something off of these lows that makes a heck of a lot of sense. If it cannot hold this bottom, forget about it. But if it does, I think you got a good risk to reward on Meta.
Yeah, we're already long on Meta right now, so we'll go, oh my God. So we have a nice little win here for Meta as that's starting to go to the upside. We're long right now, 172.98, so it's only 30 cents, but hopefully it can come up. We do have the 50 period, the VWAP there at 173.50. We'll see if that one can work out for us as well. Apple's still kind of cruising, but again, not much there. I really like the Meta break of 170. I mean, you got to get above the VWAP, and then you can get to 174, so that's 173.56 or so right there. We'll definitely watch out for that breaker on that. But 173.75. I just really like Meta. There it is, a nice little move to the upside. Yes, sir. We have that one, so it's good. It's a good day for us here, regardless. But it just really sucks that Amazon came out and we went short. We should have reversed that into the long. But look what else is happening. Shopify. Oops, Brittany. We did it again right now, dropping some grenades on Shopify today as that's going to the downside. Look at Snapchat right back in one more time. I don't have many shares left, so I'm thinking about just putting something on the bid here, taking this long as we do that. I just got to make sure that we do have the right amount of stop order out here so that if it does break, we get out. Yeah, we're good. So there it is. I just put a bid at 52 on an inverted gateway and got it right away. So paid for that fill there at 52. Not great, but let's see if we can make that money. I mean, I just got to get out 53 and we make money on that. But upside right now, we are long at 53 now on Snapchat against that 50 bottom. I said we wouldn't reload it again, but we did. Let's see if it has that move to the upside now for Snapchat. Meta, good thing we take that profit, man, because right there, that's 40 cents worth of profit. It comes right back in and gives us an opportunity to reload it, but we're not going to do that. I want it much, much lower, down near 172. This is just like one of those kind of Hail Mary situations here for Meta, for me anyways. We'll get something out here on Snapchat as it's just coming back up. So if you guys are watching for the first time, hi, I'm Sean. I scalp the living crap out of everything. So we try to hold on. I try to hold on about 10 to 20%. So we'll try to do that. Yes, sir. Let's go, man, as we bang the table here, because Snapchat, that was another good reload right there. So we'll take that. We'll get some out at 57, 58 there and see if it can go back up to the upside again. Easy to trade big shares on this one. 112 million shares, guys.
Yeah, there was no failed break yet on that PGY. The 10 break actually goes clean to about 1040, but it is snapping back. That's a pun that works better on Snapchat, but it is snapping back and trying to fade a little bit lower. I did just get some out there when it tried to get back to that 980. I don't think it's enough to think about the short side of the trade. Like, we took the long break, it came back below. I was looking for a failed breakout to short it, so it was enough for me to get out of the long and maybe retest it if it takes them and makes a fresh high here, or it can consolidate off that $10 level. But definitely did not jump into the short. That was not a failed break. That was the first thing I was trying to tell you guys. SDIG and TBLT now 20 cents in the money. I'm looking for a high of the day break on that one. Yeah, I don't think we're getting a 10 fail yet on this PGY. It looks still like it's pretty strong. I think it's obviously going to be now probably a trend trade into that $12 level, which would be the next place to look for any kind of a short. I'll see if I can't get along off 10 first. Tesla's back at the high of the day. I'm bidding in front of 25s and 830s. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get that, but PGY off to the races. Sometimes the best trade you make is the one you don't. And thankfully, no failed breakout and no short for me at 10, because it looks like it's about to break those backs and head to 12.
We've already hit the Canada once, we'll hit it again, because look at Shopify, man. Definitely, you never like to pay taxes, but when you're making money on these stocks, it feels good. Let's go back up to the upside now for Shopify. We are now 55 cents in the money. It just went to 80. I didn't even realize that we were just staring VWAP right there in the face. So that's going to be a mistake by me as we watch Shopify. So we are now waiting up here at 80 to get a piece out there. 81 is what I put out. So yeah, that sucks, man. We definitely missed an opportunity, but here it comes right back up. If we can get a break through 80 for Shopify, we like that one. We pegged this one for you. It's even on the sticky note here, 38s for Shopify. So if you're following the sticky note, then you got a nice little winner here today for us. And I'm glad I did. Remember I was telling you, like, sometimes I get carried away, not following the proper rules. There it is right there. Bang, as it goes for Shopify. Another big one. And again, spoon-fed that one to myself. Like, we did the work, we do the research there on Shopify, we grab that 38 level and then bang it out for you. And then, by the way, here we go. Let's take another dime piece, as you know we love dime pieces here. 1062, it's a dime in the money now for Snapchat off of another one, another reload. That one on Snapchat down there, 260.59 right now, but that 52 was a good reload. Let's see if it can hold out, but yeah. Good day so far today. I hope it's getting better for everybody out there as well, as Free Fall Friday seems to be on pause a little bit here, Brendan, but we haven't done too many small caps today, so let's go over and find out what small cap recap Brendan's looking at.
Hey guys, yeah, quiet day overall for small caps. There was a couple of buyouts in small cap world. TKLF was one of those, up big time, not really doing much volume, but we were talking about this one. SDIG failing at that high from 2 days ago right now. 350 and then 375, 380 above that. Maybe you give it a shot on the short side versus that 375. You got to watch what Bitcoin's doing, and it's really not doing much right now ever since equity session got going. We got to test a 350. It might be worth a shot, but this is a problem as well, guys. The volume dying off already for SDIG, down about 14%. Small cap brought to you by, forextester.com, a development company developing innovative software, guys, so you can back test your strategies very, very quickly. Check them out. Use the QR code on screen right now, forextester.com, guys.
Yeah, buddy.
Sure, and I'm now in for the first time on Meta. It held that 172. It bounces off that price, now a higher low. So
Let's go,
first entry,
baby.
72.5. Risk about 50 pennies into VWAP gives you a 1-to-1, and then we can possibly break higher. So first long for me over there in Meta. I am now into that PGY. Give it back to 10 even. You're now starting to hold pretty well on Tesla. By the way, the ES just reclaimed and failed 4,000. So if you got some longs, it's not a horrible place to start thinking about taking some profit on them. But Tesla's about to make a run at that high of the day. I'll get my bid back to in front of VWAP here because it feels like Tesla is still going to be relatively strong. I don't think we're seeing that 820, unfortunately. But that's a good thing for the overall market as Tesla brings it back to the upside. Waited for a bigger test of 172 on Meta. Patience is going to pay off. We're already at the 1-to-1 here on META. I haven't gone back over to Amazon, but I'm telling you, yeah, Amazon 125. It's rejected this several times. If it gets through and takes out that high of the day, yeah, that should be a good one. But I'm not going to take that unless it's taken out that high. It's got to be that 125.50. 125 is essentially a chop zone. It's just breaking you up either direction.
Let's see if we can hold this already. There it goes. Meta right away goes to the #1 stock here on the show today, profit-wise, as bang for Meta. We told you we were going to wait for that 172 level, and we loaded the boat up down there. We got 172.40, and again, a lot of shares, so we're going to take it out as it goes back up to the upside there for that trade there on Meta. Like, couldn't be happier with it. But we do know that Meta can definitely fall back in. So I'm going to take another piece out here at 77. Big trade for us here on Meta today onto that one. So, and again, taking some out here on Meta as it comes back in. So let's go. Yeah, 77, 78. This has been a rocket ship to the upside here. So good trade for me on Meta as that's really ringing the register on my net right now. Big time movement to that upside there. So can't talk about it enough. That's going to be a good trade for me today there on Meta. Hopefully it holds out, but hey, if it doesn't, we have that 172 bottom. We'll see that again. If we see that again, then we'll get out on Meta. We can now average down a little bit more because we've just done so well on this trade. We'll average down a little bit here into Meta. If it does come back, we'll take some more in the 20s there on META, but there it is, man. Emptied some of that clip out, right? And that's the thing. Like, different styles, different trading. It goes right up there to that 50 period, and we just get out. So take a lot of shares, try to get aggressive with it. Sometimes it works, and as you guys know, sometimes it does not. Look what just comes back in, and then my bid fills, like as if. So that would have been my Amazon. I'm just going to get some of this out. Oh, damn you, Amazon. Tricky. We got blown out there on that top side, and then it comes back in and fills a bid that I left out there, which would have put us profitable on this average in. But hey, you know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But there it is. Amazon comes right back off. And remember what I said? Like, I didn't want to deal with all this stuff up here. I probably should have, because if I would have used that 125.50 as an out, then obviously I'd be shorter more and a little bit of a bigger winner on Amazon than a loser. So that's coming back in. And look at Meta, man. This is why we empty it out a little bit. It's come right back into this 172.60 area.
And by the way, Tough Built right through the high of the day. It just put a wick off top. This is me getting out of Tough Built. We held it for that high. But there is your wick off top. That is a rejection of the breakout. That is an exit every single time. A lot of times it's even a short trade. I'm not shorting Tough Built. I still like the long trend. I'm going to dip by, get in front of 6 every single time we get a chance until it breaks that 575. I do want to be on the long side of this trade. And for now, it's been holding, but you got to be able to take it out. That is a big time rejection of a pretty significant high on Tough Built. And speaking of rejections, not much of a rejection here on Tesla, which is still churning to the upside. Like, this is definitely carrying the market with it, or at least attempting to put the market on its back. Tesla making another fresh high. Looks like it is. It's got 850 in its sights. It's just a matter of how to be able to get back into this. I was waiting for 820s, and it bounced at 825. Now I'm thinking the breakout at the open, which was at 832 level, that could be something in front of VWAP on another bit of a dip. But Tesla is determined only to go up, and PGY, and someone asked, what is the PGY? I'm embarrassed to admit this. I actually don't know the name of the company. I know Brennan probably said it, but it just hit 11. I think it's headed to 12. That's a level I would look for a potential short. I just took some out at 11 even. I'm going to take some out in front of 11.50. I can't think it's a potential short at 12 and then still be holding along into that price, Brennan.
It's Pagaya. It's P-A-G-A-Y-A. It's a fintech, apparently. Roblox got hit pretty hard there at yesterday's high, guys, right back down to day lows here. There was a volume spike that came in there, though, on data from Yipit Data. saying bookings could be up as much as 20% June on a month-over-month basis, which is much higher than expected. So a bit of a volume spike, but here comes day lows for Roblox.
Well, they don't like you saying the name of the company, Brendan. Because you said, Brendan says Pagaya, and then the second he said that, look at the wick off top there. It goes to 11 and then rejects right back into into 1050. So, I mean, I don't take it all out because I still feel like it's a pretty bullish chart, but I definitely took some more out there in the 75, which I wasn't going to do. But that is it goes to 1102. That's what I was looking for at $10, which is like you head up, you break it, you only get a couple of cents, and then you get a failed break. I thought that would be a shorting opportunity if it did that at 10. Instead, it does that at 11. That's enough for me to take some shares out there, if not even thinking about taking it all out. But I'm just going to throw a stop at the bottom of this candle, which is 10.20. So if it goes below, forget about $10. If it goes below 10.20, then I'm going to consider it a rejection to be sure to be able to get out of that long style of the trade. So PGY, I'll then put that rest in. If it does make a fail, fair enough. If we get through the high of the day, I think we're headed to $12 on Pagaya. Pagaya.
So that's why, guys, that's why we take profit on Meta, right? Like, I mean, there it is. It goes to the downside and it drops the grenade and breaks that 172. So that's why we sit up there and we take that profit when it comes in on Meta. Like, you know, when it comes back down, we did reload it, so it's not going to be a positive stock for us. But that's why you do that, man. You take out the profit there as it's ripping. And then when it comes back down, look at what's happening to the NASDAQ right now. It's starting to get pretty faded out here on NDQ here on the NASDAQ. So Meta there, I mean, maybe it does bounce off that 172. What is that very bottom? I mean, we don't need
170, 180.
Yeah, we don't need to get too wicked out. We'll go back into this name right now on Meta, but I think let's just wait to see 172.80. We are now long at 172.12, guys, here on Meta.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to like what your style is. For me, when I look at a level like that, if it's a multi-day level, then I'm playing it for a bigger move. Like I want to see you hold that low, hold that 72, and then as far as I'm concerned, if the level is valid, like we should be seeing 74, 75, 76 to the upside on Meta. Like that's what I'd be playing in here for. So I'm just sort of sitting back with this one. Tesla's reclaiming that high. The other side of buying dips and playing the trend on Tesla has been taking the breaks, the breakouts. And this one is headed for another breakout at the high. It's kind of a random one at 842. 42, if you had not guessed, is my lucky number. So I'll see if a 42 break actually ends up working out here on Tesla. I did take a random break at 832, and then that was a good one for about $10. Let's see if 42 can work too.
Just mentioning my wife. We have had this wine many times. Okay, there it is. So we'll send that to her and say what's up to her on that one. Yeah, look, Meta. I mean, talk about different styles, right? I mean, that's what you got to do. You got to watch out for your style. Take it the proper way. As Meta right now goes bang. Oh my God! Right back up to 172 right there, and still rocking and rolling. And the other thing that you guys don't see is share size, right? And so share size will be a big differing factor for me, anyways. On my positioning. So if I have too many shares and it breaks a key level, because I've had that experience with Microsoft where I'm just sitting there and it's like it breaks and I'm like, oh, I still like it, but then it breaks again and breaks again. And next thing you know, you have so many shares that it's like, okay, that's a losing trade, you know, and what am I supposed to do about it? It was the only losing trade we had in the last 30 days, so we're last losing day. But we will for sure respect that 172 a little bit more there on Meta as we move forward. So that's it. Just, you know, you guys don't see that piece of the pie, which is fine. It's about the trade setup and the style and trade your own book. And that's part of why we don't do it, right? Like, because we want to be known for the education. And obviously, you can see by the amount of trades that I have on board here what kind of winners and losers and the kind of ratios that we're on right now, right? Twitter winner, Snapchat loser, Shopify winner. So that's 2 and 1. Rivian loser, 2 and 2. Meta winner, 3 and 2. Amazon loser, Apple winner. So we're going to go 4 and 4 today, or 3 and 3, whatever that was for the name. So as you can see, my net right now is basically flat. It is flat for the day. We're up a couple cups of coffee here. So that's how we trade, man. And there it is, Meta blowing up now, 70 cents in the money, going back up to the upside for META. So yeah, good hold there for Neil. Good rebuy in as well. So let's see where we go. Apple, Meta, Shopify all bouncing to the north side, which you wouldn't expect when you see a level like that with Brendan. A lot of red on that board, but the big dog in the middle, Tesla, definitely helping this market out.
Hey guys, yeah, a quick look at what everyone is talking about. We're back to, if you remember the past couple of days, this board has been, this board has been very green, but back to the downside we go. Tough belt front and center, and then Tesla as well, obviously, off of the 2-day move following earnings. But this TBLT, very interesting move today, a lot of volume behind it as well. Back to the upside, everyone talking about that. To the downside, Zila, back to the downside. It's been on the volume board. We see during the midday every single day this week. There's the AMC, the SPY as well. Snap, obviously the biggest one today being talked about to the downside. But it's a negative kind of Friday on the sentiment side of things, guys. Back to you.
So Tesla does not take out that. It just keeps on testing this high. It just cannot seem to break through. I still have like a stop. I have an edge A stop, so you can actually see it up there at that high of the day on Tesla. I'm also bidding down around VWAP. I'll go over it just because we've been talking about Meta a little bit. So it got up, finally actually got up to 173, actually for the first time, because when I got in, it didn't quite get to that 73 mark. It did this time. I'm just going to go back on the bid at 72. I want 1, then 2, and then I want $4 on, sorry, $3.50 on the last of the trade. Tesla I'm going to be staring at there, but PGY just wicked me out. It feels like, yeah, I guess, yeah, you know what? I put that stop at 10.20. So my stop was at $10 before, but I remember I moved it to 10.20 after the rejection of 11. So it's not a wick out. It then ran my stop to the downside on PGY. But Tesla 842 is definitely incoming. I'm going to show you guys Li Auto. That one gave up that 35 level, wicked me out, and is now heading back into the downside. So clearly the move would be looking at this 35 to 35.20 for resistance and maybe give it a little bit more room. It is still trending to the downside. Like this market does still feel weak. So getting out of the Li Auto short is obviously going to be a mistake there. Getting out of the firm short was clearly a mistake as well. I mean, what are you going to do? Reclaim that 30 level? It hasn't even tried to bounce off this. It's only been heading southbound here, and I got to be able to short pops. 29 makes some sense to me. 35 is still re-engaged for Li Auto. I'll short in front of that. I haven't made a single execution on Alibaba today, but it never gave me the prices I want. I like 5s and I like 7s. 3s are a good price as well, but I was kind of thinking that we'd get that push up. Every time the market took highs, I kept thinking we were going to get the prices that we wanted, and we just never had that happen for us over there in Alibaba. So 103, that's a shortable level. If we do fall from here, BABA has a chance to finally get down to that 100 that it's been resisting every single time I've been shorting it.
All right, guys, we are reloaded again here in Meta as it comes back down to that 172 area. Well, I'm just starting to take some out here. Like, we'll take a 32 out. We're long at 11, as I said, again, right? So we just keep reloading the same position, and hopefully this one will rip. We have 171.80 as that bottom. We'll respect that for our outs right now as Meta. Let's go, Meta. Let's take this back up to the upside. I was going to wait. I'm waiting at 41 here, or 40s, see if we can get a 40 print on that, take that 30 cents again on Meta, and then we'll get another piece on the upside again in the 50s, and then hopefully the market bottoms and we can rally like crazy from here and make our day once again here on Meta, which I think is probably, I mean, it might be Meta or Softy are like the two top stocks for me. It could be Apple. I mean, I don't know. I should probably find that out. That would be pretty smart to do that. But right now, Twitter, good out again on this name. This is going to be another positive name. Like we said, we're positive today. You could just see by the symbols there what kind of damage we're doing and where we're doing it. So the only thing that really has been the hindrance on my net today has been Snapchat, because again, we tested the bottom a bunch of times here before eventually it broke. So we made back a lot of money that we lost early from our silly long above 11. We started respecting this 1050, but as you can see now, like they say on YouTube, Dr. disrespected right now for Snapchat to the downside here as you're starting to go in. So watch out for Snapchat. I think he's probably going to look at that 10 or something like that. These are new levels here for Snapchat. We have never been here, right? And so it's a big move to the downside. Or if we have, it was pre-pandemic or just as that was going down. So I'm just worried about the levels we're breaking now. Look at that 12 shelf. Once that was broken overnight on that report, it was see you later, alligator on that one as you go to the downside. But wow, Tesla. Look, yesterday I crushed Tesla. really happy with it, was the number one stock there yesterday on the show on that one trade. So now we'll try to make that again here today at some levels, but I'm wondering about the short. The market's down today. This is not a rocket ship day like it was yesterday, but to short Tesla, remember I said at the open, I was like, do not short this name. If you shorted it at the open, it was fantastic, so that's for sure, but look at that. You didn't want to be in it for very long as it's up 2.5%, 2.8% here into a half market downside. But let's just keep on going, man. I'm really just excited about this meta position. It is a bigger position for me, obviously, as I'm excited about it. But hit the like button if you can. It's already 10:36, guys. Hit that like button and let's see if we can get that up to what, 3,000 or so? What are we at right now? 1.7K, guys. Come on, almost 8,000 people watching here, and there it is. Nope, you can't see it. There it is. Where is it? There it is. 8,000 watching. 1.7K likes, guys. If you haven't done it yet, please do it. We're trading everything under the sun and a lot of winners here for me today. So please hit the like button, hit the subscribe, hit the share, and let's just keep this party rolling.
Yeah, it's not often I would complain about going 6 to 640 on a stock, but TBLT just reclaimed the high, gave the wick off top. I'm going to get out and try to bid back at 6 even. I'll cancel that. It's not going to happen. Ends up bouncing off of 620s. Now you're headed churning towards $7, and this is it breaking out. Like, this is how significant this breakout is from 6. There's nothing. I mean, if you look at this chart, there's nothing really obvious till you get to $10 is a pretty obvious level. $8 sits out there is pretty obvious. I hate taking breakouts when psychologically you don't like taking a breakout at a higher price when you had the long earlier, but if the trend tells you it's solid, then you're going to want to make that trade. I will scalp a 7 break, but I'd much prefer be buying dips off that 650 area if we can get it. SDIG is running in the money, but right now let's be honest. This one's going a little bit better. So the next trade likely to be a 7 break on SBLT. I will play a dip buy at that previous high where put the wick off top. That's where I expect a consolidation. I'll be on the bid in front of 650, regardless of how the breakout style happens.
All right. So right now, Apple's still cruising. We've been in this trade for all day pretty much. I mean, we're trying to hold it. If it comes back down to 155, then yeah, we'll be here to take that trade. But for right now, we will sit here and try to get Apple back in. I mean, we're not going to try to do anything. If it comes back, then that will be great. That back down to 155 for Apple. Our Meta's kind of just chilling, so no real worries for Meta yet here today for me. We're just going to wait for that and see if it can go somewhere on Meta, as it's just 13 cents in the money. But again, the good thing is, remember, we're scalping this out. We're putting on shares down here. So when we're getting 30, 40, 50 cents, it's worth it for us to do that. So here it goes back up to the upside on that note. We are waiting to get out of 54 here on Meta. So if this can climb up, this will be a pretty big day changer for me here on META, especially if it does want to take out some of those highs around this 73 area one more time on Meta. Then we'll really be laughing to the bank here today. But Meta looks like it wants to hang out here now, 172. Remember, it's down 6%. So normally I don't go long on names that are down this 6%, but I feel like it's obviously it's on that Snapchat news.
It's a sympathy play. It's not down on its own news. That's the difference.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. So I was going to say that's a sympathy play here for Meta today. So that's why we're going to go long. I've loved the Meta long. It's the number one name that I'm excited for next week's earnings. But obviously this down 6%, not boding well for what might come next week there, Brendo. But over there at the big screen, it's Sector Watch. So let's see where the strength lies. What is top left, Brendan?
Tech, unfortunately. Yeah, and that's not good for the overall market, the tech sector here. The entire thing pretty much red. We are down, but I mean, we're flat. 0.16 for the S&P right now. The hardware names, semiconductors as well, under pressure. Some green here in the software makers, but overall, pretty negative. STX, WDC, they're both leading about 5% each to the downside. Consumer discretionary names, I mentioned Etsy early on, still 3.25%. This POOL reported better than expected. Lowe's is here. All of the retailers back to the upside, having a pretty good day. That's Tesla, 3% to the upside. Ford and GM, yeah, no love for either right now, back lower. SIVB in the banking sector, back downside as well off of miss on their report. AXP, on the other hand, better than expected, 4.5% higher. Utilities, consumer staples, real estate stocks, industrials, some strength, guys, but pretty flat kind of a Friday. It's 0.12 right now. I just realized we didn't have Randy on yesterday afternoon. We were supposed to talk about Tesla, but I'm going to go bug Randy. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, what's up, Randy? He's breaking ears when he rings the bell.
He
But
ain't in the building today.
He's not in the building. Like, he comes in, I think he's like once a week, maybe it's twice a week. But Thursdays are the day that we see Randy grace us with his presence. Just going to point out the NASDAQ here. Like, we now have, like, the wick off top looks a little bit crazier on the NASDAQ now that you're sort of testing some of these lows. It was pretty good early on when we were breaking out, but now you're really seeing this rejection, and then you're pulling back in, but you have not taken out overnight lows just yet. I think if that happens, obviously you can go into one of those down a couple of percent type of situations. Tesla's still holding up relatively well. This is what's happening. That's the thing. Like, you have a few stocks which are holding up some of these markets. NIO in particular here. Just want to go to one EV name that I haven't traded today. I'm not sure either of us have traded. It looks like it's trying to make a double bottom at 1950. I shouldn't say try. It just actually did make a double bottom at 1950. If we do end up reclaiming some of these highs and you end up holding this low, this is where you get that lunchtime scalp idea where you can get 1950s in a long, take it out in front of like 1975 to 80s, and then wait for a potential breakout there. This tough build, like, it just goes right up to that 7 even, and then just starts barcoding. So if it pulls back from here, like I said, I'll dip buy in front of the breakout that it just put on, and I'll also take the break if it ends up putting in the $7 break. I am sitting there locked and loaded and ready for it. In addition to that, in Tesla, Meta, it just hits at 172.50, so gets closer to 73. I'll take some out. And that SDIG, which I'm not really ignoring it, but I just got the first out as it got to VWAP here, needs to break VWAP to get a little bit more exciting. It needs to do what Tough Built is doing. That's what SDIG needs to do. It needs to make a tough build type move here, and then we can get excited about it. And as I say that, maybe I just put the hex on TBLT because it feels like I might get the dip buy instead of the break on that one.
I know Sharif's not here, but
money.
There it is. I think he's here today.
Money.
He's not at his desk right now. He loves that money thing because there it is again. Ring the Reggie one more time on Meta. Get that out at 50. I said I was waiting at 54, so we were just waiting there. Ran us over a little bit there on Meta as that's starting to go back up to the upside one more time, so that's going to be a good one. Look, we're in 4 positions right now. I don't know how I can do it really too much better. Apple to the long side, 60 cents in the money. Meta, we're ringing Reggie's again on that one. 40 cents in the money on Meta. Shopify, we've already done the damage on this. We're still into 20% though, but that was a good take there on Shopify. And then Twitter, whatever. This one we're going to have to wait for. This one's not really doing anything. Barcoding, I'm not going to get back into that. The only stock that we've really stepped up on or messed up on was Amazon, because that name continues to be one of those darn it ones, because it does break that 125. We were talking about giving it a little bit of space or not giving it a little bit of space, and we should have. So that was a mistake there, and then in on a mistake bid and then out. So we make 10 cents by fluke there, but still now bouncing back up to the upside. I did want to look at Google. There was some talk there about Google. This is the thing, like, down 3.5%, obviously another sympathy play there, as let's go Meta, man, right back up there. So yes, sir, really happy with the way Meta's performing today. Google right there, 110.60, so bouncing off that 110 area. We can look at it from yesterday. Obviously this 110 is not going to come into play for a few days. We actually didn't trade it at all yesterday, which is kind of crazy because since Google went split, it's really been my best stock. Same with Amazon since we split on that one. So we go from never trading Google to really doing quite well in it the last couple days. So it's down here at 110. I think you got to be patient and wait for those levels. So we're just going to do exactly that. Wait for that 110 level here on Google. And then I don't know if it's going to happen within the next 15 minutes. We kind of called a little bit of a choppy day, but it's actually been pretty red. I mean, the big move was down here to the downside. And then since then, look at, this is just the NASDAQ. So you still have new lower highs being put in as we go, and it's still below the 50 period. So I still do favor the shorts, but I do want to try to hold out hope that Meta can get going a little bit more here, just because they're relatively strong into them. It's not, but you could see that's kind of holding up here as the market is holding up as well at these levels. So if the market blows to the upside, I really, really like this Meta position.
Yeah, I mean, and obviously, if market blows to the upside, you'll see me taking the break on Tesla. I think that's almost a given. TBLT is sort of diddling in the middle. I'm not touching it. It's breakout or it's dip buy. But we just talked about NIO. I'll go back to Li Auto. I'm not chasing this one. I only want to get back where we got in the first time, off of that 35, being a little bit patient with this and making sure we don't I don't want to be over trading something when you're this late to the move. Like, it's down 5% and you're on these lows when the market hasn't broken the lows. So you got to be careful about shorting near any kind of a bottom. So if you have support, you can long. But resistance here, I got to make sure I'm playing off of it and not playing well away from it. Some people in the chat are asking for, I saw a couple people ask about a line for bowling tonight, like Lucas and Fahad. We're all going bowling. The entire team, TraderTV.live team, is going bowling. Fahad's been talking smack to Lucas. That's our production crew. There is no line because Fahad doesn't know how to bowl. I don't know how to handicap it. I can just tell you that my pride is on the line betting on Lucas. Fahad's in his capris, and if he beats Lucas, I'll wear capris on Monday, at least for the show anyways. I don't own them. I guess I'll have to find a pair somewhere. That's a good point, actually. If he loses, I have to find a way to get some capris going. But I just took some shares out again. I'm waiting for that 173 on Meta. If the market breaks the highs, Meta's going to 176. I don't think there's any question about that. If the market breaks the highs, it's probably because Tesla broke the highs, which it still is not doing. It's making higher highs here, which is setting up pretty well for that breakout trade. It just hasn't happened yet. So it's not giving me the dip buy off of that breakout price 832.50, and it hasn't made the breakout. And until either one of those things happen, I guess I'm just in wait and see mode on Tesla, which I do want to be my focus today. I thought there was a notion that we could have had a little bit more opportunity on GameStop. It gave the one break at 38, never came close to that 40 level. And then you look at this thing here. Now we're sitting off of 36 when I thought 35 was going to be the level. Unfortunately, 35 never happened. There's tough build through 7 finally, so at least one break comes here before we get to the end of the day show. Sorry, before we get to the midday show, end of the day show. The midday show in about 10 minutes or so. We're going to have Trader Prad and Luca there. So the 7 break on tough build. I would have preferred the dip buy. You're never that happy if you're buying 701s when you were long 602 earlier, but it's a breakout style trade and a name that is doing a lot of momentum and might do 50 to 60 million shares on the day when all is said and done. So took the 7 break, got 01, so not a lot of slippage there. Always going to want to scalp some out in the initial part of the trade to see if any of that momentum fails to continue. I hate getting caught in failed breaks. For now, it looks like this is a pretty clean one. But there's too many offers at 8s, 9s, and 10s. I just joined there for half my share. So now that I've done that, going to hold on to the rest here. I got about 40% left. I want 725s and then 750s on the way to the upside. It is a breakout on the daily chart as well from this price. That's one of the reasons why you want to hold on to a bit of a piece. But the $6 trade, I probably could have done a little bit better by holding more for the actual break of the high.
So Meta, whoa. Another out there. We got in the 80s there as an out, as now it's screaming back upside here. So good hold here for Meta. It's going to be a great trade off that bottom, man, and a couple reloads. We do have one out there when it broke through 171 the first place. We should have, really respected that bottom of 171.80. But again, like I said, man, not too many shares, the right amount of shares, but just a lot of shares. So we didn't want to, hold on to that for too much. But now we reload it a couple times, once, twice, and now all of a sudden, that first, dump off doesn't really matter. So let's wait to see if we can get it back breaking through. And then, I think this 173.50 would be fantastic for a level to get out on if we can get that. So we'll wait to see if that can come through there. 172.50 or so here on Meta, back up to that upside. Twitter, everything's just kind of dancing around. We've already talked about Amazon. Let's just check in on Rivian again. It's still low there on RIVN, so not much happening on that side of things. Brendan brought us Peloton. What about a 10 break on Peloton? With only 10 minutes left in the show, this could be something that's juicy as well. Peloton down that 9%, looking to make new lows, I guess. What is the bottom? I thought we looked at this yesterday. It was about 8. Yeah, there it is again. So here's on the 20-minute, $8. Really clean if you break 10, man. There's really nothing until this 950. So definitely look at this on a break for Peloton of $10. You could also go long there if you wanted to do that. This market has rewarded some gambling spots on names like Peloton with big time movement back to the upside. So yeah, we'll hold out hope here for Peloton, but a $10 level is more interesting to me than anything else, unless you can somehow get that 11, which would have been great to have that short earlier, $11. But there goes Meta trying to break through 173. So we got the banger on that one for sure. But over there at the big screen, it's money talks. Let's find out where crypto's going and the dollar.
Hey guys, dollar downside in a big way so far today. You can see on an hourly chart, big move down after initial test of the highs once again. So 107.40 all the way down through the entire range. We're bottoming out right now about 106.3 on the DXY, down 0.5%. Yeah, there was business activity data out this morning in the U.S. that came in at multi-year lows and contracted for the first time in a couple of years. So big move down, as I said, for the dollar. So a lot of these going to be higher on that alone. The euro back to positive territory. It was actually down early on, 0.03 right now. Again, a lot of these moves just because of dollar weakness. So Canadian dollar, 0.25% back to the upside. Same story for British pound, trying to retake 120 once again today. Bottom end here, Bitcoin. 2% so far, 23,600 once again. We failed around 23,800 this morning. So it is trying to test the top end of the range. Once again, guys, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Brennan. Always good to see what's going on in crypto. I thought I was going to trade some Coinbase today, but it turned out that Tesla took a lot of the attention, and then the small caps started going. That PGY started going. Tough Built now going. It's up 25%. It just got to 728. It broke that 25 level. Has not been able to churn too much further. There's some sellers just sort of stacking up like 27, 28, $30 as well. If we break through there, I'm going to get some out in front of that 750 level, obviously. And then just to come back to, and this is not really ignoring anything. I don't know if we've even talked about some of the other big tech names. Just, Tough Built, yeah, it just broke that 730. Let's get 740. Like, another reason why this market can't seem to go as much as we'd like it. Like, look at Microsoft, right? Like, Microsoft down 1%, 262, yesterday's resistance, yesterday's breakout in the afternoon. This is now bouncing off support. And this is, this is one of these levels. We hold 262, it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. If this holds 62, if Meta holds 172, if Tesla breaks the high of the day, then we should be headed back into the upside here. So add this one to the list. I don't know if it's the first time I'm looking at Microsoft today. 262 looks really good for support throughout lunchtime. I'm going to get on that bid to be sure, but you can't stop Tough Built. You can only hope to contain it. The same way you cannot stop Lucas on the bowling alley, you can only hope to contain him, and even then, you can't, Fahad. It's not going to happen. Let's go Tough Built. I want to see a 750 break. I'll hold on to some of this, see if we can't get to $8 on TBLT.
All right, we are now long. Obviously, Meta is really rocking, and then we just have a new position alert, so we'll hit the new position alert for you again because it's going to be AMD. Whoops, there it is. There's the new position alert. We're going to try to put another positive name in our pocket here. There goes AMD, man. We are long at 23s on this name, so and I do want to take the break as well. Let's just get some out because there it is. We're cashing out on AMD right now, like hitting the monsters here for you one more time. As here goes AMD. We're going to take a long break of 50 here, so it's going to break. There it is. I don't know what price we got there, but we're trying to get, we got 48s, I guess, on that break. So here we go. Let's see if there's some upside. Whoops, wrong price. Let's see if there's some upside moves now for AMD. Now, we did bid lower there, got that low. Then we took out 89.50 and we decided to go long here on AMD, back up to the upside, breaking through VWAP, and now taking a new position alert for us here on Advanced Micro. So, hey, man, it's got to go first for this to be a big winner. Right now, obviously, Meta is over 173 right now. So that's going to be a big winner for us. Let's just see. AMD's weak today. The market is now above the 50 period. So that's what initially got me long down here at 89.20. Look, we could hold 89.20 and then at the end of the day be like, oh, we have this position, but we're trying to, I'm trying to make the money, so I'm pushing long here. I feel like the long could come in. Let's see. There it is. Yes, let's go. This is a big position. Like, if this can go, this will really make our day here a little bit on AMD, just like that Meta trade is making our day. And yes, sir, 64, 65. We just took this AMD trade. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet, because here's another banger brought to you by yours truly here. Apple, $1 in the money. AMD, 20 cents. Meta now $1.12 in the money, and still ripping to the high side goes Meta. So we could take a piece out. Let's just do that. We have a big spot here. Let's take a piece out if we, yeah, there it is. Yes, sir. Hit the siren alert now, because we're on one here as the market's starting to go back up to the upside. Good job there on Meta as that's starting to go. Obviously, we wish we still held everything, but it's a nice take down here at that bottom level. And then AMD is really starting to rock and roll for us here, up into the 60s, into the 70s. Can we get a 68? No, we cannot. Let's see if we can get a 65. Yes, we can. So a couple more outs here. Come on, give me that 68 now. Good. Yes, sir. Wow. It's amazing now that happened for you right now, because if it was on the midday show, you wouldn't have been able to see that. So it's a nice little win there for us on AMD as that rockets up the board to one of the more profitable stocks. One trade.
Yeah, we're about to take, actually, no, 750 just went on Tough Built. I just put my offer in front of 8. I think it could turn at that price. I'm going to get on the offer on Meta here at about 173, 60, or 70. But I just saw in the chat, someone just said, how come AMC is going down? I was like, oh, I know GameStop's not doing crap, but AMC's down 7.5% and is starting to really, actually this is starting to accelerate. I remember $15 on AMC, and I like $15. The last time we traded 15 on AMC, the stock ended up at the high at 16.20 and was able to capture that move almost top to bottom. I never shorted the high, but certainly was able to get out at that high. If we continue this move down, watch out for this 15 level. Now it has to hold about 14.75 or so, but that's an absolute monster for you there if we do get down another dollar. Right? Look, I'm not saying it has to go there. If I thought it was 100% going down to 15, I would short it here. I'm just simply saying I'll be on the bid. If it gets there, and TBLT, right through 750, right to 780. We just got out at 788, so 88 miles an hour, and you go back in time. If I could go back in time, I would have held the $6 trade. $8, that's that top. I will look for an opportunity on a failed break for the short, but tough built, nothing tough about it. Just go long and kind of close your eyes.
All right. Yeah, closing your eyes. Good strategy. I tend to make more money when I'm not at my desk because then the levels just hold and then they scalp to the crazy side. What's up, Rob? I see you on there, Rob Fergan. How are you doing, my man? Can we get a fruit salad today? I'm starting to get scurvy. All right, there it is. Here's a fruit salad for you right there on the TV. Another thing that we brought to the show as entertainment. Another little segment there, the fruit salad there. But again, I don't have anything. I'm going to get some maybe after this. But we'll wait to see here. I'm just really resting right now on AMD as that's going to continue to be a nice little move here. We did get a lot out there at 70. We actually got out of half. So we still are, we're in half of this punch. We've already gotten out of this one. Well, not really. I mean, it's in the average price. So you can see my average price still $48.90. But we did, just to make sure, I want to give you guys the good here. We did get in, actually, no, we didn't get in to as many shares. Well, we did, but we're into a little bit more than half, I should say that now, because we didn't get out and into as many and out of as many as I thought. So we're still into AMD. Half of that trade is still in now at 50. It's only 10 cents. I think this market does have that opportunity to go back up to the upside now that we take out this 50 period. And again, if I think it's going to be a choppy day, then we do have to test back up here, 12,630 into this range to get going. But maybe that is the high of the day right there, and we can figure out what's going to happen moving forward. So watch out for this 12 bottom. My out for AMD, we just took another piece there at 63. My out is going to be 89 dropping back in. So you have the 50 period and you have VWAP right there, but 89 coming back in is really what we're going to look for there on this name. And then we've already talked about Meta. Look at that out. I don't know. It doesn't get much better than that one. As we go, mamma mia here for Meta, as that was a great trade off these bottoms. So really, you can see sort of where my day has been at today on the board. I think I'm 6 and I don't think I've traded 10 names. I believe I'm like maybe 4 and 3 here today. But we just added AMD. We're positive on Apple, anyways. It's been a good day. Let's see if Meta can carry the day for us. More high side coming on Meta, but just so you know, I have 5 to 6 times the shares on AMD that I do now have on Meta. So I do like this AMD break. We're above these levels. Let's see if it goes. So AMD will be my day maker. We've already made the cash on Meta.
And just to point out, I know you guys can see on the position board, I have that ONEM. That was that buyout from yesterday, like Amazon purchasing them. So doing a little bit of like spread, just take a couple of cents there. It actually doesn't have a huge range despite the big spread. A lot of times we won't even go over these because if you're not market making on a stock like this, then sometimes there aren't chances. This actually has given you some momentum a little bit off the open, but it has support off that 17. It was a huge buyer at that price. And all I've done the last couple of days is when it gets down there, just take a couple of scalp trades. So if you see it on there, it's not a huge momentum name. This is being bought out for cash at 18, and it has support at 17. So I'm essentially just taking a few pennies on the side there on the back. But I wanted to make sure you guys did see that. It is on our position board because we show you everything that we do take. That tough built, so it got to $8, and yeah, it failed. And again, this was nothing, like it was $7 into $8. When you went to the higher time frame, it's actually pretty clean here. If you look at the last real big capitulation candle above this breakout price, like when it broke 6 and it broke the 50 period, where is that biggest event? And it was rejecting $10 and trying to find support at 8, and then essentially finding resistance at $8 and then falling down. Like that's where I got the notion of $8 from that $7 break. I just go to the daily chart, look at the last bag hold style area, and then try to get out in front of it. And now you're seeing it pull back into 750. That breakout on Tesla This is feeling pretty different from yesterday because I feel like when I was waiting for this breakout, it was happening. And Tesla, now you're not even getting back up there. The dip is definitely coming back into play right down into this 832. At lunchtime, I want to be even more patient than that. I think we'll wait for 825. I want to be in Li Auto to the short side, but it's like I want that 35, and that's the price that I had earlier. I'm not going to get it back. You can't rewind time here, guys. Now, Li Auto was my favorite stock short this week, and the day it goes, I ain't got it. A bit frustrating for me on Li Auto. Short every single day off this price. I wasn't able to get it today. The midday guys are going to be all over this. I see Luca. He's got his game face on. He's got his game gear on. Trader Pratt and Luca in the midday. Go get him. It's going to be a wild one.
Yeah, welcome to the Midday Show. I'm your host, Trader Pratt, and this is Luca. So I'm just getting a couple of my things set up over here. All my screens disappeared. So Luca, would you mind just taking over for a quick second?
Why the lack of energy, boys?
My screen's just all closed on itself.
Yeah, guys, no problem. Hopefully everyone's having a great day and, doing well. Yeah, TVLT to start. So I'm actually watching this one right now, and I'm wondering to myself, I guess I just missed the 8 level here. Oh, that's unfortunate. But it didn't break 8. This is kind of wild. And one thing I want to say, I'm obviously not like a huge small cap trader, but, I'm going to try to work on strategies around this. So I'll remove the fills. But one thing that was pretty prominent on this one, for anybody that was watching this, see how we went for the high day break? It's the same action, right? It's that going for that high day break, and then the flush. Now, one thing to note, if you guys are looking at the tape, if you were watching this at this time, one thing to note, this slammed into the kind of moving average here, which is, arbitrary level, but obviously the average, and the amount of soaking that was taking place at this level was ridiculous. So like a quick tape read, and, obviously, not to say that, it may have looked like I overtraded this, but I don't really know what I'm doing. I don't really know what my strategy is. I'm just kind of like saying I'm favoring the short. I'm kind of trying to short strength. I'm using tape reads. But this was my max size ad, and I let the level break, and then I saw the kind of volume take place, then the slam down, and then I said, okay, like let me take the short here. So max size short. So I had a really good short over here covered, like this was profitable. I kind of got chopped up over here. I hit the long and I won on the first one, and then I thought, oh, we're gonna squeeze. I thought like we would squeeze from here. And so like we didn't squeeze, so I got chopped up trying to like slam the long with like too much size, so like whatever. And then we popped, and then I took the short, covered where everybody else was covering. But I'm surprised, like this, if this was going to be dead, I think this should have flushed towards maybe 590, and maybe even into a halt, right? Maybe even into a halt. So if you notice the volume, if you guys look at the volume kind of going into this push up and then push down and then soak, it's like, okay, there's obviously an algo on this name. It's obviously doing the same kind of action. Soak the whole float, squeeze everybody, and then look for an exit. And I think that like that 750 to 8 area is the exit, and I just have to come over here. So guys, enjoy the explanation that I give you, because I basically missed a banger short from up here. So whatever is what it is. Kind of upsetting, but whatever, live with it. But yeah, so basically, kind of runs up, does a lot of volume, and one thing to look for on the tape, and I'll pull it up here for you guys. There's obviously dark pools, like there's going to be a lot of dark pool action. But when you see something going into like a level, so for example, $8 level, when you see size on like Lick Gateway, like 790, 795, whatever it is, and you see like midpoints going off in dark pools, this is telling me that this algo is now getting out in front of the size, soaking on people who are getting squeezed. So obviously everybody's getting stopped out, everybody's getting squeezed, kind of like a hot chick and the hot chick of the day type thing. And, like algo getting out, but, soak and repeat. So it's like every time it looks like it's going to go down, like there is somebody just absorbing the float, and every single pop they are exiting, right? So it's just kind of like pure manipulation. And then, like once it kind of fails, which who knows when that's the case, it's the same kind of common theme over and over again. Once it fails, once the algo is done with the stock, you will see a change in the tape, a change in the velocity of the price action, and then when that happens, that's probably when you say to yourself, okay, let me smash this short, because now there's really like nobody playing games, soaking levels, this and that, whatever. But I'm actually surprised because, only 40 million volume on the day. Normally these kind of like moves happen when you see like 100 million, 150, 200 million. Maybe we get there today. Maybe this thing continues to go higher, breaks 8, goes to 10, goes to... anything's possible, but at the end of the day, just kind of be cautious and like as you see, kind of the way that I'm trading this, just to be safe. I think I'm for the amount I traded, for the size I traded, like I'm obviously not doing as well as I could have done. Probably would have like smashed that there, but whatever. not doing as well as I could have done on this, but at the same time, like, you see what I'm doing. It's like I'm taking the short, and the reason I'm covering is because of the soaking. I'm like, well, it should have went down. Like, I've seen these enough times. I haven't participated, but, you know, kind of being involved in the action, it was a clear tell to, like, cover half and then, like, let the rest ride. But then it wasn't really breaking trend, so I was like, let me just get out of this. And again, like, let me show my chart here, but let me, like, drag up the volume for you guys. If you see here, like, look at this volume. Right? So look at the volume over here, right? Dead. And then look at this volume. And this volume is obviously on this candle. So it's like the squeeze out, stop everybody out, the slam, and the soak, all in like a 1 minute, 2 minute range, right? And so like now it's kind of back up, right? And you know, like, so like the kind of ideology is like take the short, but if I'm wrong, I'm getting out right away. Like I'm not the type of trader where I'm going to add, and then the flush comes and I'll cover. Because like it's kind of a dangerous game. I don't know if this goes into a halt. Am I going to get destroyed on it? Like maybe if that happens. So I'm kind of like tight risk on it. You know, kind of trying new style, looking at the name. You know, hopefully I kind of build on this and get a little better over time.
Yeah, thank you, Luca. I just had to restart my computer over here, so thankfully now everything is working perfect. And yeah, market has been a little crazy. Well, not really. Market has been pretty much flat on the day, very much sideways, and not doing what I'm expecting out of it. So I don't really have much trades on the board over here. I have an AMD and Apple short. The position board will update itself over there when I do take any profits out of these positions. So since I'm not ready to take any profits just yet, the position board will just be blank like that. When you do see me get into a new trade or actually take a profit target, then when you'll see that update. But right now we are short AMD 89.40 and Apple 155.63, just trying to trade the ranges that the market has been giving us all day so far. My idea is basically we break 4K and then we trap the longs to the upside and trap the longs and push to the downside. 4K being a barrier, 40.15 being a barrier. Market did push up there and now market's trying to go down. But it's not doing it in the velocity or the fashion that I would like it to. So I'm not too excited for this day at all. We'll wait to see if the market can actually bring in some volume and actually start trading around a little bit more. There are some positions such as Snapchat, which had negative earnings. I originally thought Snapchat canceled their report in Q3. At least that was the idea that we saw on a couple articles, that they canceled the Q3. But this morning I woke up to a complete full Q3 report, so not sure what happened over there. And today Snapchat did drop about 30% in pre-market or in after hours yesterday. Now Snapchat extending those losses a little bit more. I guess if you were short anywhere in the pre-market, you're just laughing right now, as the stock is pushing to $10, which I believe is a new all-time low.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of funny. Like, I think they did come up with the report, but it's like literally me and Pratt are like, wait, are they like not reporting because they have to? But yeah, it was guidance. You know, they're like, we cannot guide in this type of market that we have. I mean, I don't blame them, but at the same time, that's not good for the stock, and the stock is down. I did not trade Snapchat today. I don't think I did. Oh no, I did not trade Snapchat today, and it's on the New York exchange. And the reason being is because SSR. I just figured there's probably easier names to hit the short. I'm not the type of trader where I'm going to scale into a big position, so I prioritize kind of like size of my position. Like, like it was pretty obvious. Like a lot of traders could have had the short. A lot of traders here probably had the short and like very nice flush. But I asked myself, I have to take the best opportunities that I can. And I think something that was very obvious for me was...
It's actually doing something crazy right now. It's just printing straight bids when there's a little bit of a size on the ask, but not doing too crazy. 10.15 held up and it just started printing nothing but ask and mid prints like it's doing right now too. So maybe a little SSR long possible on Snapchat, but I'm bearish. I'm only looking for short opportunities.
Yeah, maybe get a short opportunity going if we see one. But at this point, it's in kind of the free fall state. Maybe we test 10, see what happens at 10. It'll be interesting to see how much size is at 10. Obviously, you got a psychological level, but at the same time, like bad news. Every time I glance over at the tape, it's just getting slammed down. But also I'll share another trade with you guys. Tesla very strong yesterday, so I was just looking for some upward momentum this morning. And we did not break the 830 in the pre-market level. And so we see kind of tested once, tested twice, and then kind of sideways. This sideways action sort of worried me because I figured we could easily break 830 and then quickly reverse. But I was confident in my abilities to be in and out very quickly, and I sized accordingly. And so I had a nice little win on this, and I'm like, you know what? That's it. 2 wins on Tesla. I don't know if I could get to 3, so I'm done with it. Let it go. and obviously not getting towards that 850 level. So with the rest of the market moving, doesn't seem that it wants to hold above 4,000 for the time being. So kind of put this one on ice, and I'm not going to really dance around with it too much. Just let that one go. And I had an Amazon trade, which Amazon not really in play, but I saw something in the tape that told me like just go long here. So I had the long scalp, but like Amazon, Apple, like not really in play, like very, very low liquidity. It was kind of flashing around. So I tried my luck in maybe it's holding. There's a couple people bidding. It's not really breaking down on this level. I'll just take the long, get out. And so that was pretty clean there. Overall, can't complain with my performance today. Pretty happy. And we'll keep an eye on TBLT because this thing looks like it wants to. Maybe it's a double top. Maybe we go for the 8 push. But at this point, this thing is wild. The velocity in the tape is definitely still there. So maybe we get that 8 squeeze out. And then at this point, I'm going to use every 50-cent increment to kind of determine like where I'm going to get in and out.
Twitter over here today has the catalyst, but not really doing a whole lot. I believe on the relative volume, at least, Twitter is a little bit elevated on the relative volume side. Let's actually go confirm that. 2.33 times relative volume. So earnings catalyst is helping out Twitter today. I'm expecting a little bit more to the downside move. They missed earnings. They kind of chalked off their earnings miss as the battle with Elon Musk and so on, and that was the uncertainty. Your sales have nothing to do with Elon Musk deal. Come on, like you previously were not making any sales or anything along those boards. You had no real monetization coming in from Twitter, and just because of that falling out deal, you're gonna chalk that up as a uncertainty because of that. So I don't believe any of that. Twitter missed because they missed, and it is as simple as that. And they are down only 0.78%. I'm expecting a bigger drop to come into Twitter. I'm expecting that deal to fall through. So bunch of reasons why I'm not even excited about this move that Twitter's showing me, which is above VWAP this whole day. Even in pre-market, even off the opening drive, we're just holding VWAP. And now that we're not even close to being lunchtime yet, we have an hour over here. There's no volume in this stock at all. So not too much of a impact from that catalyst, obviously, but overall to the downside with the rest of the market, as NASDAQ is currently down 0.6% and S&P 500 down 0.12%. I think one of you said, how is Prad not going crazy for Free Fall Friday? That's because there's nothing free falling about this Friday. There's nothing free falling about this Friday.
Yeah, guys, don't get it twisted. It's we're flat on the day. Obviously, look at percentages, not how the candles look. And, as Prad was giving that explanation there, I don't know if you heard me in the back, I'm just saying, come on, break. I want to see this $8 break on TBLT. We went for the high a day push again. Look at this. The high was 791. We went for that high, 795, and instantly slammed and flushed down. So I was actually looking for the same kind of pattern at the $8 level because, like, the last thing I want to do is kind of, go for, it's like the high a day, but it's right beside 8, right? And maybe you say, okay, I'm going to play off the size, but at the same time, it's like, the likelihood that we break is so high that I don't want to get short unless we break. So maybe we get that going right now, and we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, so Twitter is one thing that I am looking to short at the moment, but a lot of people in the chat are talking about cryptocurrency. So let's go see what cryptocurrency is doing today. Bitcoin looks like it wants to create a new range, in this range high over here, around 20K or so. Well, not new, I guess it's an old range, right? 21K, 19K, 20K. Let's see if we can install a support area over here. And now we start playing with these lows from 12th of May. Which happens to be around 25K. So this 50-period EMA currently coming in as a support area, allowing Bitcoin to be 2% up, even Ethereum to be 2% up. Bunch of the altcoins not really doing anything besides being flat. That's the nature of the market today. So Coinbase, let's go check out what Coinbase is doing today. I can handle this if you want to look for your trades.
Yeah, sure.
So Coinbase over here to the downside 2%, whereas your overall cryptocurrencies market's actually to the north side. Not sure why Coinbase is coming up. Maybe because the overall market is just red today. The tweet that I sent out not too long ago, which was, let's break 4K, let's trap the longs and then flush. We didn't come to 4K not to break 4K. We got the 4K break. We got the back through to 4K. Now all I'm expecting is the flush below 4K, right back to 3950s and sideways trading near 3950s. Not that I know the future. I know nothing.
You know, there's obviously people, I saw Tyrone saying, check the short float. Yeah, I think it's like 20%. So, like, obviously, this thing could continue to go. And the float is what, maybe 20 to 40 million, if I had to guess. Like, I think I glanced at it this morning. But, you know, just obviously
132%.
Trade, that's crazy. Yeah, trade the setup that you see.
Oh, I thought you were covering. Sorry, I thought you were going. I was just helping you out on the 132%.
Yeah, no, I'm trading this. So yeah.
Okay,
just,
you're trading. Then I got you. My bad. I thought you were gonna talk about the TBLT trade. Someone asked what was the short flow for it. TBLT 132% is what I'm seeing on Trade Ideas. He was had it on his blotter, so I thought he was gonna trade it. So I was just stretching there for a second. For anyone that was a little awkward silence. But yeah, Coinbase right back to lower days over here. Market still not trying to break that 39.90 bottom or 39.80-85 area. S&P 500 very sideways today, very boring in my opinion. I mean, look at Apple. Apple just stuck in a dollar range, 155 and 156. I guess it's allowing you to scalp the crap out of this range for anyone who's interested. Non-stop get in, get out, get in, get out, and hopefully you're on the right side if it does end up breaking that range at one point. Right now, I am sure, as you guys can see, because I do believe on the downside move today. I don't believe in the upside move. So we'll see if that one's end up being right.
All right, now this is getting spicy. We keep breaking highs. So I tried a little short at 8. It did not work. But it's interesting how it breaks 8. It does volume. It comes back through. I take the short. It stalls and does nothing. And that's why it's funny, like awkward silence, like nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. We're not speaking. And the stock is not moving for like 3 seconds. I'm like, okay, I think I'm wrong here. So obviously I got out. And again, look at this. This is like I think like what I ended up getting on this. Obviously it depends the size, you know, but I think on this one is like maybe like a 5-cent risk. So it's like I'll take a 5-cent risk every time, because if we like, you know, like kind of going back to this whole ideology of like the flush maybe potentially into the halt, you know, short interest is very high. So now I'm going to make the assumption that, okay, this thing is holding trend. It's going to go right. I had my levels 650, 7, 750, 8. And now I'm saying, okay, maybe we're going to 10. And are we going to halt? I have no idea. But now, like, this thing is really off to the races. So, yeah, let's see what happens. And Snap about to break 10. Yeah, hopefully,
about to break
you know,
$10.
Unfortunately, that it is it's short sale restricted. So, you know, you can't really slam it short. I'm staying away from that one. And yeah, guys, GME stock split today. You know, not really trading. Located a bunch to take the short, but you know, not really trading actively. Not really too exciting. So I'm not really trading that one.
Yeah, I don't have absolute size on, so I'm trying to see how much size is on Snapchat at $10.09. It's about 100,000 shares at Snapchat down there. So, you know, we know that level cannot be taken out by short sellers. Only by longs who are trying to get out of their position can punch out at 10.09. 100,000 shares. Hopefully we start bouncing off of that. I'm expecting to bounce before we even get to 10. I mean, 10 has 600,000, 700, 800, 900, almost like 1.1 million shares on here at the $10 level, which really can't get wiped out. So if they do manage to wipe out this 10.09 level, then that 10 level I believe will not get touched and not get taken out. And for anyone who wants to go long on Snapchat would be probably waiting for that level would be making sense. You know, even waiting for 10.09 makes sense as you can only risk, you know, if you get long at 10.10 or even 10.09, you're basically risking a penny or a half a penny to the downside. Or if you're waiting for the $10 level, your risk to reward is so much better, and you can just look to push infinite amount of size on there pretty much and risk only a couple pennies to the downside. Risk to reward is all we're talking about over here. Snap is the new MySpace. Yeah, I guess so. You could say that, but you know, I never use MySpace, so I don't really know how that works out. Never lucky enough to never end up on MySpace over there. PGY buy opinion. I don't give out buy opinions or like any you know like that. I'll give you what this technical is telling me about this chart. The chart technicals are telling me it's going to the upside. So yeah, go long on it clearly. But right now, what would be the levels where I would be long at? Not at the high of day when the market's trying to come off. I'm not going to go long on any stock at the high of day, especially when the market's trying to go red or stay red. And when I'm bearish, that's even more of a reason for me to stay away from that trade. Couple areas where I could think about going long is the $9 level when it comes down to VWAP maybe, or even the $8 level when it breaks VWAP to the downside and goes to test the 50-period EMA. Until then, there's no reason for me to chase the long over here on PGY. If there's anything, I'll just be looking for shorts instead. Looks like the stock could be a recent IPO also. Let's go check on that real quick over here.
Guys,
No,
TBLT, while you look at that, TBLT going insane, okay? The tape is insane. The amount of slamming right now is insane, but obviously high short interest. It is being soaked. Guys, look at my chart here. I take the short, it instantly flushes, and we were down here, and I thought, okay, now we're going, and there's so much selling right now on the tape. Anybody who's kind of short at the top here, like, if this selling continues and if we break, like, we're going. But I'm so surprised at how it's holding up with this amount of selling. Like, this is insane. Like, this is insane. I'm shocked right now.
Yeah, TBLT, it's just getting squoze, I guess. So, I mean, we've seen these squeezes come so many times now, so there's a reason why I don't even touch these stocks. Apes go crazy. Why bother with playing these stocks if you're not going to go on the ape-sided stuff? If you want to play ape stocks, just be an ape, right? And I'm not an ape, so I can't go long. I just can't. I deleted the keys off my keyboard. It's just not possible.
Like, you know, it's kind of wild to see, like, and this is the thing, right? This is like kind of like tape reads for you guys, for anybody asking questions yesterday, today, like how you look at them on large caps versus small caps. You know, like you're using 50-cent increments on these names. You know, you got the blow off top, you got a lot of kind of offer out, you know, a lot of dark pool, a lot of icebergs, nothing really showing up on lit gateways. But then we popped back above the 850 level just now, and somebody like slammed the bid with 400 lots, which again is not like an extreme amount, but it's like people are getting squeezed. Then it drops down, and everyone's like, okay, this is gonna go. And so everyone's hitting the bid, hitting the bid, hitting the bid, but it's just it's not moving. It's not moving lower. And look at this. Now it's gonna go up, and maybe this even moves into a halt. Maybe this goes to 9, goes to 10, because like even though there's so much selling, it's just not going down. Maybe it goes down now. But like it's just not, yeah. This thing's insane. Just be cautious on it. Like for the amount of selling that we're seeing, this should be down at $8 and potentially into a halt. But because we're not, be cautious on the short side for this for sure. Because either somebody is stuck and trying to get out because, you know, high short interest, or like there's an algo on the name kind of playing games, and it's the classic price action, right? So, you know, at this point, I'm going to make the assumption we're going for a high a day push again, which would be like 870, and then at that point maybe we get a 9 test. But I'm not really, like, everybody's slamming the short here. I'm going to let it go. If it goes, it goes. I gave it a try. This was full size, and like I stopped myself out over here because I said, okay, if we come back up, we're probably going to get back to break even. I'm going to stop myself out anyways. So I'll just pad the stats, take the small win on that, and you know, continue to watch this. This is definitely my main focus for probably the rest of the show.
Talking about ape stocks, going over to GME over here. We know that GME had a stock split yesterday night going into today morning, now trading at $35, 4-to-1 stock split. So now the question is, where does GME go off from here? Do the buyers come in, or do the sellers you know, start shorting more, and then we see an increase, the short float coming in, and then we start going up more? The market is now actually going down, so it looks like we might just end up getting some of these profits on Apple and AMD shorts, which obviously still doesn't show up on the board because I have not taken any profits on it. So just so it can show up on the board for you there, let's just take a quick little target on Apple, see if they can give me that target, and then we'll just hold on to the rest of the shares for the rest of the day. Market clearly pushing down, so it looks like the Free Fall Friday might just be here.
Did you check the float for TBLT on the
132 short.
No, but just the float, not short float.
2.13 mil.
Okay, yeah. So I was gonna say, I'm like, this is not 40 million. Why am I thinking it's 40 million? This is not trading like 40 million. Maybe incorrect information, but you know, trust your gut and watch the tape. You trade long enough. I'm like, this is a million float. I'm like, I don't know who, like 40 million. I know I just said that, but I'm like, no, this is not. This is huge. This is definitely tiny float. And, you know, obviously with the small floats, you guys have to be careful, you know, because you could get swiped a lot. And, you know, last thing you want is to kind of get caught and kind of flushed into a halt. We should bring on, you know, kind of trade of the day for some of the other traders. And, you know, convince Brankles to come back on here because he had some absolute bangers yesterday. And he was trading, I think it was ADPN, ADXP, something like that. I don't know. And, you know, he was he had the long going, and then it flushed down, and he was like, wow. And I love it, right? Like anybody who trades small caps, it's like you'll just hear like every like 10 minutes in the back, like, wow, look at this, wow. And you see me now, I'm just like so excited. But yeah, hopefully this provides a really good opportunity. I mean, look at this, right? Look at this. It's obviously holding trend. You're getting that slam down, but now we're back up. So it wants a high day push. And maybe, you know, at this point, I'm not really going to anticipate and say that like the high day push is then going to be the top, because this thing continues to make higher highs. And, you know, so maybe this maybe gets to 10. This thing's going nuts.
Market currently down 1.13 for NASDAQ and down 0.5% for the SPY. So I don't know, free fall, not free fall. I won't say anything close to free fall until I see 39.50 coming into play. Once we see 39.50 and actually break 39.50, then I'll start, you know, maybe saying free fall. Actually, I'm even walking away from the term free fall because you guys have kind of killed that term for me. Every Friday, you guys want me to say free fall Friday. It doesn't happen, and then I'm sitting there upset for it. But thankfully, today we are getting a little bit of a red move for you bears, whoever are in the chat, shorting the market across the board. You see a couple of my positions that I'm short right there, Apple and AMD, and riding them to the downside is Prastradamus right now. I did call it out in the morning. Break 4K, crash after that, and then just go to the downside. So we'll see where this one goes to. Couple stocks with the catalyst behind it. Verizon down sharply after cutting its annual profit forecast. The company reported quarterly EPS of $1.24, missing estimates. Verizon added 12,000 net phone subscribers who pay a monthly bill compared to FactSet estimate of 150,000. So that they missed a little bit on that side. Looks like let's go over to Verizon over here on NY, not NASDAQ. Should be to the downside for the most part as the whole market has been bleeding. So here's Verizon down 6% and trying to extend those losses as we are at day's low at $4.41/42.
Yeah, you know, TBLT going for that 9 push. I see everybody in the chat, 9 push. Yeah, I'm watching this. I'm just like literally staring at the tape. And you know, for anybody kind of like see, obviously the long is good. You know, like you buy the dips, like ride the kind of momentum. For me, I started with the short bias. At this point, I don't want to chase. I feel like if this does flush down, then we could get like a super violent flush. Like I've seen it so many times before. So I'm gonna stick with my bias. But at the same time, like guys, keep in mind, like look how I'm shorting this thing, right? It's like I am very, very tight risk. So I'm not actually like losing on it. I'm not getting smoked. I'm not like shorting and letting this thing go like 50 cents to like 80 cents against me and then adding more, right? It's like I'm waiting for it. I'm watching the tape. I'm saying, okay, what are the levels? Like, okay, now we're at 9. Maybe this is an interesting level. If we get kind of like an over-under going, you know, if we don't come back through, maybe we're going 9.50, 10. You know, if we get to 10, definitely gets interesting. But I think that 7 break was the cleanest break. I think Neil mentioned it on the daily, like it's kind of like a daily level breakout. So, you know, anybody long from there obviously is loving it because you were never out of the money. And then at this point, it's just trade management, like where are you getting out? You know, you know, in that kind of respect, it's like it's more so like, you know, like kind of whatever. I mean, I don't know what decisions to make, but you know, things float around, things do what they do, and you know, it's you know, when you're in a stress-free trade, you can't be more happy than that.
Here's a stock that's actually strong on the day with the positive catalyst, so you do expect it to be strong, which is American Express. They also had earnings today. They come out with decent earnings to the north side. I believe they beat estimates on both of them, revenue and on EPS, if I remember correctly from what I read. Let me quickly glance over to my watch list over here to see full year growth revenue. They're raising their guidance also. So yeah, multiple factors to help American Express over here to push to the north side and take advantage of that earnings report. Sadly though, we are seeing VWAP rejection all the way through. The market conditions being red on the day, probably not helping out AXP over here. American Express should be in the financial sector. Even if it's not in the XLF, it should somehow have a weightage and some impact from how the financial sector overall is moving around. So XLF is something to take a look at. XLF today being down about 0.1%. Not really doing too much to the downside. So we'll see maybe if XLF over here can help AXP, or maybe AXP can help XLF in general, the whole financial sector to stay alive. UVXY now about to be 1 full % in the green side.
That was so bad.
S&P 500 down 0.5%.
No cover.
And NASDAQ down about 1.2%. Luca, did you?
Sure, yeah, guys, I'll share this trade too. You guys are watching this live, by the way, so understand that, like, you know, from time to time, I'm you know, obviously picking my spots, moving a little bit more size. Like, this is exciting, and like, I'm super upset about this. Like, this was so bad. This was so bad, but you know, it is what it is. Whatever. Like, look at this. We broke 9. Anybody who's watching this, you saw that, right? We broke 9. We popped. We came back through. I took the short. We slammed all the way to 861. I tried to get out 861. I missed. And I kind of like whatever, and obviously, guys, you know, understand that like you should, you know, if you're an active trader, you should have stops in certain areas that keep you safe. And so having that stop in place, just getting out quickly. I don't even know if I made, did I? Yeah, I made money on this trade. I actually made money on this trade, but you know, guys, keep in mind that like I was like way in the money. Like this was what, like a 9 short. That was like 40 cents in the money, like 40 cents. And then guess what? I end flat. Like that's like the most upsetting thing ever. Ruined my day for sure, 100%. You guys watched it live, so hopefully pure entertainment for you guys. But obviously now we're, you know, back above. And you know, just kind of my overall general idea of this. Like, look at this. It bounced right off trend. So like, unfortunately, you know, didn't get the fill is what it is. But the fact that this thing went all the way down and then popped all the way back and then made a new high, like this thing is deadly. This thing is deadly. This, whoever's on this name, whether it's, you know, because the short percentage is high, you know, or maybe like kind of algo, obviously there's algos on the name doing their thing. Like this thing is deadly. Be careful on this thing. Just make sure you're managing your risk very, very tight because, you know, as you can see, things are absolutely insane. That was like super exciting. Like obviously I didn't, you know, make what I wanted to on that, but you know, whatever, it is what it is.
We're going to head over to Brendo for social sentiment.
Hey guys, yeah, quick update for you on what's happening on social media so far today. You can see the red is growing, unfortunately. Yeah, back to the downside for the overall market here. Snapchat, the biggest one front and center, down huge, obviously, off earnings. A lot of people talking about GME, I noticed. Before I came on here, a lot of comments over here on GME following the split, all to the downside. AMC equal weighted here as far as negativity. The overall market, negative territory. Tesla stands out as very strong today. A lot of positivity after what happened yesterday. I just noticed Apple popped up on this board. A lot of mentions, but no real clear direction as far as Apple is concerned today. Everything else pretty red as well. Lemonade as well, growing as far as the size is concerned, and Twitter back to the downside after that early run-up. But a ton of comments here. Somebody talking about MMAT. Currently, Snapchat on here, Mara as well. All the usual suspects, guys, as far as what is being discussed. Back over to you.
Yeah, so here we go. Markets are pushing to the downside. As expected, the bear markets are still here. 4K rejects one more time. 12,600, 12,500 actually cracking on NASDAQ just now as Brendo was talking not too long ago, so multiple reasons as to why this market is looking weak today. You know, multiple answers as to why. You guys wanted a free fall Friday. You guys wanted a red shirt. I put on a red shirt. Market clearly accepted that answer. So I guess you guys are welcome for anyone who wanted that today. We are enjoying our Apple shorts at the moment and our AMD shorts and right into the downside. But like I said, I'm not excited until S&P 500 hits 3950 and actually breaks 3950. Until then, man, I don't even call it a red day. Yeah, NASDAQ is for sure a red day. 1.5% almost coming in for NASDAQ over here. S&P 500 down only 0.5%. We know how that 3940, 3920 level is on the downside. That's basically counting your chickens before they hatch almost. So wait for those levels to get tested. See how those levels act. See how those levels behave. If buyers start to pile in on those levels, especially on a Friday going into a weekend, that completely negates my whole theory going into next week. If buyers don't come in at 39.50, 39.40, 39.25 going into a weekend on a Friday, then that makes me happy going into next week because that means I can short all of next week and make tons of money on that side, not get whipped out by market completely being irrational as it always is. So keep in mind, you have your if and then statements and your scenarios planned out and know exactly what you want to do. For example, example, I knew I wanted to come into the market today shorting, and that's what I'm doing. I'm coming into the market going for shorts, taking those positions and putting in the damage in positions and areas that I can. XLF right now extending its losses to the downside, most likely taking AXP with it. So AXP over here now also pushing down a little bit to the 100-period EMA, but not really too drastically. And here's the S&P 500 right now at 39.75, holding up at the levels at 39.75 or so. I'm not sure 39.75 is a real level by any chance. I'm not a futures trader, so if 39.75 is a level, I do apologize. But 39.50, this area right here, the number of bottoms we saw, even 39.40s on the daily chart, if you were to pull back on the daily chart for the S&P 500 futures, you understand what I'm looking at. But 39.75 kind of being in the middle over here, or even the range highs, makes sense maybe why I'm seeing a little bit of a buying action. Notice on this day over here, around midday, we saw 39.75 hold up and we broke 4K, or was it later on in the day? Sorry, that was yesterday after hours or something like that, I believe. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I can't really pinpoint the time right now, but let me quickly go make sure to see how much in the money I am on my Apple and AMD, and that's pretty surprising. I'm exactly $1.30 in the money for both of them. So clearly market's pushing down, taking my positions with it. We are right in the shorts. Let's go check out a Snapchat. Is anywhere close to that 1009 level? Looks like it is. We took out the 1009 level, which had a ton of size on it. I thought we would not be able to take out that level. Now that the 1009 level is gone, the real level in question is coming into play very soon, which is going to be the $10 level. I'm going to expect some good bouncing coming in from the $10 level to the north side, taking Snapchat for a good SSR play. Luca?
Yep. I don't even know where we are. Maybe we get that free fall Friday after all. Things kind of moving lower. Now we're down 66 beeps. You know, NASDAQ kind of falling off, down 1.5. Maybe we get... You know, it's kind of interesting because we obviously had the flush. We had the overall kind of like break through these moving averages on the broader market. And, everything kind of strong, like, in the beginning of earnings season. But I sort of feel that, like, at the first sign of weakness, like, we're done. We're going back down. And I don't know who was on the morning show. And I think TBLT flushing again for anybody who, oh, wow, look at that. Oh, my God, 820. Okay, guys, look at this. Look at this flush down. This is actually insane. This is insane. So much opportunity on the stock today. Hopefully you guys are killing it. Hopefully the people behind me are killing this because this is insane. And I am not. But whatever, is what it is. And, but yeah, overall market is what it is. Yeah, guys, as a trader, I think is what it is one of the most, like, because I'm just like, well, that was my month. That was my week. That was my day. This could be your year if you're a good enough trader. But obviously you don't want one trade to be your year, one name to be your year. But, maybe this goes into a flush. And, okay, guys, it's like the more I look at this, the more upset I get. But, this flush down, just to kind of cover the whole ideology, because obviously, I love kind of, showing my process, and you guys are watching where everybody's learning from each other. It's like, I said to myself, I'm going to stick with the short bias because I think this will happen. And then when this happens, it's like you lose, you lose, you lose. And again, look where I'm taking my shots, right? I take it here, I take it here, I take it here, I take it here. I thought this was going to be this. Like, I was hoping for it, but like we obviously stalled. And like now you get the flush, right? So at this point, like maybe this is the, I'm not going to go as far and say the death candle because it's still up on the day, still above VWAP, still could potentially like bounce back and make a run back to 9, like anything's possible. But like, guys, keep in mind that, if you catch the move, right? If you obviously like extension, you catch the move. If we now go sideways and then flush down again, and you're short from 9, like $2.50 divided by 9, like whatever is that off the top of my head, what is that, like 30%? So if you get like a 30% move, like that's A++ for me, like 30-40% move, right? So like keep in mind that like this is kind of my approach. This is why I said I'm favoring the short. Because, I really want to go for it. I think there's a good opportunity there. And, obviously, like, if you guys are trading, you're more focused than I am. And you're going to catch these moves. You're not going to catch them because you're not paying attention or, like, kind of whatever, giving explanations to people for free. And, whatever. And to that, I'll say, is what it is. Is what it is. Because, you're going to miss moves if you're a trader. Things are going to happen. Things are going to move without you. But the main thing I will cover is just do not get FOMO. Like at this point, do not chase the bottom with max size. Do it like if you're kind of mean reversion trader. Don't be punching late to the party. You punch late to the party, you put yourself offside, you lose even more money, and then it's just kind of a downward spiral. So, you know, like I'm pretty good with that in terms of like I don't let my emotions get the best of me, even though I'm a very emotional guy. My emotions don't really kind of get into trading. Like I'll always like take the shot where the shot is meant to be taken. And you know, like if I'm tilted, like I just kind of like you know, kind of a little tidbit here. If I'm tilted, maybe I take more size on like the next trade. That's like maybe this is going to be a good trade. And then if it doesn't work, it's like, well, you know, I lost. But at least you lose on a good trade. Why lose more extra money on a bad trade for no reason, right? So it's like at this point, if you're willing to take max size over here, now it's down here. Like why are you gonna take max size? You know, it makes absolutely no sense unless it's a part of your strategy and like kind of you're doing what you're doing, whatever. And there it is. But yeah, so that was wild. That was hopefully some people behind us had that. That was actually pretty sick. But yeah, you know, we didn't get that. It's kind of interesting too because we pushed up and we didn't get a high day push and then a flush. We just kind of stalled here for a bit and then we just like that's it. We just kind of flushed down. And now like one thing I'll say, the last thing I'll say about this, assuming that this is now dead for the day, is look at the volume here, right? I'm just looking at this as well. You have the very high volume, then you have a kind of dip in volume, and now it's like volume is done. And if you look at the tape, this is me just glancing at it very quickly. The change in the velocity of the tape, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for the change in the pace of the tape. So it's like it's very slow, nothing's happening, then boom, all of a sudden everybody's involved, shorts are getting squeezed, algos are punching levels, and like just the velocity of the tape, more midpoints, more level punches, more all of these little tells, and now boom, you have the death candle, that happens, and now the volume is a little bit less. The tape I'm looking over, there's a lot of midpoints, there's not really a lot of selling, there's not really a lot of buying, so maybe it's dead. And you know, it's something to be said about like now, if it's dead, if this was the squeeze out level, and if the algo is done with the stock, and if the shorts are done getting squeezed, this probably will stay sideways and then have another flush down. And so if there is another flush down, maybe it gives an opportunity, but keep in mind, if you were going for a 30-40% move, that was the A+ opportunity. Now it's maybe not that much, right? Maybe it's like a 10-20% move, so that would entail that you would take the size relative to whatever kind of in your kind of playbook is for that.
Neil called out the 820 break on Tesla. So yeah, Tesla did break 820, got down to 815 looks like, and then pushed right back up to 822. Now I've been watching it this whole time, trying to see if there's any possible long trade on it. Wait, did I just say I'm going long? Never mind, forget that. You know, we'll see how this one ends up going though for Tesla. We do know that the gamma squeeze, which yeah, it did happen. You can put it how you want it, but it did happen. It got gamma squeezed straight up to $850 almost, and now I forget what was the company that upgraded them today. From 350 to 400. Some bank upgraded them, Morgan Stanley or some bank upgraded them from 350 to 400 on Tesla. So clearly even they are happy with what the earnings report came out with and all the other reasons behind why Tesla shot up today or even yesterday overall. So now Tesla coming down, sadly, with Tesla coming down and being a good chunk of the overall market for NASDAQ and the S&P 500, I'm expecting it to put some weight put some pressure on the market over there, allowing us to take some extended moves to the downside on positions such as our Apple and our AMD short. We are enjoying it. You know, we're watching the market crumble right here and riding it to the downside. Let's look at some of the positions that you guys, JP Morgan, yeah, it was JP Morgan. Okay, I knew I saw Morgan's name in that watch list when I was reading it. 410 to 380. From 380, huh? Oh, 410 from 380. Yeah, from 380 to 410. Yeah, I'm just saying it a little bit differently than the way you typed it out, so my brain kind of pooped there. Tesla to 300, 800 is ridiculous. Yeah, it's all opinions. Everyone has opinions. It's you know, everyone loves to be an analyst. Everyone likes to predict where the markets go to or what the original official value of a stock is. I personally don't know what the official value of any stock is, nor do I care. I just care for how the volume is on that market and how it moves today. Today, Tesla has been giving you some great opportunities to the long side and now giving you better opportunities to the downside. So that's all that matters to me is the market movement, technical analysis, and how can I take advantage as a day trader.
Yeah, you know, speaking of official valuations, there is no official valuation in markets. Everybody applies their own valuation, and that is what the market valuation is of these names, right? So you have Tesla, people think it's worth 700 billion, it's worth 700 billion. You know, Apple's worth $1 trillion, 2 trillion, 3 trillion, whatever is what it is. What do I think TVLT's valuation is? Well, that's for me to, you know, think and brainstorm. But I haven't looked at the company. I have no idea what they do, nor do I care. This stock is wild, and you know, lots of covering. And these guys, this is kind of crazy, right? It's like you'll think this will go into a halt, but it doesn't. It goes down, and like, isn't halt? What is it, like 10%, right? It's kind of wild how like this would go down, but no halt. And now there's still more slamming, still more selling, but it is holding. So is there gonna be a high-a-day push? Is there going to be a high-a-day push? That would be wild. That would be insane. Maybe it comes later. Maybe they break this $8 level, then reclaim it, then go sideways, show everybody that it died.
Iceberg
and
seller
then later,
Snapchat
boom.
1003. Iceberg seller Snapchat 1003, and there's a big bid obviously at $10 flat. So there's a battle right now on Snapchat. Right now. Yeah. And they're trying to get out for a 1 point. Yeah, so that's exactly what's going on. Somebody went long 01s on Snapchat for 100K shares. They threw out a Edge X order for to get out, so they're basically first in line. And they just took a 3 penny profit, 2 penny profit on 100K shares there. Remember what I said? That front running trade on $10 level. A lot of people are going to be trying to do that. For you to get even fills over here, you have to be a little bit more sophisticated. Notice how my book has this black colored gateways. These gateways are colored that way to stand out from the light color that I have, so I can identify clearly that what's going on. These are orders that are paying to get the fill first. And if Neil saw that someone went long over here at 01s and instantly offered out at 03s on that inverse, they might have, you know, paid a little bit on the fees, but you're instantly scalping a penny or two on 100,000 shares, and that's all you're looking to do. And guess what? If he was wrong on that trade, they would have gotten out at the $10 price for a penny loss on 100,000 shares. Instead, they made 2 pennies on 100,000. Like I said, that's a good front run level right there. If the stock is on SSR, it's going to be really hard to wipe out 1 million shares of Snapchat at the $10 level. That's going to be ridiculously hard.
Yeah, it's like if somebody, I mean, at this point, if you haven't sold it already, if you're like super long and you're like, you've waited and now you're like, oh, it's at $10. Let me get out now. That's kind of weird, right? So like, yeah, that's why.
You don't get rebate for EdgeX Racer, sorry.
Yes,
you get rebate for EdgeX?
Yeah.
I thought you pay fees. Oh, okay. Sorry, Edge A. Sorry, I'm thinking Edge A. You pay fees for Edge A, which is the gateway that I was talking about. And they say put your mic up.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just I'm figuring out how I got all tangled up over here.
Depends on what gateway you use for that rebate. So if you're using inverse gateways, you're not gonna get the rebate. If you're using traditional gateways, then yeah, you're gonna get the rebate. Not if offering liquidity. Depends on what gateway you're using. Once again, if you're taking out liquidity, you can use inverse to catch a little bit of a rebate. But traditional taking out liquidity will actually charge you fees. So it depends on how you're doing it and what gateway to use. I think Day Trade the World, if you are using Day Trade the World platform, has a Wikipedia page somewhere that detailedly explains what gateways are what and so on. So if you are under P Pro umbrella, you should go on that. What is an inverse gateway? It's just a gateway where you pay to get the fill before traditional gateways. A traditional gateway being BATS, an inverse gateway being Boss X or Edge X.
Yeah, there's traditional, and then the non-traditional would be the inverse. I guess that's where they got the kind of terminology there. Yeah, just watching Snap here. Maybe we get back down to 10. That's kind of wild though. That's where you take 500 billion shares. That's where you take 500. I'm joking. I'm obviously joking. I love to just
100%
nail
of the
it
stock.
home. Yeah, that's where you buy the company because you can risk half a cent. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, obviously very interesting, and that kind of the fact that it's SSR. It's like you see these kind of setups. Absolutely insane. Absolutely awesome. People from before were asking me to look at NEO, so I'll take a look at it very quickly. Not really. I mean, they said down 5-6%. Yeah, you had to kind of sell off very weak on the day. So I guess again, NEO has that same setup. It's like it sells off right away or it pops right away. But, you know, like it held that 20 for so long, and now it's kind of giving you that super amount of weakness. So, you know, yeah, for anybody who watches NEO over and over again, it does kind of whatever it does, and then it just goes sideways for the rest of the day. But when you get a day where it does kind of the whatever, like hard sell-off, and then it kind of is trending downwards, it's like, okay, like at this point, if like, for example, if I was short over here, then like I decide to hold if it continues to show me that it's going lower. But, you know, if it goes sideways and does nothing, then I just get out of the trade. But yeah, NEO definitely famous for continuing to do nothing after like 12 o'clock. So just keep that in mind in any NEO positions that you're looking at.
Yeah, I'm just watching the Snapchat position like a hawk right now. Honestly, nothing more to do. Just watching how that $10 level behaves. And as we're coming down, you see front-running orders still taking size, 623. Was that order an inverse order when he was going long? Like, so was it an iceberg order though on the down? But on the exit it was an iceberg? It just kept refreshing though. That's weird. But okay, a whole 100K was maybe it was other people refreshing and so on. But yeah, here's the O2 took about 60,000 shares. O1s are looking to take another 100,000 shares over here. I'm seeing a lot of mid-print action coming in. We're at O1s once again. So let's see if we get to hold up over here. Look at that size load up. People are just refreshing those orders. They want to front run that $10 level. They don't want that $10 level to even get tested, because if they're pulling that type of orders on that level, and if they pull that order right as the order's coming down, that is the easiest SEC case the whoever threw that order is ever gonna have. So noticing that, I think, you know, everyone believes that order to be real. I believe that order to be real. Front runners believe that order to be real. We're trying to get long and push this stock to at least to 1040, 1020 areas. I don't think we see more than 1020, 1040, honestly. But if we do go up to VWAP, I'll be pretty surprised. I'll be honestly shocked if we go up to VWAP on Snapchat today. You know, 1 in 6 pictures on Snapchat are absolutely like, I don't even want to say anything, but you know what kind of pictures those are. 1 in 10 pictures on Snapchat. So, well, not even 10. It's probably like one in every like 5 or 6 pictures are basically to a guy to his girl or a girl to his guy. So that kind of application, you know, really, how do you monetize something like that? We know the problems that Meta platforms was already having with their algorithm and with advertisements and so on. All of those factors add up really quick, and if Snapchat took a hit, there's a stock that always takes a hit along with it, which is Meta platforms itself. You know, that social media basket stocks all take a hit along with Snapchat, or all also boost along with Snapchat when that happens too. So here's Meta platforms today down 7%, whereas Apple's only down 0.5%, and Microsoft's probably down a little bit more than that. Microsoft, I do know, was at 262. Yeah, Microsoft now down 1.5.
I'm not going to tell anybody what to do here, but, you know, I think I'm going to think out loud. Get your icebergs ready if you're taking 1 million shares. That's all I'm going to say. Have your icebergs ready, because, you know, yeah, it's whatever. But yeah, that's only my thoughts. Obviously, I'm not taking 1 million shares. Obviously, I'm not taking 10 million shares. But the person who is, that's why I say get your icebergs, and they probably already know that. But for anybody that doesn't, icebergs orders are orders that do not show up on lit gateways. Now, you do not get priority, so you're not first in line. So for example, I throw an order, I want to sell or buy like 100 shares. If somebody throws 1,000 shares and they iceberg and they only show 100, it'll show 100 on whatever kind of venue that they threw it at, but they have 900 behind. And that's why sometimes you'll see a level, it'll look like it's going to break, it'll look like there's no size on the lit venues, but there's an iceberg there that's kind of soaking or getting position, right? And so like they do not have priority, meaning if they get filled on the one, right? If they have filled on the one, they have 900 behind, and they were there first, and then I come in out of nowhere, I get filled before them. So that's why you would not iceberg your orders. It doesn't make any sense to iceberg your orders if you're trading, and I'm just going to use arbitrary numbers, but if you're trading even 10,000 shares, 20,000 shares of Snapchat right now, you would not be iceberging your orders. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. But if you're, that's why I make the joke. If you're trading, you know, 1 million shares, you know, then maybe you don't want to show your hand, whatever. Obviously, the bots can kind of feel it out, and you know, anybody watching knows the iceberg is there. But just keep in mind that, like, you know, maybe it's you know, another kind of way to approach it in case anybody in here is a massive trader, didn't know that, or anybody gets to that level. You know, these are kind of little tools that you can use in your kind of your toolkit to kind of get in and out in terms of like how you execute on your ideas.
Luca got scared for a second. He thought I was staring into his eyes or something. No, actually, I was looking at the Neil explain the million share order to Sean over there. Yeah. If you have that story, we would love to hear it. I was just wanted to listen to that story, and that's why I was looking that way. Luca was like, "Stop looking at me, bro."
I'm like telling a story, and like Prad's staring at me.
Staring right
and I'm
into
just
that
like,
direction.
I'm telling the story, and then I'm just like this. I'm like, what is this guy looking at?
Yeah, so I was just trying to eavesdrop into that story over there because I see Neil put it in the chat. He knows a person who once had a 1 million share order and took it to the offer. So let's go to Neil over here for the full story.
There we go. Anyways, I was actually telling the story to Sean because of the Snapchat thing. So the caveat here is back then, dark pools, there weren't as many dark pools. So it was this one dark pool, and I guess, I don't know if I can say the name, it doesn't really matter. It was called Millennium. It was one of the few dark pools out there in the market. And there was this one like it was a penny stock or a buyout, but a cheap stock with a tight spread. And essentially imagine it was like Snapchat, where it was trading at $10, and everybody who's trying to make like a small amount was just sitting there trying to get long at 10 and then offering out at 01s. And so what happened early in the morning is there was a buy program. You're going 100 shares at a time every few seconds on this dark pool called Millennium. So somebody realized that this was the case, and they sort of just gambled that if it got a tick higher, that it would continue printing at 02s. So they must have just offered a crap ton, like 1 million shares at 02s, so they'd be first in the book on the dark pool. Then when 01s got small enough, they just hammer the offer for 1 million shares, take everything out, make the bid at 01 so that they're getting every single fill into the 1 million shares, and then they just take the spread because the buy program came back, and for the rest of the day, they're just long and just getting 100 shares every single time. There'd be chunks that would come through that are even bigger than that, but it was just the foresight to realize if this buy program continues, whoever takes this offer is going to just make the spread free money because 10 had a gigantic bid. Like the 10 bid was a few million shares there. But anyways, it just, Snapchat reminded me of that because I haven't seen someone try that to just say, I don't even care if Snap goes 10.01 to 10.10 or 10.20 or VWAP. I just want 01s to 03s. It's pretty rare that you just see that, and then a person put it all in one order book. And when that happens, it's a single trader making a scalp trade. That was a prop trader taking 2 cents on 100,000 shares, and that just reminded me of that story.
2:1 risk to reward trade, man. That's all you need. I mean, look at what it's giving you right now. A 5:1 risk to reward. What more do you want? You get one of these trades a day. You push in your size that you want to push in. Call it a day. Walk away from it. You hit your goals off of trades like this. You hit your week. You hit your months off of trades like this. Especially for traders who have like $50 shutdown or $100 shutdown at a prop firm. You wait all day for a setup like this to happen. That's an A plus setup. Like there's not enough pluses on there. There's not enough pluses for that setup.
Yeah, guys.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just gonna say, guys, hit the like button for that. Hit the like button. You're not getting stories like this anywhere else.
Yeah.
How many times in your life are you gonna be able to talk to prop traders and get these stories? These are 1 in a million, like the 1 million shares like that person took. And there's so many different ways that you make money in the market. Like in this case, whoever did this on Snapchat, it's like you're in, you're out. It's like, imagine this. You're at the bar and somebody's there and they're like, yep, rounds on me. And you're like, rounds? Well, oh, you must be doing well. And they're like, oh yeah, I did well. I made 1 cent. It's like, you made 1 cent? How are you buying all these rounds for everyone? Well, because it was scalable. And you don't get these opportunities all the time. This is not going to come around all the time. Like it's the SSR, like they're the size at the level, $10 level. So whoever did that, congratulations. If you're watching the stream, congratulations. And hit me up. Let me know some of your other strategies. Guys, hit the like button. We got 5,000 people watching right now. That was absolutely insane. Coming with bangers every single day. And, as I just watched this, maybe 10 gets tested again. We'll see what happens here. But, lots of dark pool, lots of midpoints going off. So, obviously, if you're trading this, have your midpoints ready too, I would say.
Yeah, I'll take the long this time around. Why not? It gave me 3 opportunities to get long. We'll get some long over here. I have about 5 million shares long right now, so we'll see if we can push it to the high side. 179 million, 200 million shares traded on the stock today. That's pretty nuts. That's pretty beautiful liquidity. So let's take these 5 million shares that we have to the north side with the help of the barrier that we have on Snapchat over there. You see my average price 10.02. I can risk that 2 pennies on there easily. 2 pennies, 5 million. You do the math. I'm okay with that. A social media platform of teenagers. Okay, why am I even reading that? That comment was blocked. I see a message from Kritika, I believe is your name, wants to be a part of the team, a female trader. Yeah, just do !apply, and someone from the marketing team or the back end team will get in contact with you if there isn't any open spots or anything. So feel free to slide in our DMs by applying at marketing at tradertv.live or do !apply in the chat. Well, there you go. Neil did it for you. Neil put an !apply, and you'll be able to go to that link. But I'm more interested as to what's happening right now. So let's go to Brenda.
Hey guys, as we head into lunchtime, let's have a look at where the markets are at right now. Yeah, it's not improving, so there's that. 1.4 here for the NASDAQ, the composite and the 100 leading the way to the downside. The Russell coming off finally 1% there for the 2,000 leading the way. If you remember, small caps, specifically the 2,000, was pretty strong over the past couple of days. The Dow and the S&P, 0.6 now for the S&P in negative territory. The Dow 30 holding on to about break even. We were talking about AXP a little bit in the pre-market there. It was showing, decent strength at the open as well. Took out the high, but right back down. That last kind of line in the sand, 155. Breaks to the downside, but not very impressive volume so far for American Express, guys. Off of earnings, back to you.
What are you trying to dump there, bud? Take it easy. People are long. They're trying to make some money over here. Guy just trying to dump it all day in the back. Oh, he said pump it. Okay, yeah, pump it up. Pump it up. No dump. Pump it up. So clearly over here, 6 cents in the money now. Well, 5 cents in the money. We, like I said, 5 million shares, 2 cents, 3 cents. We're loaded, man. We're riding through the stock to the upsiders. Sean's laughing over there. And I don't even want to take profits because I think this will go to 10.20, 10.30 easily. And look at that. What did I say? S plus, not even A. S plus setups. You find a setup like this, big size on the bids, which is 1 million shares. The stock's on SSR, already down 40% on the day. The average true range of Snapchat is probably like what? What is the average true range of Snapchat? SNAP, average true range, which is ATR of 95 cents. This thing is down $6 or more. So you expect some of this move to get exhausted. Now we're 8 pennies in the money for risking 2 pennies? You do the math for R to R over there because I don't really want to divide anything right now. But we're pushing to the north side. You could have taken that trade for 5-cent scalps multiple times as many traders did, or you could do what I'm doing, which is bag hold the winner for as long as you can and see where it goes to. What's that? Not me? Okay, not me. Luca?
Oh yeah, no. I'm just watching this. I was just thinking to myself. I'm like, see, people, what they do. Now, there's a speculation, right? Everybody kind of has their own kind of theories, blah blah blah, whatever. It gets down to 10. Somebody takes the size at 10.01. Right? Then it goes up, and they're like, I got to get out of this size. I need to make 2-3 cents. And so they're doing this kind of game, up, down, up, down, up, down. Then they're like, you know what? I made my money. I'm going to lunch. I'm getting a beer. And, now that they're gone, the stock can finally go back up. And now here we are at 10.10, So, obviously, be patient. You can, there's all types of ways to make money in the market. I actually did not get the long there because I was looking to, I was just watching. I'm just like, you know what? I'm just going to watch this. I'll let everybody else make money. I'm like, I don't need money. Forget that. I'll just watch and continue to provide entertainment for you guys. But, one thing I do notice is that, you kind of bounce off this level. Maybe not so much on Snapchat, but in general, it's like the level is good the first time, it's good the second time, then you got the run. If it comes back to the level, it's not like the first opportunity. The first opportunity is the best opportunity because nobody knows if it's going to be a good opportunity. So you get the fill, everything works out, it's awesome, whatever. The second, the third, the fourth time, even though you obviously could recycle these ideas over and over again, and there's good kind of examples of that in the show over and over again. Just keep in mind that there's no free lunch in the market. And so it's the whole ideology of like, if something works, like you don't want to be in an overcrowded trade is essentially what I'm getting at. You don't want to be in an overcrowded trade. So at this point, as people catch wind of this more and more, the fourth, fifth, sixth time, then potentially maybe it just breaks. Maybe it breaks because everybody's in an overcrowded trade. It touches the $10 level, people smash it, it breaks, and then everybody stops or below that, and it flushes down, right? So, if you have big size, you're not putting a stop at 99. You're probably getting out on 10 and risking whatever it is, 1 cent. Whereas if you have smaller size, you're getting in, you're risking 2-3 cents because there's going to be no slippage there. So all these things to consider, just keep that in mind, as you approach these ideas in the future.
Yeah, I haven't even looked at my AMD position in God knows how long now. I know I'm in the money. I don't want to take out any profits, whatever. I'll take out some profit. Yeah, we'll take out some profit over here. Even Apple, I'm in the money, and I don't really want to take out profits because I want to see the market go down to 39.50. But sadly, S&P 500 is holding up at 39.70. Like I said, it might based off of these levels over here. Notice how these peaks go to 39.70, almost 39.75. This peak also comes down to, this drop comes down to 39.70, so I can understand the market finding a base around 39.70 right now. But later on, I'm expecting that drop to come in. If I don't see it drop it like it's hot to 39.30, then I'm not excited for Free Fall Friday at all. I will be the first one to close all my profits and running away from my trade. Snapchat right now, a penny out of money, so it looks like Snapchat did push back to 10.01, not allowing me to take a reload on that trade. We got out of only 10% off our trade over here, so we're still holding a good chunk. Okay, here we go. Snapchat's testing. We got to get out. Snapchat's going to break here, most likely. Let's see. It's testing. It's testing. It's going to break. Who has 1 million shares to offload right now? The volume is nuts, though, for sure. They're you telling me you have 1 million shares to dump onto this? Okay, the size is not getting taken out. Mid-print. Ah, get out. We're out. We're gonna lose. Yeah, okay, we're out. Boom, 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 boom. We made the right call by getting out on that one. I saw the size getting taken out, and we jumped out of that one. Still a winner trade on that side for Snapchat. Oh man, when you see that type of volume coming in, to exit stage left as soon as possible. That damage could have been a 5-cent damage on a good 90% of my weight. Thankfully, that was only a 2-cent damage, and I already made 8 cents earlier, so we basically end profitable on that trade. Oh boy, that was a little painful.
So I'm not going to say I told you so, but I told you so. The second time that it comes back down, overcrowded trade, the size goes, and see how fast the size got eaten. Do you see that? You guys watched it live. The reason that's the case is because if you're taking 1 million shares, you're not risking $9.99 with the stop order. There's so much slippage on that. You're getting out on the size. You just punch out. And whether you got, let's say, like half print in front of that, it's like risk half a cent, not even, and just tape read and watch it, right? So quick tape read could have told you that. I was thinking the long, but as soon as 2,000 lots got taken, it's like it's obvious. This is going, so it's like, okay, and it's like now we're back above, right? So it's like now that the trade has exhausted itself, now it's going to go to 10:30. Now Snapchat is going to 10:30. Now that the stops
have been burnt.
Well, because this was like an inefficiency scalp trade in the market that everybody's kind of doing, right? And now that the trade's done, people lost, people made money, decisions have been made, and this was just kind of stops getting exhausted. Nobody is slamming the short here. People are very reluctant to go large size on the bid, probably because there's no more size to kind of play off there. And so now it's back in the range, and this is probably a better opportunity now to kind of rotate shares around because you're probably going to get filled a lot more quickly.
Yeah, that setup played out for 3, 4, 5 times. You were scalping 5, 6, 7 cents on that, and then the 7th time it breaks. And Luca mentioned, there was about the 700,000 on the inverse gateway. I think it was 700,000, right? Yeah. 7,000 lots, so 700,000 shares on the inverse gateway at 10, and we saw that drop down to 5K. So when you see that level get cleaned out like that, you really need to start questioning the trade itself. And Luca put it perfectly. Neil mentions this all the time. When there's a level like 750 on Tesla, First test, yeah, you get a good clean short off of that. Second test, maybe you get another clean short off that. But the third and the fourth and the fifth test, you might want to think about cutting down your size on that 750 short Tesla in order to be careful, just because, you know, the size that was being tested has gone down on the third time, fourth time, fifth time. So over here, Snapchat tested that low like ridiculous amounts of time, held up on that bottom. Actually didn't even test 10 properly. We were bouncing off of 10.01 and 10.02s and stuff. So those 10.01, 10.02 front runners allowed us to take the trade. Eventually the front runners walked away from it, and then the $10 level getting smashed, getting pushed to $9.95 goes Snapchat. Guess we're going to see where this one goes at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I just comment on some guys speaking, having comments here in the chat. So Jonas, Lucas saying no one's slamming the short here, but I just did. So like this is me. I'm very vague with my terms, but essentially when I say slam, I mean you cannot hit the bid because it's SSR. So like you could get short, or I don't know if like you're with another broker that allows you to do that because they're taking the other side of your trade, so it doesn't really route to market. But you know, for the most part, you cannot hit the bid on a SSR symbol, right? So Snapchat being SSR, you know, you cannot slam like down. That's what I was kind of referring to there. Yeah, I use that a lot, and I don't really explain kind of what I mean by that. I'm just assuming everybody knows. And then there was another thing here. Oh, but I wanted to give an example. Somebody's like, oh, TBLT is the better short. So going back to TBLT, I think this is a really good example. So remember we were mentioning we had the death candle. So I guess now it is the death candle because we're getting these wick off tops over here. But look at this, that $8 level. So, you know, people who, it's like, think about it this way, right? Like let's kind of pull this back a little bit. It's like you have the kind of flush, then it pops, then it looks like maybe you're going to get that secondary flush. So there's a lot of people who are like, I will just take this short below $8. But you guys have to keep in mind, if you are the type of trader that like, I'm going to slam the $8 level short, keep in mind that like these games always will happen for the most part. This was the meat of the move. Hopefully you were short over here. And then like, you know, it breaks 8 and it quickly reclaims. And this is a stop hunt. And I saw somebody say that was the smallest stop hunt in history on Snapchat. So the thing is like, this is a stop hunt, right? This is more of a stop hunt kind of thing. Whereas like Snapchat it's not really like, you wouldn't really classify it as a stop hunt per se. It's just kind of like, it's just kind of a function of the market, right? Everybody is front running the big size. It's SSR. They know this. They know like you cannot sell unless you already own the stock. So they'll do this kind of trade, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. But then once it looks sketchy and they have that size, they just get out on the size. So it's not necessarily like algos that are like, haha, we're going to stop hunt and break the level. Like, no, they're not going to punch that level. It makes no sense from a risk to return perspective. And at the same time, it's like if they're initiating a short position, they can't, right? They cannot punch that level. So that I wouldn't classify this as a stop hunt. This is more of just like a function of how kind of market price like changes and people make decisions. Whereas going back to TBLT, this is what you want to avoid. You do not want to get stop hunted. Whether you are like long and you have a stop below, hopefully you're not long this, I mean, do whatever, but you know, I retract that, but you know, like hopefully you're not slamming 8 and late to the party. I thought about it, but you know, I've seen this and I'm like, this is probably going to be a stop hunt. And you know, the spread opened up, and even though now the change of the pace in the stock, it's like the algo could be done with the stock. Everyone could be done with the stock. It's midday. It's not really moving quickly. But then like it still stays up here. Like it doesn't go back down. So this is the thing that I had to get used to as a trader. It's like things will move very, very violently. And then like when everybody's done with the stock, it'll just stay there. It's not going to go back down. But I always thought like it's going to go back down, but like no, like it doesn't. And look at this, right? This is just going to kind of stay here. And if nobody's, and think about it this way, if everybody made their decisions and now everybody's done with the stock, like it's not going to go down because there's no sellers. It's not going to go up because there's no buyers. And there's just algos that are kind of like providing liquidity and trading with each other. And then you get these moves. You get the wick off top. You get the wick off bottom. I wouldn't necessarily say playing a range here is a profitable trading strategy, because these bots are going to be reacting to your order flow in real time. So like they're just going to push you off. So this is something that you avoid now. You avoid this. There's no volume. It's dead. No more decisions to be made. I see people saying, oh, I was long from yesterday. I sold some. I'm going to let the rest ride. Like, you know, like from that kind of perspective of like, you know, let it ride. Like I'm going for the whole dream. Like I have no idea like what I mean, like kind of like my approach is like, you know, if it breaks trend, like I guess a good approach is like, okay, like once it shows you that it's dead, then you get out. So it's like if you're like long from like way before, it's like there's no reason to sell because it's super strong. It continues to go up. And then all of a sudden, now that it's dead, now you get out. But again, we're day traders. I have no idea. Kind of my strategy is as I kind of demonstrated, just kind of recycle over and over and hopefully catch the move because then it pays for all the losses that you incur over the time. Like, you know, just kind of small loss, small loss, small loss. And then, you know, then you flush and you kind of capture the move. The beauty of these kind of moves, the beauty of these moves is that like the flush down is in 1 minute. So it's like you could make like, it's like this is something that like you could have taken like, and this is an arbitrary number, and I'm just going based on liquidity, but you could have slammed like 10,000 shares, and like then you get the flush of like, let's say whatever, you could say on a percentage basis, but even then it's like you get $1 flush, like 10,000 shares, like that's a good payday, right? That's a good payday for 1 minute, like a 1 minute trade. It's like, these are the trades that I love, the 1 minute trades, you're in, you're out, you made whatever it is, your week, your day, your month, whatever the number is to you, and you're out, you know? And all you have to do was chill here, watch it, wait, couple stabs. I missed it this time. I missed it that time. Okay, I hit it. All right, see ya. Now it's weekend time and you know, some ice cold beers. And Genocide saying Tesla, come on, 800. Let's take a look where Tesla is. I have no idea. 800. Where's it? 805. Or no, not this one. Tesla. Here we go. Tesla. Oh, it's kind of far away from 800. Still at 820, still holding. I mean, the thing is like Tesla, for any day traders out there that haven't really traded Tesla actively, when it's in play, like, you know, it's in play. Like, it's a banger. But, you know, obviously you guys saw yesterday that 800 break. It was, like, so clean, never came back through 800. Like, you just kind of held and everybody made money on it. But, you know, day two, like, look at, like, even though it's obviously hindsight bias, but, you know, at the I two trades on this. 1, 2, made my money on Tesla. I'm not going to overstay my welcome. Nail and bail mentality. This is not something that you want to overstay your welcome. Unless you are the type of trader that you're like, oh, I'm playing off the 850 level. I got short 840. I'm going for the 800. But I would not be surprised. Like Tesla, it's basically flat on the day. Obviously, post earnings, you know, kind of making highs. Like, for me, this is a no trade because it's probably going to range for the rest of the day.
I see a comment saying short TBLT, interest costs are crazy, annual cost to borrow is crazy. I mean, yeah, probably depends on the broker you go to. You know, shorting, that's the problem with shorting. You need to factor in other factors too. Not all stocks can be shorted. Sometimes there are just no shares available to short a stock. So you need to figure out how to find out those shares. For example, TBLT on our platform costs about $3.50 for every 100 shares that you wanna short on this stock. I believe some traders on the floor have paid that. Obviously, Luca has if he's looking to short the stock today. So
it's a small price to pay.
It's a small price to pay. You know, the opportunities are immense on the short side, even on the long side. So you gotta be willing to pay. You know when in your stats you gotta add a slippage column in your stats because sometimes you don't get the price you want. You might be bidding 10.01, but maybe it slips you down to sometimes 9.99 instead, right? So and the same thing on the short side. Maybe you're trying to get short somewhere, but it slips you somewhere. Even on the profit side, you get slipped. Along with slippage, you have commissions and fees to be factored. So all of these numbers come into play when you're normally trading, but shorting has that extra fee feature behind it, which is the fees that you pay just to be able to short stocks such as GME, AMC, TBLT, and so on. So you want to make sure you have a broker who can get you those shares that you want. And thankfully, Day Trade the World, I have yet to see a single stock that I want to short that I've not been able to short. You know, we're not in America, sadly. If you are in anywhere but America and want to take advantage of such great opportunities and have the ability to short stocks for ridiculously cheap prices, in my opinion at least, you want to be going to daytradetheworld.com, learn more over there, find out, hit up the marketing team, maybe get in touch with Justin on Twitter or something, and figure out how to open an office. I've yet to see a single broker. That being said, I've only used like 3, but I've yet to see a single broker be as good as ours.
Yeah, you know, I'm not going to comment on in terms of the landscape of the industry. Everybody does what they do, and I don't know anything about anything.
Yes,
but what I do know is that look at this push on TBLT. You have the push through 850, and somebody's like, maybe we go long now, like, you know, just obviously watch the tape. But we actually ran through 850 and pushed to like 863, and then somebody slammed it down, and they were sitting at 854, and then they kind of chased it down, and then it's kind of. So I was actually thinking, we're getting the wick off tops. Maybe this is an area that you want to get short again. But the thing is like, you know, it's like I'm watching it, and I'm, you know, part of me wants to hit the short. The other part of me knows that it's like it's not really going to go anywhere. So it's like, I want to hit the short, but I know it's not going to do this. Like, I know. And like, look, now we're back up, right? So it's just kind of dancing around. So just keep that in mind. And going back to the kind of the topic of, you know, like paying for shorts, a lot of new traders, they don't want to pay for shorts because they're like, oh, like, I don't want to like incur this cost before I trade because then I might lose and I lose even more. You know, it depends what your edge is, what your strategy is, what your kind of approach to the game is. I initially was like that. I was like, I don't want to pay for shorts because like I don't have an edge and whatever. I don't think I could be profitable on these strategies. And you know, you guys see me, like I'm not really always trading small caps, but sometimes there's going to be opportunities where there's like really, really, really A+ opportunities. And you know, like even though it's going to cost you, like what'd you say it was for us? Was it 3 cents? 3 cents. So it's like
no, TBLT $3.50 for every 100.
Okay, so 30 cents. So you know.
No, 3 pennies.
Oh, three pennies.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm just yeah,
sure.
like, yeah. So essentially, think about it this way, right? If your costs are like 3 cents, if you can't make 3 cents, like if you like it's like for me, I'm like I'm going for like 30%, like 20% move, which is going to be like a $2 move, right? So it's like this is a $2 move. I will pay 3 cents. Because like I'm gonna go for a $2 move. I'm not going for a 3 cent move, right? I'm not going for a break even. So just keep that in mind. But a lot of times, you know, the shorts might be really expensive. They might be like 89 cents, or like sometimes you see crazy numbers like $1.20, and like obviously every broker is different, right? And you know, at that point, like you know, it's okay to let them go. Let them go. You know, like you know, if you're not really gonna pay like 89 cents, it's a micro float. That's why it's so expensive. And you know, it's probably traded so many shares, so it's just like it's just a huge headache. So understand when to let it go, and then understand when like it makes sense to pay for the shorts. And Chase saying Luca trigger happy. I don't know what that means because look at this. I have like what are you just looking at the 1, 2, 3, 4 trades? That's not trigger happy. I could share some days I really trade. I really go hard. I'm more like kind of take a market making approach, and you won't even see the candles, and that's when you could say that I'm trigger happy, but definitely not today. Today just kind of relaxed, chilled. Friday, you know, like I missed the opportunity. I don't know if you were here for that, but yeah, you know, it's like some days you snipe, some days you just take a lot of trades. It really depends the market. I was under the impression that like it's Friday, like I'm kind of relaxed. You know, like we had Netflix this week, we had Tesla this week. We had TBLT today. It had a couple good opportunities. You know, you had the Snapchat trade that we just saw. Like that was a great opportunity for anybody that had that. Yeah, and then you know, like now maybe kind of muted for like the next couple hours. So you know, if you're in positions, monitor your positions, but don't get too trigger happy now. This is not the time to do it. You know, if you're gonna go and lose money, this is what I say. I tell everybody, if you're gonna lose money on like a really good opportunity that like you could have made crazy amounts of money. Don't like go lose money on like stupid opportunities because you know that's going to lead to tilt, and then you know it's a kind of downward spiral. You know, every trader's probably been there, done that. So, you know, yeah, that's why it's nice to be at a prop firm. You know, everybody kind of chats with each other. And I'm just like, hey, like, Brad, just make sure, like, you don't do this, this, and this. Because, like, I did this, and this Wednesday, and it didn't go too well. So, you know, I learned from my mistakes. It's a lot cheaper. Let me pay the cost and teach you the wisdom, and vice versa. And then he comes to me, and he's like, yeah, don't do this or do this, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, yeah, good times. But I'm just watching this. This is kind of, like, it's tempting me. It's tempting me. But, again, the time of day.
Dangling like here with
this
a
is
stick
why
for
this
you.
is why like you're not trading, like, no, you should not be trading on candlesticks. That doesn't make any sense. Like it's giving you, it's showing you, oh look, the candles, oh look, wick off tops, oh look, it's gonna, like, you should be using them in tandem with like the tape. Like you want to look at the tape, you want to look at the action, you want to kind of feel it, you want to understand time of day. Is this a level? Like where was the volume traded, volume profile? If you're looking at only the candles, this is tempting you, but this could literally tempt you, flush down, soak more, pop higher, stop everybody out, and then you lose the trade even though you were right on the general idea, or you might have been wrong on the general idea, because if the algo is still involved and they're soaking even more, going for a 10 push, going for a high day push, how many times have we seen that? We've seen it so many times. And somebody in the chat actually said, oh, once this hits 100 million, boom. And I don't know what that means, but I do know what that means. It's like, you know, 100 million, 200 million, like this is the action of the day, right? So like anything is possible. So just keep that in mind.
Sean, what do you think about this, man? Chris Brown charges fans $1,000 for VIP meet and greet, and I think we might. Yeah, I'm down. I'm down to pick up Playmaker and Tyrone Bigham's the way Chris Brown is right here. If you can put my screen on, maybe Sean can see it in the play monitor. Yeah, right here. Maybe I can pick up Playmaker like this right here. I don't think I'm strong enough, but I can try. Here's another thing. I tweeted it. I called it out. Let's break 4K. Ask Rihanna. Yo, listen, Rihanna's with A$AP Rocky now, man. That's different. That's over with. But we ain't come to 4K not to test it and then not to burn the stocks, but also we got to go right back to the downside as the S&P 500 is now down almost 1 full percent. NASDAQ down almost 2 full percent. It's actually down 1 3/4, but I'm expecting that 2% marker to come into play very soon for the NASDAQ as S&P 500 is only 10 points away from that 39.55, 39.50 area for my final target on the market today. I can't see it going too much further than that, but if we do end up going to 39.10, as one of the viewers have said, that would be something crazy to view. This is not what I wanted to open. There was a question from the chat, actually, that I want to address. From Alex Jonah. Guys, what exactly is an edge? Can you give me an example? What edge do you guys have? An edge is basically the corner of something. So this corner of the street, this thing right here, that's an edge. That's an edge. That's an edge. This is an edge. That's an edge. So I have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 edges on this table. It helps me a lot with my trading. I know that. You got to have an edge in the market. Without these edges, you basically have nothing in this game. Edges make the game. Otherwise, you get wiped out on it. What's your opinion about edges?
I like your analogy. I like that. I'm gonna go with that as well. And Sam in the chat, you're making me laugh over here. Nice words of wisdom. I think you said this before too. Nice words of wisdom from a pizza delivery man, because he's saying I look like a pizza delivery man. I always deliver pizzas. Literally,
you had a bomb pizza yesterday.
Yeah, I'll literally, I'm Italian. I love pizza. I'm always I'll make a homemade pizza. I call my friends. I go, hey, get the beers ready. I'm coming with the pizza. So I'm literally bringing pizzas. So it's actually funny that you say that. That couldn't be more accurate.
Let's go to this picture real quick while he's talking about this pizza. This was the pizza he had yesterday. What is on here, bud?
Oh, that's Calabrese style, hot soppressata, spicy peppers. And get it well done, folks. Get it well done because it is absolutely solid.
Yeah, so I tried to make the super salata pizza. I came out somewhat okay. Sean even sent me the emojis, fire emojis, okay, Pratt, I see you. Yeah, just chefing it up while my parents are in India. And my mom even was like, wow, so you make pizzas for yourself, but you don't make jack when I'm there. And I was like, Mom, that's the point. You're there to feed me. I'm not there to feed you until you're probably 70 or something, But, all fun and games over there. Whenever Mom comes back, I'll make her pizza too. There's some extra pizza bases, but she's not going to be back for a while though, so maybe no pizza for her for a while. But anyways, coming back to the market here, going really quickly back to that edge answer. I was just joking and I wanted to see what Luca was going to say. Edges are, everyone has to find an edge at some point, but it's such a weird way to think about it now. Honestly, it's everyone in every book, there's what is your edge? What is your edge? And you'll see Mike Bellafiore talk about it all the time. What is your edge? You got to find an edge. And also, I'm not going to mention the YouTube channel because they're competitors, and no competitors will ever be named unless they cut me a paycheck directly. But, in that, they always talk about having to find an edge. What is your edge? Define your edge and so on. Sometimes you are the edge. You got to find out where your strategies are. You got to find out what strategies pay you, what strategies don't pay you, and then cut down the strategies that don't pay you. Stop putting money to strategies that are not paying you any money. We were talking about this. There's not many Momo traders that we actually know who can make constant money on a day-to-day basis. It's very few numbers out there. So why would you go out there and put your 70% of your shutdown on Momo, whereas we have other strategies on the floor that actually are profitable and pay us tons of money. For example, for myself, I'm not going to say exactly what strategy is my number one strategy, but I have deviated from that way too much to the point where it doesn't make any sense. Why am I moving away from the strategy that has paid me all of the money I've made at this floor? And now moving into a strategy where I want to be like, oh, I want to be the Momo God, and now let me learn how to learn to be a Momo God, and so on, right? So know where your money comes from and put that money to risk. Let's go to Brendan over here for a big screen.
Hey guys, yeah, a quick update for you on where the trading is happening so far today. So this board's going to show you the entire U.S. landscape as far as listings. 10,748 today. You can see just over 5,600 in negative territory currently, 3,960 positive, about 1,100. Little changed on the day so far. 931 new lows, 70 new highs on the session. Here's where all the volume's happening right now. Snapchat, top of the list today, 222,000 or million. What am I talking about? 222 million shares traded so far on Snapchat. Zila is here once again today, 155 million, which is crazy because that's probably the lowest it's been at this point all week long for Zila. This VTGN popped up this morning, new one on this board so far this week, 102 million. This Faraday future EV name, 3 or 4 days, significant days to the downside as well. 85 million on that one. TQs, SQs here. CCL is still on the list. PGY, TBLT, and TKLF. TKLF's a buyout though, but those are the percent gainers, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Brendo, yeah, for that volume leaderboard. So you guys saw exactly how the overall market's looking like. I think I still see about 5K to the downside and 3K to the upside, pretty close to 4K looks like. Those numbers are kind of small from here, though. But yeah, net loss 931, net gain 70. So that's the overall plan. I mean, look at the market. Market NASDAQ down 1.6, S&P 500 down 0.8%. So clearly red was the right direction. Luca and I wearing the... I don't think if you noticed, Luca, but the market was pretty much hanging out at flat territories right when we got on. And we got on, it was just red, 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 red. Oh, yeah. And people in the chat were like, their red shirts and jackets destroyed the market. So,
oh, yeah. Imagine I had that power. I'll tell you one thing. I would not be here. I'll not be here if I had that power. I'll be floating from beach to beach somehow, drinking beers by snapping my fingers, beers for everybody. But yeah, no, speaking in terms of edge, before I go here, I want to say one more thing to kind of just kind of on a more serious note. In the morning on TBLT, you're seeing the move. The move is very strong. The volume is there. You know, I told you guys I was looking for that initial flush, that first flush, right? And then that was the flush. Once you miss this, the edge is gone. If you're operating in this area, you're losing. You're losing. I don't care who you are. If you're a day trader, if you're trying to play the range, if you're going long, if you're going short, you're probably losing. You're losing here. Now you get the run up, right? This thing, it's holding trend. It's obviously very strong on the day. They went for the high day push, but they're going to go probably for another high day push here. And then who knows where the top is? 950. This thing could test 10, right? 10 probably psychological level, so keep in mind that could be a very interesting level. But you know, at this point in time, the edge is gone. The edge is gone. This, like, look at the volume, look at the time of day. If you're interacting with this, you're getting chopped up for sure. You think it's going to flush down, then it doesn't. And somebody's obviously catching this and pushing it higher and stopping everybody out. It's the same pattern over and over again. And look, as we speak, like you guys can't see the tape here, but if you're watching this, it literally breaks back through 9. People are slamming this down, but it's not going anywhere. So somebody is soaking it again, and they're going for that same pattern, over, under, over, under, over, under. And to the person who said when it goes over 100 million, it becomes the angry algo. I like that. I like that. So it's like we're like 7 mil shares traded away from the angry algo. You know, flow rotated 10 times. Like, you know, it's savage, right? So like understand where you have the edge. You know, this is where I had the edge, but I missed the move. You guys saw this live. Like this kind of pissed me off. And then I missed this one, whatever is what it is. But understand that I did not trade this afterwards because I understand that the edge is now gone. So speaking in terms of edge, find your edge, understand where you have the edge, hit it hard, understand when the edge is gone, stop hitting it, walk away for the day, take your profits. If you're down on the day, it is what it is. You're not making the money back when you don't have the edge anyways. So why waste money on an opportunity that's not there, that you're just creating in your own mind? Make sure you participate, do not anticipate. And on that note, you know, I'm going to pass it over to Ian here, and I'm sure he'll come with absolute bangers today. Enjoy the weekend, guys. Have a great day, and stay profitable, stay disciplined.
Yeah, I'm still laughing at my own jokes about my edge over here. You know, this edge, this edge, this edge. I'm such a comedian. I'm hilarious. Billy did say I should try stand-up on at the golf course. And a lot of people did say, you know, a lot of my friends did say, maybe you should try stand-up, Brad, and probably actually make some money for once if I did that. But clearly, this market does not want to pay me to the short side the kind of dividends that I want from it. So I'm not excited. As expected, market is pushing north right now from, this is not even the market chart. Let me show you the market. As expected, the market is pushing north from those levels that I was looking at earlier. And hence, I am not even screaming anywhere close to free fall Friday today. This market is not in free fall territories just yet. And I am not looking forward to, scale big time on my shorts, even though I am $1.30, $1.40 on both of my shorts. Apple now retreating a little bit away from me. Only $1 in the money. Dustin says, Prad, you're not funny. Well, you don't have to watch my stand-up, mate. I'm not forcing you to watch anything. There's no gun at your head. You can do whatever you want. That's your power. Power. But, I have some viewers over here laughing at some of my jokes, and that's all I need. I don't need your laughs at that. Catch the retrace shorts taking over. Yeah, shorts are now getting pushed to the north side a little bit. I mean, the market's getting pushed to the north side a little bit, so shorts clearly returning back. Sorry. Where's Apple? Apple is 154.73.
Oh, okay. I'm long 154.07, I think, right now.
Nice. So yeah, Apple pushing up. You're $1 in the money on Apple, and I'm $1 in the money on Apple short side. So it looks like we are on the either side of the range. I'm sure 156s, you're along 154s, and our midpoint's 155. We'll shake hands at 155 and trade shares over there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll call that.
We'll internal fill each other and let Day Trade the World deal with that problem, not our problem at that point, right? Here's the market giving you those green moves as expected, baby, as expected.
What's going on, guys? Happy to be here. I just punched into that Apple long there, and I was asking Prad, like, okay, where is Apple? Because I was trying to log in, obviously I can't manage my position while I'm not logged in. But now I'm getting in here, so I think I'm just going to quickly take some profits here. In front of this 70 area. There you go. It was kind of rejecting here, I'll load up on the main screen there so you can see it. It was kind of rejecting the 80. They're giving a little bit of a pullback off these, I guess it's almost like a triple top now at 80. So hopefully that can continue to break out. But this is a winner on the day for me now. I was liking the action off of 154 here on Apple. It bounced off the first time. The second time, I started to get involved on the third time again, scaled into it. I actually let it break 154 just briefly, and then immediately it just rebid 154 like 05. So I just crossed again and got added to that position. I was patient with it. Instead of trying to anticipate 154 holding and adding before it, I actually just let it break and then kind of do its little algo thing, run those stops, and then rebid 154, and then that's when I added to the position. So I really liked how I handled that one. And now, scalping out the profits, about 60, 70 cents in the money on that one. Added confluence here because the market was kind of bouncing off these lows, 39.70, 39.65. And Apple was the first thing that I looked at that was kind of holding the support around the 154 area. So that's a solid trade for me there.
We got Dustin, the ringleader of the Prad haters, coming in hot right now, It's all good, man. You hate me or don't hate me doesn't hurt me much. I'm here to do a job, and I'm going to keep doing that job, which is entertain, talk about stocks. If you're not entertained, that sucks. Hopefully, you're at least making some money over here to the downside as the market is pushing down. As long as I have at least 2 laughs in the chat and I got more than 2, that's all I care about at the end of the day. And that's a big book, a big dub in my book over there. Apple did push up to your target 155 almost, but looks like it's bouncing off of where I originally took profit on Apple, 154.80. I want to get that 158.5 area so we can shake our hands on that side. I just want to do a funny trade at this point, but now looks like we're not going to push up there. We're actually going to reject in the same highs around 154.80. So looks like Ian and I will not be able to shake our hands on that. You the man, Prad, look at that. Look at all the love coming in. See, the haters don't even matter because the love is too powerful on this side, man. The community is too strong with the love. We love that. Prad, what's up? What's up, Nick? Where are we going to? As long as he hits the like button, that's true. As long as he hits the like or subscribe, It's all good, man. All the hate is appreciated as long as the like or the subscribe button's hit. But let's move on from that one. I'm trying to see for stocks in the chat, man. Let's see some stocks in the chat instead of some hate and love all day, you know? Let's look for actual positions. What are you guys trading? What are you guys looking at today? You guys already know the positions that I'm in. I'm in an Apple short and an AMD short. Not really looking at anything else right now as they might be in the middle of the ranges. So not excited about these shorts just yet. If the market does pop back up once again, then yeah, I'll gladly get back into some of these stocks that I missed out on. But I'm not too eager to push a short right now on Microsoft over here at 261s or so. I'd much rather be short 262 or something.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the same thing with me. Like, you know, I'm finding the support on Apple here, and that's why I traded it. Everything else is just kind of, I'm probably going to stay hands off for a bit here. I've been trading a lot today. I traded Snapchat a handful of times. The short in the morning was pretty money. It's funny because I was thinking like, man, if I only got here earlier, all you have to do was just literally just sell, and then you could just be holding this all day. But that's okay. Wait for this one to open up. And then, you know, got the initial flush move there. That was cool. You know, let it kind of sort itself out. And then, you know, obviously it's SSR, so it is harder to get short. So I had to offer out to get short. So I was just offering out in front of this 11 area because I like the price action off of there. And then, you know, scalped it out in front of 1050. If you guys recall in the morning, there was that huge size on 1050 on Snapchat, right? So, you know, made sure to scalp out profits in front of there the first time it was giving that bounce move. Although I wish that time I just, you know, flipped long and got that move because it rallied all the way up to like 1080, 1085. So that was a huge move off that 1050 initially. I tried it once more here, and this was a bit of a fumble on my part here because I got in 1051 long, and then I went to put my stop in, risk off the 1050, but then I put it at 1050 by accident, so it just triggered me out right away. That ended up being like a winner there for me. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. I tried it up here again, and that didn't really work. And then obviously, you know, I tried it one more time. That didn't work. I tried going short, and then here's the thing: like I got spooked out of this one because random size. It was like 2,000 or 2,500 lots popped up at 1046, right? So the 1050 had broken. 22 or 2,500 lots popped up at 1046, so I was like, okay, I can't hold this short against that, so I just got out right away. Eventually, it just broke down because Snapchat is just obviously super weak today, and now it's at $10. I tried the long here. I know Prad was trying that long as well on Snapchat.
I didn't
off the
try
10
it.
level.
I had it.
Yeah, you had it.
I was successful.
I added to
until
it twice.
wasn't.
I added to it. Yo, exactly. I was just about to say that. I was successful on it until I wasn't because I added to it. Scalped out profits in front of 1010. I'm like, okay, this is gonna like, you know, this could be a big winner because I pushed more size on this play too. And then it just flushed, took out 10. You know, I saw the 10 was being hit, so I immediately just covered it right away. I'm not gonna fool around with that. As Apple now breaking out a little bit, let me take some more profits
Time to shake hands.
We'll see where this is going. Where are you short right now?
I'm short 155, 60s.
Okay. Well, we'll see.
got a
We'll
good
see.
way. I
Maybe
got a
it goes
good
up
way.
to your price. How about we shake hands then? We'll shake hands.
Well, you
for
want
breaking
my 10 shares
I'm just
short?
kidding, I'm
Like,
just
what do you want
kidding.
my 10 shares? You can have them, bud. Thankfully, it's not 10. It's only 5. So, you can't even get all 10. Loser. No, I'm joking. I have a little bit more than that. I was just trying to play games over here with Ian. Ian, though, look at your favorite stock. Baba Black Sheep pushing down to $100 right now. Neo called out the $100 level coming in for Baba. Not sure if he put it in the work chat. He did put it in the work chat. Another stock that's also pushing to a good significant level is MULN right now to the $1 level. So looks like stocks are pushing to significant levels across the board. MULN SSR mode. No, it's not. But MULN is down at 8% at $1. Look at the size on the bids for MULN. But honestly, that's just $1 million buying power. You know, I can wipe it out. Ian can wipe it out. Half the traders on the floor could wipe it out. So not that big of a deal on MULN about the size. I'm not looking to front run that size. But, you know, a stock that's only been traded 24 million shares today, maybe that size holds up because we're about 500,000 at 1.01 and about 1 million at $1 level, so maybe it holds up. But compare that to one of the other stocks that did 100 million, or Snapchat. That was it. Snapchat that's doing 200 million shares today. Well, you know, 1 million on the book is nothing because they traded 200 million shares. So that's the insane part about it. Prad doesn't breed Brenny talks. everything is a problem with these guys. Right? Every single thing is a problem. Apparently, I'm not respectful enough, and then instantly other viewers come in and say he's respectful, and then I'm not cool enough. Other viewers come out and say he's cool. He's not funny enough. He's not funny. That can never satisfy people.
Trade your own book. Don't let it get to you. Just trade your own book, man. Just trade your own book on that one. And it goes for trading too. Let me just talk you guys through my little ideas here on Apple. I'm talking about it a lot just because it's the one position that I'm in right now. Look at this channel that it traded in the morning. It traded between 155 and 156, right? And at the time too, the ES was trading this channel here, right? It wasn't really doing anything. Wanted to figure out what it was going to do at 4,000, right? Obviously, it ended up rejecting. Apple broke down that 155 area, right? Now here's the thing. We're testing this 155 again, and that's what I'm kind of waiting for now. I'm kind of waiting for a test of 155, like a true test of it. And if, sellers are going to reject that area and that level is actually going to hold now as a resistance, right? Broken support turns resistance. Pretty basic, but I want to see it actually happen. It's kind of happening here a bit, and that's why I've been scalping out the profits in front of it to make sure that I take most of my position off in front of it just to, maximize my trade here while I was like 70, 80 cents in the money there at one point, right? So now it is giving more of a pullback. The market is testing these lows again. Where is this going to go? But here's the thing. Apple has already, held 154. It's consolidating a bit higher now, right? So if the market does bounce, maybe a 155 breakout is in the books, but we'll see. I've traded a handful of other things as well today. One quick scalp on Tesla right at open. I had some success on Tesla yesterday. I wanted to make sure that I got involved today if it was going to be strong again at the open. And here's the thing, 820 held yesterday. 820 was like a triple top on Tesla yesterday. It was actually quite crazy. And then today you get the breakout, little gap up in pre-market. So okay, what's the next best thing? You see here. You see on the pre-market here, 830, how nicely that's holding? Okay, you guys guessed it, 830 breakout long, right? So immediately on the open, 830 breakout long, quick scalp for $2. That's a big win, right? So, this is why you gotta, scalp out these even dollar breakouts, because look at what happens after. It just gives us flush, right back down to 820 area, right? Eventually holds. The second break on 830 was much better, but it is what it is. I take that little win, and we'll keep going for the rest of the day.
People are asking me, Pratt, are you out of your shorts? The board doesn't update right now. Yeah. So what happens is it's like a switch kind of mode. When Luca comes on, they flick on a switch where the names change to Luca and myself. And when they do that, we have to make an execution for that boards to update. So that's why the boards didn't update when Luca was there until I took a profit on AMD or on Apple, and then the board updated. For example, now Ian's here. He just now took a position on something or a profit on something, which gave that a position board update. So I am in my trade still. I am in my AMD and my Apple trade. I just don't want to cover them just yet. So when I do cover it, it will show up on there for anyone who is wondering if I'm in that. I will keep on updating you on that side without a doubt. Prad, try decaf. Trust me, calms the nerves. I don't drink coffee at all, man. I don't do coffee, honestly. I think caffeine is the one of the worst things out there. I just don't do caffeine. But that being said, I do even worse than caffeine. So, what am I even saying? I'm here drinking alcohol on a daily basis, but I won't drink caffeine. What's wrong with me? Yeah, exactly. What is wrong with me? Pratt is a great guy. Thanks, guys. Let's leave those comments aside. I was just trolling the trolls back. I don't really care about what they have to say. They want to be mean in the chat. They can feel free to. They have their opinions, then they have their power to do whatever they want. As long as they hit the like and subscribe, that's all I care about from them. And from all of you people who love me, I appreciate that. Let's end that convo there. I was trolling the trolls. Hopefully the trolls got trolled. If they didn't get trolled, that's fine. Mission failed. And if the trolls got trolled, mission accomplished. Let's please end that there. Move on from it. Go to the stock market. I don't want to see more Prad's rude, Prad's great, Prad's not great anymore. It's not fun. These conversations are going nowhere. Let's see some of the stocks you're looking at. I see Adrian Moen. That's a pretty cool last name. Meta Long here. So let's go check out Meta Long. Meta Long.
I can talk about Meta. I traded Meta a bit earlier today. Meta, okay, here. This is the one trade that I actually kind of regret today because I feel like it was like an unneeded loss for me today. I actually wanted a 173 breakdown on Meta at the open. Again, a sympathy play with Snapchat. Obviously, Snapchat getting absolutely hammered today. So I wanted a sympathy breakdown on Meta. It happened right at open. I didn't take that because I was in the Tesla trade. So, hard to manage two of those like high volatility breakout trades happening at once, especially when I'm pushing bigger size. So I didn't end up taking the 173 breakdown on Meta here, which was okay. But the problem that I do regret, or the problem that I did have here, is that I tried it on 172 after 172 had already broken down. And then it wasn't good, right? And then I tried schlonging it. I tried going long off the 172, right? And that obviously failed and didn't work, right? So, kind of got chopped up later on and traded against my plan on Meta when I had planned for something that had already happened. Realistically, in a perfect world, I probably would have just left this one alone, or at least tried to reassess a little bit better and realize that, okay, if the 173 level has broken and we're showing weakness below, then I should look to just short below, but have to be a little bit more patient, maybe try to like front run some size in the offer or something. That never happened. Obviously, Meta really broke down today, and now it's bouncing off of this 169 area. Looking on the daily, is this really a level on Meta, to go long off of? I mean, potentially there are a lot of wicks up into the 169, 170 area, but unless you're seeing like big size on the bid here, I'm not too comfortable going long on this name. Considerably weaker today, down 8% on the day. And if volume just kind of fades out the rest of the day, this can just kind of sideways channel, or maybe just keep fading lower. Who knows? Obviously, going to trade in sympathy with Snapchat, and I think that's going straight to the ground. That's not catching any bounces. It saw a couple times there. Size on the bid on Snapchat, and it hasn't really been giving those big bounces, right? It worked a little bit there, but no real strength on Snapchat.
Times, man. How many times
I know.
You want it to work?
No, it did. It worked. It worked a handful of times, but I'm saying like, okay, it worked. It gave 10 cents on the move, and then now it's just trading in the same level, right? So it's like it's not really showing like any strength. It's not really showing any buyers. That's like those people.
I'm expecting it to go back to all-time lows, man.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Exactly. Like I can see this totally just like fading out the rest of the day. Like if this was really gonna, show some strength, it would have bounced off 10, would have been like 10.20, 10.30. Yeah. Right. And that's the move that we all kind of wanted, but I don't think it's in the books today for Snapchat.
Yeah, for sure. That's a very well put. Someone actually, while you were talking about Meta, was like, and nothing else matters. I think it was Metallica, right, who sings that, Nothing Else Matters. The guitar solo is one of my most favorite guitar solos in that genre. That was like back in the day when my mom's brother, my uncle, and my older brother put me onto that genre, man. What a good memory of listening to those albums back in the day. Yeah, Nothing Else Matters. Surprisingly enough, I was actually singing that song yesterday on my way out to home, so I don't know why that also got put in the chat. Is it Metallica? I can't even remember who made that song. I'll be very honest, but man, was that a good song. It's such a great song. Classic.
It's Linkin Park.
It is. No, it's not Linkin Park. For sure not Linkin Park. It's Metallica or it's somebody else.
How does it go again? How does it go again?
Nothing else matters.
Okay, I'm thinking of something else.
I can't even remember the lyrics right now. Yes, Metallica. There we go. Old school Metallica. Rest in peace, Chester, though. Yeah, okay. Linkin Park, rest in peace, Chester. That story is dark, though. He killed himself because his best friend, who also is a great musician from Audio Slave, killed himself. Manages the dark spiral. A long life to everybody out there. Even my haters in the chat, I wish you long life. Don't wish bad to anyone on anything. One thing I do wish bad for is this market. I wish the absolute bad for this market. Push to the downside, push to 39.50s, push to 39.20s, so I could be happy about my shorts. Being $1.50 in the money for both my positions is not making me happy at all for some reason. That's because I'm very greedy at the moment. So maybe we'll see if these can push down for us. Market can go all the way to the downside and pay us out on that one.
A couple people mentioning TBLT is testing that 9 area again. It is. I traded TBLT twice here, and I'll make my chart the 1 minute so we could see the detail on what I did. I was trying to get long here. I just saw so much buying, and this was exactly when Luca was saying, "Oh, there's a lot of selling, but it's not really going anywhere." Eventually gave a little bit of a flush move, but then just bought up immediately. So I was a little bit too anxious to get long there. So that was a quick loss. That's okay. And then I tried the 9 breakout. Now here's the thing, I'm realizing now that with small caps, they like to run to these levels, break out, and a lot of the liquidity that gets or a lot of volume that goes on like these breakouts, a lot of people use to get out of their positions, right? So it gave a huge move, went up to like 921, 923, 925 area, and then just flushed like viciously, right? So I didn't even have enough time to really like offer out there because I put my stop in and I was like, okay, and then it just flushed right away. So I was instantly in the money like 25 cents and then instantly out of the money, right? So it happened within like a second, so not enough time there. Still new here, still trying to learn and get better, and I'm not that experienced with small caps. So it took the L today on TBLT, but that's okay. I learned a lot of things that I can probably improve from my trading on these small caps. Here it is, testing the 9 area again. Volume is kind of dying down on it now. Let me consolidate my chart a little bit better. Volume is kind of dying down a little bit now, but you are getting like this pattern. I just looked at it here, a little bit of like a wedge pattern here. So maybe that breaks out and some strength shows above 9 again.
That's a pizza slice pattern.
Yeah, a little pizza slice pattern, but we'll see. We'll see on this one. I really want to see some buying above 9 up until 940 maybe, and keep breaking out higher to 10. Who knows where this one can run to?
Yeah, but the question is though, is that the hot supersata pizza or is that a Hawaiian pizza with pineapples on it which deserves to be thrown into the garbage, right? So
I actually don't like pineapples on pizza.
It's a big question over there.
I don't like pineapples on pizza, and like I think I mentioned this before on the show. Like my girlfriend loves pineapples on pizza.
Oh yeah, you did.
So then you always
That's a
have
deal
to
breaker.
you always have to be like, okay, she wants to get Hawaiian pizza. I'm like, okay, fine, let's get Hawaiian.
Do you guys do half and halves?
Well, we do,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
but
yeah.
then like she'll take the pineapples like off my pizza or whatever. Like if I have and I'll just eat the rest, that kind
fair.
of thing. But
That's
she likes
cute.
to eat the toppings, whatever.
Yeah.
There's a give and take in relationships.
The reason why some of the people in the chat said Linkin Park is actually because of the song "In the End," which is also
Okay, that's the one I was thinking
with
of.
Jay-Z. No, that's Numb. I'm thinking about Numb with Jay-Z. But yes, Linkin Park,
yeah.
"In the End." It doesn't
That's
even
the one that I was
matter.
thinking about. That's a classic song.
But for sure, that came after "Nothing Else Matters" by Metallica for sure. Let's go quickly over to the market environment. Where am I typing? I'm typing in the chat, so let me go over here, type it in my level 2 instead. S&P 500 still showing us a pretty good base around that 39.65. The fact that we're not even pushing the 39.50s is a big question mark for me. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens. As options expires today, yeah, they expire weekly. There will be a ton of options expiring today. So we got to wait and see. I know Snapchat is heavily played with options today thanks to the earnings report. So wherever Snapchat closes, I think a lot of people might have the $10 put for Snapchat. There's a good chance that we actually close above $10 for Snapchat just because of the options pegging and everything. So we'll end up seeing if that ends up playing out that way. Now, I don't know anything at the end of the day. Remember that. I don't know the future. I don't know what's going to happen in the next second. So how can I tell you something that's going to happen in the next 2 hours or so? Right now, we are coming into, it just got a little chilly and I'm getting frozen over here like Elsa. But 12:55 Eastern Standard Time right now, the market is going into the end of lunchtime, the official lunchtime end, coming to a point where we might just see some volume coming into the game. So let's just wait, hold our orders, be ready with our orders in case the volume comes in and we can take advantage of the market.
Someone said, is Snapchat the best long swing at the moment, or is it not the best long swing? Okay, so obviously huge negative catalyst. They're not even gonna do a Q3 guidance, which is, in my book, that's pretty rough, man. Like, you guys aren't even gonna guide for Q3. That sounds pretty shaky. Here's the daily on Snapchat, and I have to go all the way back to, what is this? March 2020. So the COVID lows on Snapchat, it got all the way down to $8. Got all the way down to $8 at the COVID lows here. This is like the daily chart. So I think we keep going a bit. Like today I charted levels. I charted 11, I charted 10, and I charted $8. I don't think there's anything really of substance in between. I think this can continue to fade. So just be careful if you are swinging this long. Maybe give it like 1 day. If it doesn't give that bounce, reclaim at this 10 level and give a good bounce back up to 11. I think it's probably time to cut that one and maybe wait for a dip closer to that 8 level maybe. I probably wouldn't swing this one, that's for sure. What else are you guys talking about? Snap going bankrupt, don't go long. Honestly, I feel like Snap is going to get bought out eventually. We'll see. Apple is pulling back a bit on me now, so this is exactly why I want to take out these profits in front of like the 154.80, 155 area that Prad mentioned a couple times, and is the bottom end of this channel here as well. If this pulls back all the way, I moved up my stop, so I'm not going to lose on this position here. I only have 10% of my position left, so I'm not too worried about it. I was just kind of holding to see if we can actually get an extended move above 155. I'm not trying to make the decisions, I'm trying to let the market make the decisions for me. So if it breaks out there, keep holding. If not, trail my stop and maybe get wicked out of that one. That's okay. It's another winner on the day for me. I'm 2 for 6, so not the best day for me. I took the losses on TBLT and Meta, but that's a thing. I had a pretty good day yesterday, and then today a little bit of a losing day. Ended up, but I'm basically like flat. It's not even that bad. So whatever. We'll live to tell a tale, move on.
Bro, you lost $25 million today? Oh my goodness. I'm joking. So anyways, AMD, we just took a profit on AMD to the downside over here as we are taking the chance to capitalize before it does whipsaw against us. Market could hold up at these levels and not go any much further. So I don't want to be the one who takes damage on that. Also, I'm watching on the Ian screen right now, him going long off that 154 areas on Apple. Looks pretty clean, man. Has me worried about my own short, which is only $1 in the money right now, compared to AMD, which is $2 in the money for me. Well, to be exact, it's $1.25 in the money for AMD shorts. Let's go to the chat over here. That's why we like Metallica. I'm not sure why, but yeah, Metallica is a pretty cool band for sure. Good call on the Snap for September, calls Greg. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Who do you see Snapchat getting bought out by and why?
I mean, who knows, man? There's so many people. Can I say Elon? Imagine Elon Musk bought Snapchat out. What Snapchat is a subsidiary of Facebook right now? Correct me if I'm wrong. No. Right? Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I don't know, man. How many people actually use Snapchat these days? Not many.
If you have a relationship or you're trying to go into a relationship, for sure they're using it. Trying to go into a relationship.
Those DMs, right? I guess Snapchat
DMs.
is a good way.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't used Snapchat in like literally years, but we'll see. I feel like it eventually gets bought out. Maybe like. Do you think Apple would buy out Snapchat?
I think Google will, because Google is trying to go into augmented reality a lot, right?
Oh, okay.
They've been trying to do this augmented reality glasses for God knows how long, and they've been failing at it. So now I saw a recent ad from Google about another new glass that they're coming out with.
I was just going to say.
So they're trying so hard with augmented reality. Did you know now with your Google phone, or at least with Google Maps, you could literally hold your phone in the air, and it shows you augmented reality as where you walk to and like directions on your phone, instead of just like, oh, I need to turn left on Gerrard Street or whatever, right? So
it'll pop up like a little like left arrow on
No, it's literally using your camera, and then it draws the map onto your camera in front of you, and it'll tell you go left here, go right here, compared to the old school days where people had to bust out the map and be like, you are here, you are here.
That's pretty wicked.
So it's crazy at what Google's trying to do, and if Google is smart enough to go with that option, I think Snapchat has been doing amazing with augmented reality. You could like put on glasses with augmented reality and so on, right? And we saw how Pokemon took advantage of augmented reality, Pokemon Go that is. For any of you gamers in the chat, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. Niantic blew up off of that game and so on, and Nintendo took a little bit of Pokemon Go, yeah.
I used to walk around here.
Oh, Pokemon Go? Pokemon Go, yeah.
That was so.
Where's that Charizard?
Pokemon Go was so popular for about like 6 days, and then after that, it just like totally died down. But I remember that was like so crazy. Everyone's just running around all around town, all in the park, just trying to catch random Pokemon.
Dude, I was in Brampton,
yeah,
and I had no gyms or anything near me. So you know what I had to do? I put on an emulator on my desktop. I put my location as downtown Toronto Harbourfront, and I was sitting at home using my WASD keys to walk around Harbourfront and catching Magikarps from home, and that's how I got. Because I got banned though. I got banned.
They put I guess like a more special or a more rare Pokemons
downtown,
in like different areas.
Cool
right?
areas. Like you got
cooler
Magikarp at Harborfront. You got
Right,
like a
right,
Diglett
right.
in like sandy areas and so on. Yeah.
Yeah. That was a fun time.
So
Again, you know.
Snapchat, I see Google being a very big chance over there, but you know, Apple could try to buy Snapchat to compete with Google's augmented reality. Microsoft could do the same to compete with Google's augmented reality. So any big tech at the end of the day can really just come in and swoop it up.
I like this one comment. This person said Snapchat to 9, then to 8. Then to $4.99. It looks like it's it looks like it's gonna fade. It's gonna continue fading. Someone said GME down. They said down 7.5%. I can't really see here because on our chart it says it's down 77%. Obviously, it had the split today, 4-to-1 split. Not that much action. I was actually fairly disappointed in it just because at the open, one, there wasn't that much volume on it. I was expecting a lot more volume, and two, the liquidity just wasn't there. The spread wasn't as tight. The spread at times was like 20 cents for a $37 stock. To me, that signals that I can't really put size on the play, so I might as well just stay away. I wanted to take like a 37 break, down, and that happened right away, but then just like kind of got quickly reclaimed. More so the 40 break, I thought, like if there was real like a momentum really start to build up in GME, with retail investors and whatnot buying it up after the split, maybe $40 would have broken out to the top side. That would have been fun, but it just wasn't in the books today, and now GME is just fading the entire move downwards, right? What's 120? That would be 30, right? So I think 120 is this level here that was holding up on GME. So 4-to-1 split, that's $30 on GME now post split. I can see it totally just kind of fading there and trading that range, maybe bouncing from there. We'll see. But for now, I just stayed away for today. Maybe if volume starts to pick up in next couple weeks, then we can start trading it.
Drake equals creep Metallica equals creeping death. Like Drake, like Drizzy Drake equals creep Metallica? What? I don't understand that. But okay, anyways, moving on from that. Just scrolling in the chat over here to look for what you guys are talking about. Markets puking. You are right. We are pushing to 39.60. S&P 500 officially down 1%. AMD short $2.17 in the money. Apple short $1.40 in the money. Short anything, man. And you're probably enjoying it right now across the board. Obviously, certain stocks such as American Express. I want to go see how strong American Express is today off the catalyst, and looks like it is still pretty strong. We're up 2.75% still. Yeah, American Express has moved down from VWAP, and I did say we are watching American Express get rejected from VWAP. I also mentioned the XLF ETF, which is your financial ETF, which was red earlier, and might just keep pushing American Express to the downside, or putting some weight on American Express, as it is the financial ETF, which means most of your banks today, Goldman Sachs and as Ms. Lee would say, Goldman Sachs and Wells Fargo and so on, all probably down on the day for about almost 1% or so. Here's WFC down about almost 1% exactly.
One comment here. My big losses today, Snap, Meta. The repeated mistake I do, which I need to stop immediately, is not to trade pre-market. The Snap flush at open without a stop loss set took all my week's profits. Sorry to hear that. Losses happen. It's just part of day trading, that's for sure. I'm basically fly on the week now, so that's okay. It is what it is. My thing here is you gotta try to have, I guess, better discipline. If you know that you're not as successful in pre-market, just wait until the market opens, right? Just wait until the market opens. Wait for the volume to come in. Maybe wait a couple minutes and then see what levels are still holding and see what you like, right? And then you could start making plays and start making decisions off of that. And then you could also use stops and whatnot in the live market hours. I know with us, we can use scripts, but regular stops won't work as well. So you got to be really on that position. I know Sean trades some pre-market positions, but he's always here at his desk, right? So he can manage them accordingly. But also to maybe taking smaller size in the pre-market and then adding to it if it's really working for you once the market opens and the volume and volatility really confirms your trade thesis around these ideas that you had. But sorry to hear you come back next week. I think next week's going to be a very exciting week. More tech earnings are going to happen next week. This is just the beginning, I think. and then, we're going to get some good volatility. So, live to tell the tale, and we'll fight again another week, but that's okay on that one. Snap got through 50 EMA. Yeah, we've been talking about Snap a lot. Oh, yeah, I want to talk about Twitter because someone said, why is Twitter up? They had a negative earnings. Well, here's the thing. I don't know why Twitter is up, but in the pre-market, 39 was getting soaked up. There was a reserve at 39, and someone was just soaking up shares at 39. And then it broke out here. And then look at this. It breaks out when the market opens, rallies all the way up to 39.90, right? It almost touches 40 there. Actually, it almost did. 39.97 is the high. So, yeah, it pretty much got to 40 there. And then look on the pullback here. So, obviously, pulling back, whatever, just grinding down. Holds above 39. The low here was like 39.05, right? So, clearly someone really wanted to buy up Snapchat today at $39. And then, it hasn't really looked back since, right? So interesting to note that. And those are some of the, the details that you have to notice in this market. And then maybe you can take advantage of them if you're intelligent enough or fast enough to do that. But yeah, I don't know why it's up today. Testing back $40. That's the top end of this range again. Maybe up to like 41. That's the top end of this range here. But yeah, clearly someone was super interested in buying Twitter and they made it happen. And now it's up almost 1% today.
Which one, sorry?
Twitter. No, I was talking about Twitter. Yeah. No, I was saying there was a reserve at 39 in pre-market, and someone was just soaking shares there. Eventually, it broke out, and then look what holds on the pullback, 39.
Twitter's up?
Yeah, it's up. It's up percent. It's testing the top end of this range.
Why?
It's crazy, dude. I don't know.
Like, you had negative earnings. Your deal's falling through. You like hid your negative earnings under a fake catalyst. That's the uncertainty of the deal not going through. What does revenue of your company have to do anything with the deal going through or not going through from the last quarter? Like, completely lied about everything on that book. And this is why we say the markets will always be more irrational longer than you can stay solvent. Now, me using that bias, if I piled into my shorts over here, I would have been obviously losing a ton of money on this trade. Noticing the strength on Twitter today, off the pre-market itself, off the open, I said I am not going to short the stock, even though I think it belongs like below 38 or below, like around 35. So I put my bias aside. I said I don't even want to trade the stock today, and look where it is right now. It's about to be a percent on the upside when the S&P 500 is basically down 1 full percent. So it's an absolute question mark over here. Let Twitter do what it wants. We know that deal is still under a big question mark overall. We'll wait to see how the DOJ or the SEC or the FTC or the DOJ, how they deal with it at the court, and if they get enforced to go with the deal or not. If it does get enforced to go with the deal, then yeah, we know the stock's gonna pop up to $54.20. If it doesn't get enforced, this is gonna go right back to $30, where I think it belongs if in case that deal doesn't go through. The fact that you're losing money does not give you the right to be up on the year, or on the day at least.
This is a funny comment here. Elon buying Twitter on the open market for a discount. Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Someone said Tesla market manipulation. I'm not too sure what you mean by this. Here's the thing. Like, Tesla is one of the strongest stocks in the market right now. After their earnings yesterday, obviously they're up 10% yesterday. That was crazy. We were covering that all day. For you guys, there was some banger trades yesterday. Today, it's holding up. It's pretty much having an inside day, pretty flat. It didn't quite test up to 850, 842, gave a nice rejection around there. But now it's holding up above these levels that were acting as like almost a resistance area yesterday, like the 820 area, 818 area. That's where it was topping out at the end of the day. There was a nice triple top at 820 on Tesla yesterday as well. Now that's where it's kind of like bouncing around, not doing too much, right? It also held here at market open after that flush move, right? So, clearly Tesla is strong. It's consolidating higher now. It is going to obviously need the boost of the market if it wants to keep running up towards 850. But now that it's, broken out of the 750 area, showing some decent amount of strength above 800, I think that Tesla can continue to make a run. Tesla just bought trading now. Yeah, pretty much. After the big runs or those big moves in the morning here, breakout took that long. Gives you a chance to bounce off that 820 here. Maybe the rejections off 840. But now, once it's pulled back here, now it's just trading in this channel again, not doing too much. So you pretty much nailed it there. Probably just algo trading.
Twitter is just mad that Elon's the only, that they are the only thing Elon pulled out of. That's a hilarious one, Permapen. That's a hilarious one. Yeah, Elon, look, we don't know if he pulled out just yet. He wants to pull out, though, but the SEC might just make him go with that deal. So we're just waiting for what the deal goes through at the end of the day or not. Where are we going to next over here? Like your call for ES testing 3950. Hey, man, Pratstradamus strikes again. What do you know about that, baby?
It seems like the ES is trying to catch some bids here. Like, well, it's been trying to catch the bids like at every 5 point move, right? So first it tried 39.70, then 39.65, and now 39.60. And here's the thing, like I'm trying to manage this Apple trade, and I'm like thinking like, should I add here or should I not? It's basically right back down to, you know, this 154 area. It's giving a little bit of a bounce here. You know, the market is making lower lows, right? So that's why I'm hesitant to add to this Apple position. Eventually, you know, the 154, if the market continues to make lower lows, eventually the 154 is just going to give way.
I'll give you my shares here if you want.
Eventually, the 154 level is just going to give way here, and then, you know, it's just going to continue to fade lower maybe. So that's why I'm hesitant to add to this position. You know, I'm 20 cents in the money. It's whatever. I've taken out most of the position already, but we'll see here. We'll see. If the market really does bounce here, then maybe I add to it and, you know, it bounces up to 155 again.
EU will never let Tesla buy Twitter. Why is that? I don't know why that would be a thing. If that would be even a thing to be worried about. Why would EU block the Twitter deal and let and America go with it? EU even still blocks. I know that EU did say something about that, but I don't think EU has any say in it. It's an American company, American laws, American rules. We'll see what happens at the end of that one. I know EU did block the ARM trade, which is an EU company, so that makes sense. But this one, I don't know about this one. We'll just have to wait and see. Microsoft can't buy Activision. That's because there's an actual problem with that. Microsoft will become too big of a monopoly at that point. There's too many gaming companies. Microsoft taking over Activision, they keep talking, so I keep thinking they're talking to us. But Microsoft already owns a bunch of gaming companies, and them buying Activision might not just be a good thing for the gaming world, that is, because the monopoly takeover will be a horrible thing. Games already cost way too much. EA Sports already charges you a lung and a kidney through every microtransaction, and we are catching the pain for that. So we don't want that deal to go through. I personally don't care what happens to Activision. I hate Activision. So if Microsoft buys it, maybe they bury Activision inside of cellars 7 feet underground. But we'll see what happens with that one eventually, right? We don't know what will happen with that one. Twitter deal is not subject to Euro regulation because it's being taken private by a person, not company. It's not subject to Euro regulation. There you go. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's not subject to Euro regulation at all. Nothing to do with Europe. Pradowaski, sorry to disagree with you, but you said no sense. Germany's biggest producer of cars, biggest and most powerful country in EU. They put the rules they want. We're not talking about Tesla, my friend. We're not talking about Tesla. Just because Elon runs Tesla, SpaceX, and a bunch of other companies doesn't mean Twitter deal is going to be a problem over there too. No, we're not talking about Tesla.
I want to welcome a new member here, Daniel Brown. Welcome to the Trader TV Live family. Nice to see you. I don't know if you're a new supporter here or if you've been watching the channel for a long time, but as always, thank you for continued support. And in that sense, we'll get into this here. This is a good amount of likes now. Okay here, 2.7K likes. It was a little bit over 4,200 viewers watching, a little bit less now, but 2.7K likes today on the day here from the morning show into the midday show, so that's looking good. If you guys haven't already, you know, smash the subscribe button as well, hit the notification bell so you can't miss any videos that we do post. We post, obviously, we stream all day, 8:30 to 4, but then we post educational content on the weekends as well, pre-market videos, trade of the day videos. There's so much content to be had, guys, so don't miss out on it. As always, thank you for your continued support, though. And again, welcome Daniel Brown to the Trader TV Live family. A couple people are mentioning Upstart and why it's down 9% on the day. I was checking there. It's not SSR quite yet, so it hasn't triggered that. But here's the thing, like I tried to find some catalyst on it. I couldn't really find anything, but it is trending back towards this 25 area again, which was, this the support back off this, big plunge here. It held here again. It's holding up, it held 30 resistance here, and then, trending back down towards that 25. It is obviously considerably weaker in the market. Like, I don't have to show you that. Just zoom out and look at the chart, right? The year-to-date chart. It's super weak on the market, so it really needs a positive catalyst to get a boost here. I think it's just going to continue fading lower now. I mean, just look at this trend line as well, just grinding down lower, right? So I couldn't find any particular reason why it's down, but yeah, down again another 10% today.
Free bet, $15 free bet. You got it? Okay. You messaged me? Okay, I didn't see the message. Yeah, free bet. Make sure you lock that bet up, boy. I need those free bets, man. My account deep in the red. I need those free bets. UFC. Yeah, listen, there's some UFC fights tomorrow, though, so. Yeah. All right. Market clearly wants to go down. We're at 39.60. It made a new low, but then it popped right back up. Not sure if you were watching that, Ian. It made a new low for the S&P 500, but then it popped right back up slightly. I see a message about something about a mic. The background convo action law. Is the mic on? Yeah, the mic's on. Hopefully, a little mic test. Mic test. But yeah, so market pushing down. Maybe we'll take advantage of that. $2 in the money on AMD, $1.30 in the money on Apple. We took profits on multiple sides over there, just taking advantage over here off the market. Thank you for jumping in. Today's streamers, yeah, thank you, Bears vs. Bull, for letting people know to smash the bell, smash the notification bell, the like button, and so on. We would appreciate that a lot. It means a lot for us anytime you guys do that. And for those of you who haven't, come on, stop being so mean. Hit that like button. Pratt should totally use auto-tune for a day. Ooh, baby. I'm down for that. Maybe we have a T-Pain Tuesdays where we put on auto-tunes, all of us, and then we just talk in auto-tune. T-Pain Tuesdays, and we just bust out some lyrics, What the heck was that? We already know Neil can rap. He's rapped like twice on the show before. I've yet to rap, but I don't know if I will, man. It's hard for me to find a lyric that's like clean the way he did, and then actually remember the clean part because my mind will instantly go back to the how did they put explicit parts? My mind will instantly go back to the explicit lyrics, and it's hard for me to revert that. But I'll try. I'll try to put it up there. But this goal is not going to be something like 1K likes or whatever. We need the new goal up there, man. We need new levels to be hit. The market needs to go to new levels. Like right now, S&P 500 pushing to that 39.50. Prasterdamus strikes again, and guess what? We called these levels out. We called out the play in pre-market, and it's playing out like absolute perfect, pitch perfect.
TBLT, a couple of you said it was flushing here, and it is flushing off this $9. So last time we looked at it sorry? Oh, okay. Yeah, last time we looked at it about like 10 minutes ago, it was testing at $9, and you guys, okay, is it going to break out? Remember I drew that little pizza slice there? And it looks like it's broken out down to the downside now, testing VWAP. Someone said TBLT reload, question mark? Yeah, I don't know about that one, just because, it's been getting hammered and getting flushed down all day, right? So, you get a lot of buying momentum to the upside here before 11:45, right? And then the big flushes off $9. I think after that, to be honest, I think the long was pretty much done. You could have got a couple longs here off $8, but that broke down there. So where are you risking off of, right? We've seen this flush like 60 cents in a flash second. So very dangerous to trade either way in either direction, I think. If you had shorts to pay for this, or if you paid for shorts this morning, then you could have been shorting off the 9 the second time around, I think. That would have been a decent trade. But now, I'd be very, very wary of the dip buy on TBLT, that's for sure. I mean, it is holding up above VWAP, but all this thing needs to do is just flush one more time, and then it's back down at 650 again, right where it started this morning, right? So don't have FOMO. I think Luca mentioned that in the morning, or in the first half of the midday show there. Don't have FOMO. Don't chase this one. If you had the moves in the morning, congratulations. If you're getting it now, if you're coming to it now and seeing like it's up 40%, I want to get involved, maybe just be a little bit more patient on this one.
Trader TV Sean 1, is this a genuine Instagram account of Sean? He is texting me hello. No, it's not. If any one of us, let it be even I don't think Luca has a Twitter account, but if well, that's a clear obvious. If Luca on Twitter is messaging you, that's a fake because he doesn't have a Twitter account. But if anyone is ever messaging you saying, hello, we have a XYZ plan for you. All you need to do is invest 20,000. All you need to do is send me 1 Bitcoin. It's not us. It's never going to be us. Please be very careful of these scammers out there. There's going to be a lot of them. You know, that Trader TV Sean 1 is apparently the username that you're getting scammed by, but there's probably more accounts. So just be very careful. There's never a reason for Sean, Neil, Brendan to message you and start a conversation for that route, right? If you message them and they have an answer that they can provide you, there is a chance that they reply back. You know, Neil, Sean and I have some relationships with our viewers over here. We are like Playmaker and I talk once in a while. Mike Crahan and I talk every Saturday when the UFC's on. So we enjoy hanging out with our viewers and have that face-to-face value behind each other over there. And so, like, you know, it's not just a name in the chat. We kind of know each other besides that. So we love doing that, but there's never a reason for us to contact you first and go through that route. So if ever you get a message saying hello, it's not going to be us. I'll promise you that. It's not going to be us. Maybe now they start messaging with not hello instead, then they start messaging you with, hey, you want to watch UFC? And then they start scamming you that route.
Someone said Microsoft long-term analysis, question mark. So let's take a quick look at, oh man, what did I do here? Okay, there we go. I'm like using the, I want to do this. Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah, Microsoft here, long term. Let's see here. 250 maybe is giving it, has gotten you know, a decent bounce here. Obviously the market, it's a bear market, right? So these are little bear rallies that we're getting, these pushes up off of these supports. But what you got to like about Microsoft is that it's been holding up above this 250, 245 area, right? So, you know, you got to like that action. You know, clearly it is strong above that area. So unless it breaks down there, then, you know, maybe we start showing some more weakness below, because if you look below, what do we got? What do we got, right? We got pretty much nothing, right? So wait until, you know, maybe it gets there and we give a little bit of a bounce. Yeah, that's my little thing on Microsoft there.
39.55, 5 more points, and then I can be done with my call out, man. That call out looks way too clean today for me to not have a trade on the MES. So I'm a little upset about myself for that. 50 points in the money if I took that trade on the futures over there. Would have been rolling in the dough and laughing to the bank, slapping some 10 pins down later on, and then coming out as the underdog. You know, no one knows the skills of the underdog until they actually show up. I'll be honest, I don't know anything about bowling. I'll probably be horrible at it, but I can talk enough smack about it here. And then, you know what? I'm actually planning to put a live stream from Instagram Live. Read the chat. What are we drinking tonight, Prad? I'm a whiskey sour type of guy, man. Whiskey sours. Tomorrow is a good day for me, so I'm gonna be hanging out by myself and just chilling out by the patio with my dog, enjoying the day for myself.
BOVA is creeping towards 900 right now. I'll toss on the level 2 filter so you guys can see. Oh, we just missed it there. There was the size at 100. It's not that much. It's about 150 lots, right? So not that much. I'm actually just waiting to see what happens here on BOVA.
How does it go and disappear like that?
There it is right there. Yeah. So you guys see it there. It's because we're a little bit too far away, right? It'll go up to like 10:05,
you only have 3 depths?
Yeah, I guess I don't have that data, right? Yeah, I want to see if it actually breaks and then see where it goes. Okay, there we go. So it breaks. I want to see where the low is, right? So the low was 89 and there was some buying here in the 90s, right? So maybe if it reclaims 100, we try the long and you know, risk off of the 90 level there. But I really want to see now where it goes. I don't want to try. Okay, so there we go. We're reclaiming 100 right now. So let's try a little bit of a position here. Oh wait, whoa. Let me punch long there and just risk off of the low there to see if it works. You know, maybe this is the low here on BOVA. So stops in there. We're long now BOVA at 103, and see if this can give a push move off of the $100 level, right? So it ran the stops at 100. It gave a low of 90, and there was sudden buying there in the 90s, right? And now it's reclaiming above 100 there, right? So I saw this on Disney yesterday or the other day as well off 100. So just trying a similar play here and seeing if it works this time here on BOVA.
Should get a ES bounce at 39.53 back to 60, then reshort down to 39.04. Very, very set in stone levels there. So we'll see if they play out. I like the range instead of a set in stone level, but pretty close to my range or within my range. So yeah, I accept your answers on there. Not like it matters if I accept it or not anyways. It's your trade, your call out, your setup. So let's see if it does end up playing that way and you get to capitalize on that trade overall. Only if I got paid for my call outs, I'd be a millionaire by now. Sadly, you don't get paid for just calling out stuff. You have to actually make the execution, and I'm missing that on the futures over here. This is like day 4 where I've called out the futures move and I have not capitalized on it. So it just goes to show I need to start trading these moves more.
Which one's that?
Like futures. Like I called out 4 days in a row of like how futures are going to play out, but I have 0 trades on them. And even when I do, I just lose on them. So even if I'm on the right direction, I just can't seem to catch a win on the futures. That's part of the why I just stay away from it. Today though, if I had the short, I would be rolling in the money on this.
Maybe just start putting your money where your mouth is, trying it, giving it a try, but it is what it is, right? So the BOVESPA trade I just put on here, I added a little bit more size here just to see, because it's not really breaking down below 100 again, and it's not really doing anything either, right? There are some buyers here above 100 and into like the low area there, the low 100s, a little bit of size there, but I'm not too worried. That's 20, yeah, that can get taken very, very easily as it gets taken right now for you live. I still have the level 2 filter here. I actually like to use this because, I channel just like basically ones. I block out ones, and then it shows me more size there. So I don't know if you guys can, have something similar with your brokers there if you're using the level 2, but it helps me at least. And now, in the money a little bit here, but I want to see this rally up a bit more probably. I mean, like it's just gone straight down. So maybe this is the reversal of the trend here. But this is a pretty steep trend. I mean, like, look at that trend there. So maybe if it starts to break out towards like the 125 area, I'm going to feel a little bit more comfortable with this. But it's not even that far away from there, right? So now more people trying to bid on or trying to get long here on the bid as well. So maybe this is the bottom. If the market does bounce here from 39.50, maybe it helps out my bob along.
Is it better to buy Apple, Meta, or Microsoft now for the long-term profit? I can't speak about what exactly you should buy or anything. I'm not a financial advisor, but what I can tell you is how I like all of those stocks. Not this, that, or that. I like all of those stocks. Maybe one stock I don't like, it's going to be Meta. I'm not a fan of Facebook, but I am a fan of the metaverse. So I want to see the metaverse really take off in the future, and then I'll be thinking about investing that for myself. But right now I'm already invested in Apple. I'm looking to invest in Microsoft, and I've said this how many times that I want to buy Microsoft and I haven't. That's the worst thing that I can do to myself right now. I think Sean was mentioning to me, buy Microsoft shares at what price did you say? What prices did you say to me when you told me earlier?
I like it here at
260s, 250s. I remember you saying 250s or so. Every time it goes to 250s, I say I'm going to buy some shares and I don't. And I miss out on the move when it goes back to 280s, 270s.
Or now that we wait for earnings.
Wait for earnings. That's a very good point. Sean just said a very good point over there. It's important now we wait for Microsoft and Google earnings and so on, and even Apple earnings. So let the earnings report come out. I think after that, there's going to be some great opportunities. Thankfully for Apple, I am an investor in Apple at 150, so I'm $3 in the money per share right now on Apple. Look at me shorting my own long-term account, right? Oh, wow, market's really pushing down over here. At least Apple is. Apple is now $2 in the money, same as AMD. So it looks like that 39.53 area that one of the viewers was talking about, we're right there. Let's see if the market can bounce off of that. NASDAQ now down 2% on the day and breaking 12,400. UVXY up 2.4% and trying to push towards $12.15 and even more north off of that. Looks like we are going towards that 3,950. I know I keep saying I called that, so I'll just move on from that point now. Snapchat short, $10.09. I do like that short a lot. The reasoning behind that short is because Ian mentioned this too. If this long was going to work, it would have popped to 1040. But since that long didn't work, it pushed to 10.09, and then ever since 10.09, 10.10, we've just been getting pushed right back to $10 and under $10. So I love that short setup that Sean just threw out in the chat for you guys. Short 10.09 and probably risking 1 penny? Up to 10.15. So risking about 5 to 6 pennies on that side.
Yeah, I think at this point, Snapchat is just super weak. You got to find an area to get short. I had these shorts in the morning. I wish I would have just held that position or added to it here, but eventually just scalped it on in front of 10.50 and was trying to long there. But here now, it is kind of fluctuating around 10. It hasn't really shown any real strength above 10, so I do like that short idea, risking off of there as well. I'm actually going to start offering out on Snapchat too. To get short as well. So there's my offer first. But really want to show some more weakness below 10, and that's going to continue the fade move. Maybe this just fades the rest of the day until like 9, who knows. But let's go to Brendan at the big screen for now.
Hey guys, yeah, with a quick update on some currency moves happening today. Still watching the dollar to the downside after that business activity number that came out this morning in the pre-market was at multi-year lows. Actually contracted last month for the first time in a couple of years. So 106.40 here for the DXY, down 0.4. That's an hourly chart. So going back to a big move higher initially, we're all the way back to the range lows once again on the DXY. Euro has gone red. It was actually higher, up about 0.2 initially this morning on that move back to the downside, but we're right back to 102 and change here for the euro. Canadian dollar 77.5 once again. British pound as well, trying desperately right now to hold 120. It's been back and forth all day. We did get up to about 121 initially, but right back down again. Some positivity. Rest of this board, New Zealand, Australia still positive. You can see Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Ripple all negative now on the day after starting higher. We're back to 23,000 guys for BTC. Back to you.
BTC, yeah, now that BTC is actually pushing back up, yesterday I was like, maybe I should open up my Wealthsimple account and check out what's going on with the rest of my account. Thankfully, I didn't do that because I know if I did do that, I'll probably want to jump off the roof of my building. Thankfully, that account stays closed for the next 3 years and does not open up for the next 3 years on that side. Apple's positive for me, but it just sucks that everything else is big in the red, right? S&P 500 now really pushing to that 3950 area. Once it hits 3950, I will be completely done with my call out for the futures today. After that, I really don't know what's gonna happen. Not that I knew before, I never know what's gonna happen. I just had a theory, that theory played out. We went to 4K, we didn't go to 4K just to tap 4K and push down. We went to 4K to burn the stops and then come down. Glasses, jacket, shirt man behind me, Sharif, just called out the PGY stock. PGY, whoa! PGY launching right now, taking out the $12 level, new high a day, 12.30 for PGY, spreads opening up. We're launching, 12.40 right now, size coming in. Look at those gateways. What gateways T? NASDAQ? NASDAQ gateways printing out the wazoo right now for 1240s over here. PGY launching. Great call out. I hope you had a long on that, brother. No? This guy was too busy eating his lunch, man. Come on. You can buy 10 of those lunches if you took that long.
Yeah, PGY is just going off now, breaking above 12. PGY and Q. Let's bring it up here. Breaking above 12. What's the thing on the daily?
It's a brand new IPO almost. This is the all-time highs right now. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So 130% today. Is this actually the daily? Like, look at the daily. It did open up at 6 and then that's it. Now it's rallying up to $12. That's insane. But yeah, huge move today. It wasn't really on our radar. It's SSR. Oh, it's SSR continued.
No.
No, are you sure?
No. I can make sure.
Well, it says that on our system here, which means it would make it harder to...
The system has been lying to me recently, man.
Yeah, right? Man, it just continues to rally up here. You'll see it dip, and the bid is not really getting hit, right? So a lot of green on the tape here. As I'm about to get stopped out of BABA, that's fine. But a lot of green on the tape and a lot of buyers still into the 70s and the 80s here. Quite interesting.
It is. I just checked the list, and it's on the NASDAQ SSR list. So PGY PGY is SSR, and even they have warrants apparently. So for anyone who is scared to short PGY, you can head over to PGYWW. I think that's the warrant side. Let's go check out how that one's moving today, and if there's any volume behind it. PGYWW on NASDAQ. No volume on it. No volume on this side at all, but it should technically have the same move behind it. So it's trying to take out the high of day also, as PGY is pushing towards $12.70 now. What a long, man. That 12 long just gave you 60 cents in the money instantly, as the market is actually breaking my level. That 39.50 level now getting taken out for on the S&P 500. NASDAQ down 2.19%. For those of you who've been screaming Free Fall Friday, here's your Free Fall Friday. You're welcome. And you asked for me to put on a red shirt for the Free Fall Friday, so for that too, you're welcome. I honestly wasn't gonna wear this red, but since you guys asked for it, you know, I'm a man of the people, gonna give what you guys want. No, I didn't say people's trader. I'm just, you know, they asked for it, I'll give them what they want, you know. Not people's trader is not the title I can ever hold, that's for sure. You are the people's trader.
Yeah, for sure. I'm into the Snapchat short now. There was a little bit of a spike there. It held this 10 area, which is a little bit concerning. There is size in the bid, but that's not much. Not as much as before. And you know, we've been seeing that bid get hit time and time again all day, pretty much. And there's still people offering out as well, trying to get short. I did get wicked out of the BOBA trade. That didn't work. Here's the thing. Like, I tried this trade off of $100 level. That's clearly it's been a recycled support level for BOBA here, basically just risking off high a day. What really didn't help me here is that the market continued to fade, right? So the market wasn't really catching a bounce. Now we're breaking below that 39.50 area, and it's not really helping any long positions, right? So that didn't help my long position here on BOBA at all. You know, just risking off the low a day, which at the time was 99.89, right? So just risking a break below there. You know, I really wanted to see it push up off this $100 level. I was trying to catch that first move that, you know, they were talking about on the midday show earlier, how sometimes the first move can be the best move because no one knows if it's actually gonna work, right? So that's what I tried doing here on BOBA. Didn't work, move on.
Apparently someone has a Prad put going on, so whatever position I have, just the inverse of it. Well, hopefully you are managing that right properly, because look, 39.50 did break, and I did say 39.50 will need to most likely find some buyers. And if you are trying to play the Prad put, you're most likely getting beat up right now, because, you know, Apple $2 in the money, AMD $2 in the money. I called the futures level. Be careful, man. Nothing wrong with going inverse Prad, but when Prad's winning, maybe inverse Prad is not the right way to go. Maybe join the trend on that one, right? But hey, your trade, your book, your setup, not my problem. Coming back to where this one is going to right now, which is the futures, I really believe we're going to see a bounce over here. I honestly believe we're going to see a bounce. That's because the market did not manage to break that 39.20s, 39.40 areas that the S&P 500 rebalance put in. So if the rebalance day, not that it has that big of an impact or anything, but ever since that rebalance day, we've had some big negative catalysts. We had the 9.4, or was it 9.1? 9.1 inflation number coming in that kind of looked heavy and scared us. We also saw the next day right after, though, that was a good report, kind of, which was 1% increase in consumer spending, right? 1% increase on the consumer spending.
Yeah, versus like 0.8 expected.
The very next day, we got that news. So multiple reasons as to why I saw that bounce coming in at 39.40, even though I didn't want it. So noticing that bounce over there, I think there's a good reason for us to think the same setup plays out one more time. 39.50, 39.40, 39.20. Gotta hold on to these levels over there, and then maybe Monday we break those levels to the downside, or Apple, Google, Microsoft earnings come in and really install the bottom into the market that the S&P 500 works so hard to install, right? So if that is a possibility, then the 2022 bottom could be in, and we could just start launching to the north side.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Apple earnings is next Thursday after hours, so that's going to be the big dog reporting, obviously, and I think that's really going to shape the market for the rest of the summer into August, right? That's the biggest earnings I think we're all kind of waiting for to see the overall direction. Netflix, that was positive. You know, obviously Snapchat got really hurt today. Tesla was positive, right? So I'm leaning more to the positive side for the likes of Microsoft and Apple, but obviously time will tell. And we've been talking about how to play these earnings plays, trying to play them after the fact versus trying to anticipate the move before the fact. So just be wary if you do have positions or you are building positions ahead of earnings plays. I really like this out here at 154. I almost wish that I just flipped short here. And I think I overheard Sean said he was short Apple, so I don't know where he got in there or if he got in on the breakdown of this level. Sorry. Short 154. Okay, yeah, so he was short here off of the rejection of 155. So, I was taking profits up of there as well. So, kind of the same, thinking there that 155 wasn't really going to break out and, it rejected there. So good short off of there. The 154 short also would have been decent because that was holding up a support here. But, clean out for me. Took the win there off the bounce here off 154. That was like the third time it bounced there. So 1, 2, 3 times it works. The fourth time, remember how I said I wasn't going to add to it because the market kept making lower lows? Well, exactly what happened. It broke down to 154 and now it's trading 153.50, right? So that short is working. I think Prad still has the Apple short as well. So good job on that one.
Come on, man. I thought we were going to shake hands at 155. What was happening to that deal, huh?
Well, it didn't even get there, man. Maybe if it got there,
maybe you should have thrown down a $1 million order. Maybe you should have taken the Prad put and inverse there, right? Lots of ways over there to go inverse Prad and actually make money, apparently, in the chat. That's what I'm seeing. But here we go. Here's my Apple short that Ian was just mentioning. 3 exits so far. Beautiful exits to the downside. AMD looking kind of similar over there. Boppity boo. Oh, wow. I love the AMD chart today. Look at this chart, straight to the downside, gotta love it. A nice little short over here, waited for the stock to get above VWAP, did not want to short it around here. Did the same thing on Apple too, waited for it to get above VWAP in a nice consolidation range high above here. I could have been patient and got 155.80s, but I waited for it to confirm the down move and then I started piling in when I saw the selling coming in. So taking advantage of these moves over here is Prad and S&P 500 down 1.32%. Looks like that 39.53 bounce is not coming in as we are trading at 39.48 right now on the S&P 500. I know one of you or someone in the chat earlier said we're gonna go down to 39.10, Prad. Don't worry about it. So if that is the case, then maybe I hold my last few shares of Apple and AMD for that bigger move that you're expecting for me, I guess. And if that ends up happening, I will give you a kiss right on the lips if it ends up going there. Here's a trade that Sean mentioned earlier. Well, was it? Yeah, the 153 short, right? Is that the one you were talking about?
155. That's all my trades. So you can see I switched from long to short.
Oh my goodness. Let me really do this real quick. Restart this page. So these are Sean's trades for anyone who's wondering. He was long first. Stop doing this to me. Let me just go to this page over here where I'm actually logged in then. So I don't have to get login blocked over there. Here we go. He was originally long first. Yeah, I love that. Long scalps within the range. I was basically on the other side. We might have gotten internal filled a little bit. But yeah, then he flipped short. He got stopped out on the break of low a day. Flipped short off the same area where he got stopped at. I love that too. I'm actually learning some new things right now. If the long doesn't work, what was the Shakespeare term again? If the long it doesn't work it, then go short it, right? Or receive it short it or something like that, right? So the long worked, and eventually the long didn't work. He got stopped out, and then he flipped his direction and his trade to the short side, loading in at the same areas where the stop is, and now capitalizing on it. What a beautiful trade over there. Learning new things every day from Sean, man. Thank you, Sean, for being the amazing mentor and the trainer that you are for us. Not just for us, but also for 3,200, 3,000. How do I say this? 320,000 people. There you go.
Yeah, add an extra couple zeros to that one, Prad. PGY is just going absolutely bananas. I saw it here and I heard some rumblings in the background about PGY, and it was down at 1280 is where I saw it. And remember I was talking about how there was buyers there in the 70s and the 80s at 1280. And then, it was back there again. And then it just ripped through 13 and it ripped through 14 in the same candle. And it lasted about like 2 minutes there. Just monster monstrous buying to the upside here. And now it's rejecting a little bit, pulling back a little bit. Be careful with this one. Don't chase it. I almost punched in here. I wanted to, but it was just like I clicked to it too late there and I missed it. And then it ripped up like an extra 70, 80 cents, right? So sometimes with these, when you see that buying pour in, you see the volume pour in, like just look at this volume candle. And I'll switch it to the 1 minute so we can actually see. Zoom in. Yeah, this volume candle right here, you see how high that is on this move here? Sometimes when you see that buying come in on a small cap runner, you just have to punch and then just hold for this quick move upwards, right? So sometimes you get $1, sometimes you get a couple cents. But in this case, PGY, it just keeps rallying up to $14 now. The high of the day, $14.17, up 145%. That's crazy.
Sorry, I was just talking to Dwight Schrute over there as to what I want to do with my position because he's going to manage that for me. Hopefully he sees the message. He does. Okay. He is at the sea. Too bad most industries don't have this type of mentorship. You guys are showing to have on the show good stuff. Yeah, I mean, no doubt about that. We in the luckiest places I can be on earth, without a doubt, especially with what I'm trying to do with in my future over here, and having the ability to sit next to great traders such as Sean, even Ian, man. Ian, with the short time that has been here, and with everything that he's done for the traders and everything he's done for you guys in the chat, everything he's done for me. We appreciate all of the hard work that he's been putting in. This guy's been grinding, man. Graduated 3 months in, and Mr. Can't Lose. I know you're Mr. Hamburglar, but Mr. Can't Lose, baby. The hamburger thing is a little joke. We'll keep it on the inside for a little bit. Not everything needs to be out for the world.
Yeah, that was funny. And the people who know that joke here, we always have a good laugh about that one. Yeah, thanks, Pratt, for the kind words. Really, really appreciate that. Doesn't stop though. Every day you gotta keep grinding. That's why I'm super excited to show up to work every day. You know, I jump out of bed just to be here because there's so many opportunities every day in the stock market, and there's so much to learn. And I just enjoy learning so much from obviously all the mentors that I have, and that's what's super lucky, is that I have all these mentors before me, all the graduates obviously, and then Sean and Neil and Brendan and Greg, all the guys who have traded so long before me. I'm just so grateful to be exposed to them and learn from them every day. That can't be said enough. What else are you guys looking at here in the stock market?
PGY hit 14.
Yeah, it went to 14, man. PGY, like I literally saw it, and this is like the 1 minute now. Like, okay, so it was trading down here at 12.50, right? And then I just saw buyers just kind of pour in like 12.70, 12.80, and that's when I brought it up, and I was like, holy, do I just punch here? Do I punch here? And then the next thing, it was at like 14.20. I'm like, wow, I guess I should have punched there. But who knew? Like, who knew what was going to happen? But buyers just like poured into this name and then pushed it all the way to 14 in less than a minute. Like, it broke out 13 and then 14 in the same minute candle. Like, that's just incredible. Yeah, up 150% today. That's the biggest mover I've seen today. Yeah, PGY Beast, PGY What's. Yeah, a lot of you guys just going off about PGY. NVIDIA long. I haven't looked at NVIDIA today. I traded it earlier this week, but I kind of left it since then. I was just looking over my Snapchat trade. That's not really doing anything. NVIDIA here is down 4.5%, bouncing off of this 172 area. I think that's where I was trying to get long the other day, if I'm not mistaken. It rallied up to 180. So again, kind of, I'll consolidate my chart here so we could actually see it a bit better. There we go. Yeah, so kind of giving a bottom around this 172 area. But as we've been kind of saying on the show here, the market keeps making new lows and keeps grinding lower, right? So I don't know if I want to be really trying to catch a bottom here on any particular name, unless the support is super strong or super significant. I haven't found that level yet. Maybe if I keep searching, I might, or maybe into the closing hour if the market starts to bounce here. Yeah, just be careful if you are buying any dips here on NVIDIA. Obviously down 4.5%. So it is it's succumbing to the weakness here in the market and grinding a bit lower. So just be careful managing that one.
Yeah, I'm going to be out here off my shorts completely. I took my good trade of the day so far on Apple, on AMD. We're going to capitalize on that. I said at the start of the day when the show started, $39.50 on the futures is going to be my target for Apple and AMD short. I'm going to hold on to it until that happens. We hit that. I don't have to worry about these trades anymore. Anything past this is bonus, but not for me, so it's over. My trading day's done. We're closing up the books over here for Apple and AMD. We'll come back at 3 o'clock to see if there's any other opportunities for us to capitalize on, and then we'll capitalize on that at them. But for now, looks like $39.50 might just end up holding, so I don't want to be watching the stock rip against me and watch my profits diminish away from me. We want to be holding on to it. A trade that I would try, honestly, even though I did say I'm going to take a break till 3 o'clock, a trade that I would try, if I didn't say that earlier, would be a small long at 39.50s over here on the S&P 500 for a possible move back to at least 39.70s or 39.60s for a quick 10 point scalp. But I'm going to be hands off right now. Part of me is hungry, part of me is starving, and also it's time to take these profits, realize them, hold on to them, and then gamble them later when the volume really comes back into the market. It is about to be 2 o'clock in the next 9 minutes. Not sure if you did the YouTube spiel or you want me to do the YouTube spiel.
You can do it. I did it a little bit ago.
Yeah, cool. So where's my YouTube? There it is, YouTube page. What, is it really that blown out, like the colors? Or is it just me? It looks a little blown out, right? Maybe it's my monitor. Maybe my monitor colors are blown out. I need to fix the colors on this one then. 3,800 people still watching, 2.8K likes. I didn't even hit the like. What a bad host. Let me smash the like there for you guys. For those of you who have not already smashed the like button, please do so. We would appreciate this like button probably going to 3K. I think we can get to 3K in the next 6 minutes or so over here. And for those of you who have not hit the subscribe button, smash that also. A nice little notification bell here for those of you who want to ring it. It does help with the YouTube algorithm, so if you want to help us with that side, I will appreciate that a lot. Some of you in chat, for example, right here, scrolling up, Lori, Marcelo Costa with a bronze badge. I thought you're longer than a bronze, so you're probably a 1 to 3 month subscriber, Marcelo Costa, and Lori over here, 1 to 3 months subscriber for us. So you can subscribe over here, get custom badges, cool little badges to show you how long you've been supporting us, cool little emojis that you can spam in the chat that other people don't have access to, and last but not least, well, there's 2 more things. You can send us super chats. All of that super chats that you send us go directly back into productions over here. Amazing camera, lights. I'm blind completely every 2 seconds, but it's all for the viewers. So if you do send a super chat, we will appreciate that. And last thing, who wants to take a guess? Ian, let's guess. How many things that Teespring have on the store today?
Oh yeah, it's always changing, right? It's always changing. Okay, I'm gonna say 6 items.
6? I'll go 1.
Did you look earlier?
No, yesterday was 1.
Oh, okay.
Yesterday was 1.
I thought you said it got reloaded a bit.
It depends. I'm guessing it depends on their stock and their inventory, because you see the hoodies come on and then you see the hoodies disappear. You see the iPhone come on and you see the iPhone disappear. Yesterday we only had the hat on here, so I just guessed randomly only 1. Happens to be only 1 over here. When they do restock on the hoodies or the shirts, make sure that you hurry up and buy over there so you don't miss out on some of these cool merchandise that we have created for you. And maybe in the near future we could create some more cooler merchandise. Maybe some WWND shirts or some It Is What It Is shirts. Lots of fun over there that we could have with merchandise.
I like ASMR Patrick. We need the Luca vest on here. That'd be funny. Yeah, we need the Luca vest. Yeah, you guys are jokes. No, I thought you were talking to us. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, someone said TBLT is pumping. It's not really doing anything. I talked about how this rejected the 9 area. Now it's just consolidating above 8. I'm seeing volume just kind of dying down. Not much action happening. Not much volatility. I would probably just stay away from this one for now, unless it gets back up to here to 9. Then you can decide if you want to participate in that one, either to the short side or potentially if buying comes up and it starts to break out again. Just checking on the other runners as well. PGY That hasn't done anything now since it's rejected the 14 area, kind of slowing down the tape. I talked about how there were so many buyers here around the 1280, 1270 area. There was a load of buyers that just stepped up there again. So maybe they're back, and maybe they're going to push this thing up again. But I'm seeing less volatility and, dying volume on this pullback too. So, be careful with this one. I wouldn't try to chase the dips on these names because they can just continue to flush and flush very hard. We've seen that on TBLT all day. So just be careful with that one. Still in PGY, I'm assuming that you were here long since these lows here and, riding this run up. Obviously, if you're long, trail your stops and make sure to take profits. But yeah, just be careful with that one. Tesla, yeah, we can look at Tesla one more time here on, oh, whoops, that was wrong. There we go. Let's load up the daily there. There we go. Oh, I got some out of Snapchat. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, Tesla, we can take a look at this one more time. It's just kind of consolidating around this 820 area. And I think it was one of you guys said Tesla closed. Oh, we can see here. Tesla closed at 815, right? So slightly up on the day. 5 points in the money up on the day. That's nothing for Tesla, obviously. But interesting to see that now it's gravitating towards this 820 area that held as such a nice resistance yesterday. It was a triple top yesterday. Now acting as this little, like a bit of a floor. Obviously, it's broken down. But this consolidation now around 820, very interesting indeed. It'll be interesting to see like where the market goes on Monday. If it continues to, push up, if today is just a slight pullback or not. And if Tesla can hold up above 820, 800 area, I think that's going to be very interesting heading into next week.
What did I say? What did I say? Close the shorts. The shorts are done. The game's over. The shorts game's over. The longs are coming in. Right? I could be wrong, though. I could be wrong very easily. I've been wrong multiple times. Could be wrong again. And I'm okay with being wrong because every time I'm wrong, I get to learn from it. So right now we're watching a little bit of a buy action coming in on Apple. Apple moving from 153.40s to 154.20s, 154.40, almost $1 in the money for anyone who went long on Apple. So the longs are clearly coming into play right now. Even AMD moving from the lows back to the north side. Multiple reasons why I said the 39.50 level is very important. Multiple reasons why. I've been mentioning this all day so far. So I called it. Hopefully you guys are taking a trade off of that. Maybe if not a trade, maybe you're using that excuse as to cover your profits. End of the day though, it's your book. Trade your own book. However you want to do it. I wish nothing but success to every single one of you. And we're loving the point that we are 100% right today on the call-outs and on the trades. Can't complain on that side. Every day we're here 11 o'clock to 2 o'clock. As long as you guys want trades and you guys want some fun, we'll be here.
I closed out this Snapchat trade just because I didn't really see any more reason for me to be in it. It's holding up above this 10. It's flushing down to like 10.05, not really breaking it. There's people on the bid, right? It's testing 10.10, 10.11. It got to 10.12 there and gave a little bit of a flush move down. And I wasn't really interested in it anymore. Maybe it's bottoming around $10 here on Snapchat. It's already down 40% on the day. It can continue to fade down, but to be honest, it was a smaller position for me, and I was just going to kind of leave it. 39.50 is kind of giving a bounce here. Prad mentioned that the shorts might be out for now. 39.50 holding up. Apple reclaiming that 40 level or that 154 level there. Baba has been playing with my emotions there for a little bit because I thought like, okay, is it actually gonna like go off of this $100 area? But no, it just rejected. It's respecting this EMA here that I have on my chart, and now it's just pushing lower. So you know what? Fine, I live with that one. I tried it, gave it a go, and it didn't work. Other than that, we'll see how the rest of the day goes. Maybe some closing trades. We will see. But that's about the end of the midday show here for us. Have a good weekend, Prady and Luca. Yeah, thank you so much, John. I hope everyone has a great weekend. I hope everyone's been profitable this week. If not, then stay disciplined, stay patient, and there's opportunities every day. Don't shy away from that. It's gonna be a great week next week. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get white girl wasted. So whatever time it is, it's about to be 30 seconds for us to turn you over to the closing show. 2 o'clock, 2 to 3, 2 to 4. You guys know where who you're gonna be with. Your favorite crew forever. And all you have to do is stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. The show will get thrown on to the closing show. But make sure when you do go on to the closing show, smash that like button, smash that subscribe button if you haven't already. And if you don't, I will come find you. I have a very particular set of skills, and I will use those particular set of skills to come find you. Right now, market slightly pushing up. So if you are long, and that's the long that I gave you, congratulations. And if you're going put Prad setup, then sadly, make sure you have a stop, as you might just be able to minimize the risk on that trade for yourself. It is about to be 1 o'clock. It is actually, sorry, it's about to be 2 o'clock. It is 2 o'clock. Time to send you guys to the closing show. Take it over, Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in Friday afternoon, a negative one. Unfortunately, we'll take you right through to 4 o'clock this afternoon. We did get a bit of a choppy start to the day, but back to the downside we go at this point. Unfortunately, it has been one of those days. We saw all kinds of strength throughout the week from growth stocks. Specifically, the tech sector led the market back higher for the past 3 sessions in a row. In fact, it is today. Those same stocks back to the downside, even though I can show you the dollar actually coming off pretty hard.